Chapter 12. You must be the best judge of your own happiness. Jane Austen. Emma. I believe I must wish you happy, Mr. Galbraith. Lady Ashenden came forward. She didn't sound in the least joyful, more resigned. Lily is a girl very dear to my heart. You will take the very best care of her, won't you? It wasn't so much a wish as an order, Ned decided, with a clear, if restrained assurance that, should he fail, Lady Ashenden would have something to say about it. A teacher's tactic, but she wasn't bluffing. He bowed over her hand. I will, Lady Ashenden. Lily's sister Rose glided toward him, hands held out. She was taller than Lily, slender and graceful, a golden-haired beauty with ice-blue eyes and a smile that dazzled even as it chilled. No doubt the ton fawned over her. They could keep this ice queen, give him Lily's warmth and luscious femininity any day. "So you are to become my brother-in-law, Mr. Galbraith." She stood on tiptoe as if to give him a pretty sisterly kiss, and, in a voice only he could hear, murmured, "Hurt my sister in any way, Galbraith, and you'll be sorry you were ever born." She pressed a dry, cold pair of lips to his cheek, stabbed him with a glittering look, and stepped back, smiling. Thank God she wasn't the one Nixon stole. He might have had to marry her. The other girl, Lady Georgiana, curious that she was Lily's niece and yet was the elder, came forward with a loose-limbed, almost boyish stride that was oddly attractive. She held out her hand to him and murmured with a sweet smile, "Lily is a darling, and if you don't treat her right, Mr. Galbraith, I'll gut you with a rusty blade." He blinked, more amused than menaced by the melodramatic threat. Misinterpreting his expression, she gave a brisk, satisfied nod. What a family of women! Such ladylike ferocity in defence of their sister, he found it rather charming, if a little insulting. It was excellent that Lily had such a protective family, but really, did they expect him to beat Lily or starve her? When he was in this position because he'd gone out of his way to protect her? They certainly had the lowest expectations of him, but perhaps his reputation bothered them. His own fault, he supposed. Since selling out of the army after Waterloo and returning to civilian life, he'd taken pains to cultivate a rakish reputation and to avoid fashionable society. He had had no desire to be hunted by matchmaking mammas, and, being in line for a title, a fortune, and a handsome estate, he had had no doubt he would be hunted. A movement at the door caught his eye. It was the biggest dog he'd ever seen, tall and grey and shaggy. He slunk in, if a dog that size could be said to slink, edged up behind Lady Georgiana and eyed Ned with an enigmatic expression. Lady Georgiana's dog, he presumed. Would she set it on him? Ned liked dogs. He snapped his fingers and the dog padded forward. He sniffed Ned's outstretched fingers, then sat down with an expression that was a clear invitation to pat. "Finn," Lady Georgiana said crossly. The dog thumped a lazy tail but didn't move. Ned had found the perfect spot needing scratching, just behind the ears. Lady Georgiana gave Ned a narrow look, but it seemed to him that her glower had lightened somewhat. "Ah, Mr. Galbraith!" A thin, immaculately dressed elderly lady stood in the doorway. Lady Salter, Lily's aunt. Ned braced himself for another ladylike death threat. She raised her lorgnette, made a comprehensive sweep of the room with it, then said, "Well, is it to be a wedding, or from the faces you're all wearing, a funeral?" She turned to Cal. "The girl has done the sensible thing, I hope." Cal said, Lily and Mr. Galbraith are betrothed." "Excellent!" She swept toward Ned like an angular, full-rigged galleon. "Mr. Galbraith, let me be the first to welcome you into the family. I am delighted, simply delighted, that you have agreed to rescue my foolish niece from the consequences of her imprudence. I hope the girl will strive to be worthy of the honour you do her." The atmosphere in the room bristled with silent indignation. "It is Lady Lily who does me the honour," Ned responded coolly, "and I've already been given a most memorable welcome by the other members of her family. And if you will forgive me for correcting you on one or two points—" Lady Salter raised her lorgnette with ominous significance. Ned continued, "Lady Lily was not in the least imprudent. She is totally without blame and has shown nothing but grace and courage in dealing with a scandal not of her making." Lady Salter's boot-button eyes snapped with irritation. "Nonsense! In fact, if there is any blame to be assigned, it must go to your old friend Lady Ampleforth, who has been most assiduous—" Her bosom swelled. "Henrietta Ampleforth is no friend of mine. Yet you must accept your fair share of blame for Lily's predicament. It was to punish you that Lady Ampleforth attempted to blacken Lily's good name." He took Lily's hand and kissed it lightly. "But I hold no grudge against the two of you." "Against me?" Lady Salter drew herself up, a praying mantis in high dudgeon. "It has nothing to do with—" "It is Lady Lily's forgiveness you must ask." "What? Ask Lily's forgiveness?" She spat out the words like chips of glass. "She is a generous-hearted girl. I'm sure you need not fear her disapproval," Ned finished smoothly. Leaving Lady Salter sputtering with indignation, he turned to Lily. "Now, my dear, do you favour a long engagement or a short one?" "Long," said Lily's relatives in a chorus. "Short," Lily said with a smile. Her eyes were shining. "The shorter the better. How long does a special licence take?" "No special licence," Lady Salter rallied. "A quick marriage is what's required, but not a hasty one. Ashenden, you will arrange for the banns to be called at St. George's, Hanover Square, and send a notice of the betrothal to the Morning Post and the Chronicle. That should stop the gossip, or at least turn it into more acceptable channels. Lady Ampleforth," she directed a waspish glare at Ned, "you may leave to me." Ned took his leave a short time later, feeling quite as though he'd escaped from the lion's den. What a formidable pack of women! Thank God he'd ended up with Lily. She was the pick of the bunch. 3.5 weeks, and she'd be his wife. A married man. He couldn't quite imagine it. He'd been more or less alone since his first weeks in the army, since that first battle, surrounded by men, but essentially alone. A few friends, but not the kind of friends he'd had before. And since he'd returned to civilian life, he hadn't been close to any women either. A few liaisons here and there, but again, no one close. An escort to the theatre or to parties, a dance partner, a bedmate, but no intimacy other than physical. It was an arrangement that had suited him well. The question was, could he achieve the same kind of balance in his marriage? "I must say, Lily, Mr. Galbraith was quite impressive in there." Rose linked arms with Lily as they climbed the stairs together. "He was wonderful, wasn't he?" Lily could hardly stop smiling. She was betrothed to Mr. Galbraith, to Edward. Anyone who can stand up to Aunt Agatha so coolly can't be all bad. He's not bad at all. I keep telling you, Rose.
Finn liked him, George commented from behind. But then Finn likes anyone who knows exactly where to scratch.
Just because he's not intimidated by Aunt Agatha and knows how to pat a dog doesn't mean he's the right husband for Lily. The decision is made. I'm betrothed to Mr. Galbraith, and that's that," Lily said firmly.
"It's not over until you're married," Rose muttered. "It's not over until his ring is on her finger and she wakes up in his bed in the morning," George said. "That's what my granddad made sure of when he forced my father to marry my mother." She shook her head. "Forcing people is bad. My father didn't want to be married. He left my mother soon afterward, and it fair broke her heart. So much misery, and all to make sure I was legitimate, and so that Mamma wasn't ostracized as a fallen woman." She gave Lily a sombre look. "But I don't blame you, Lily. Being a fallen woman—" She shivered. "I knew one once. Nice girl she was, too, from a good family. She ended up drowning herself rather than face a daily shunning from all those who used to be her friends."
"George!" Rose interrupted. "You're supposed to be reassuring Lily that she doesn't have to marry Mr. Galbraith, not frightening her with grim tales."
"No, I'm not," George retorted. "It's not up to me who Lily does or does not marry. It's her life and her decision."
"And yet, according to you, the alternative is daily shunning. Not that that would happen. If anyone dared to shun my sister, I'd slap them. Or worse," Rose said fiercely. "Nobody will need to slap anyone," Lily said. "George is right, Rose. It's my decision, and whatever the consequences, I'll deal with them myself." There was a short silence.
"You've changed," George said. "Somehow you're tougher."
Lily glanced at Rose and saw that her sister agreed. Being abducted and drugged and locked under a seat for several days, well, it makes one think. All my life people have looked after me, but when it comes to the crunch, to the big things in life, you're essentially on your own. I used to worry more about what people thought of me, but now I realize how futile that is. People will think what they want to think regardless. I did nothing wrong, and I still ended up in a mess." Rose pounced. "So you do admit it's a mess? Then you don't have to marry. It's done, Rose. Like it or not, my reputation is ruined. Stop worrying about me and consider the implications for yourselves. Remember how Em used to tell us what one of us did reflected on the others?" Rose gave her a worried look. "I hope you're not marrying for my sake. It's not worth it."
"It doesn't matter to me what people think." George fondled Finn's ears. "I don't plan on getting married anyway."
Lily glanced at Rose, but she said nothing more. Rose never talked about her marriage prospects these days. When they were girls at school, she used to talk about it constantly. They both did, dreaming of whom they might marry. Now it was Aunt Agatha who harped continually on about Rose's marriage prospects. Rose rarely spoke of it at all. Lily slipped an arm around her sister's waist. "I'm not getting married for your sake, Rose. I'm marrying Mr. Galbraith for my own reasons, so stop fretting and be happy for me." Rose sighed. "I'll try." But she didn't sound very confident. 3.5 weeks to the wedding didn't leave much time to order a new dress and make all the arrangements, but when the 3 girls and Em arrived at the House of Chance, Daisy Chance, the owner, laughed at their anxiety and assured them she'd make something special in plenty of time. "I'm thinking lace, Lady Lily, over creamy satin. White'll make you look sallow, but cream will make your skin glow like a pearl. Short puffed sleeves and a satin band here." She gestured with her hands. "What do you think?" "It sounds lovely." Every dress Miss Chance had made her made Lily feel beautiful, and she trusted this would be the same. The dressmaker eyed her shrewdly. "I reckon you've lost a bit of weight, Lady Lily, and if you'd care to step into the fitting room, I'll measure you up again." She drew back the green velvet curtains and escorted Lily to the fitting rooms at the back of the shop. She bustled about, taking Lily's measurements and making small talk, which Lily responded to absently. It was so uncomfortable, preparing for a wedding that none of her family was happy about. It should have been a joyous occasion, but instead everyone was pretending. Rose and George had conceded that Edward wasn't quite as bad as they thought. Yes, he'd defended her against Aunt Agatha. They did like that, but they knew he wasn't in love. He'd made no pretense that he was, and they were upset that Lily would never get her happy ending. They were still certain she was infatuated with an imaginary version of Mr. Galbraith. She couldn't help what they thought. She would marry him, and then love would grow, and they would see what a wonderful, kind, protective husband he would be. "You all right there, Lady Lily?" Miss Chance asked. "Something on your mind?" "Oh, no, I was just thinking about a book I read recently." She lied. She couldn't possibly share her doubts and worries with Miss Chance, be she ever so nice and friendly. "What was it called? Lift your arms, please. Yes, that's right. Persuasion by the author of Pride and Prejudice." "Yes, have you read it too?" Miss Chance wrote some measurements in a little book. "Not yet. We've started it, but we're only in the first couple of chapters. How's that Sir Walter? Don't he love himself? Mind you, I have one or two clients just like him. It's what I like about her characters. They're just like people you know." They chatted about the book for a few minutes. Then Lily said, "You said we've started it. Who is we, if you don't mind me asking?" "It's a group, a literary society I go to, run by a lady I know. Several ladies take it in turn to read the books aloud, and the rest of us sit and listen, and then talk about them in the interval. Nothing too learned, though. It's all just for fun. I take me embroidery sometimes." "That sounds wonderful," Lily exclaimed. "I love having books read to me." "Me too," Miss Chance said. "Well, that's you done, Lady Lily." She wound up her tape measure and closed the little book with Lily's measurements in it. "You've lost a bit of weight, as I thought, but I'll leave a good bit of seam in case you put it back on in the next few weeks. Now, don't you fret. It will be ready in plenty of time. Now, what about night clothes? Come through here and I'll show you me honeymoon specials." She ushered Lily and the others through to another little room, an Aladdin's cave of nightgowns and negligées in the softest, flimsiest silks and satins and gauzes, trimmed with lace and ribbons. They were the prettiest and the most improper garments Lily had ever seen. "Oh, my! These are so beautiful," she breathed. The thought of wearing one of these delicious nightgowns on her wedding night, and Edward's eyes when he saw her in it, was at once exciting and nerve-wracking. "I wore one of Miss Chance's beautiful nightgowns on my wedding night," Em said quietly. All three girls looked at her, and she blushed. "It was a wedding gift from one of my former pupils." She stroked one of the silky nightgowns reminiscently, and the three girls exchanged glances and tried not to giggle. "So how many will you want, Lady Lily?" "5," said Em. She caught Lily's surprised look and said, "My own convenient marriage started with one of these lovely nightgowns. Let us give yours the best chance we can." "And with a gorgeous chance nightgown, how can you lose?" Miss Chance finished with a grin. Ned paused in front of the Bow Street office. He'd been going to hire a runner to track down Nixon. More than a week since he'd returned Lily to her family, and Cal still had no news of the swine. Be damned to Cal's stance that Lily was his own concern. Cal hadn't seen the state of her when he'd found her on the road. Cal hadn't seen Nixon give her a vicious backhander across the face. Cal hadn't held her while she struggled against the filthy drug Nixon had forced down her throat. As Lily's betrothed, Ned now had the right to act on her behalf. But on the very steps of the Bow Street office he realized that a runner wasn't the answer. If Nixon was apprehended by an officer of the law, the matter would have to go to court. Lily's name would be splashed across the newspapers, and the gossip would be worse than ever. She'd endured enough of that. He would act privately on the matter. He turned away and headed to the Apocalypse Club, where former and current military officers gathered to relax. London was full of former soldiers with not enough to do. He'd surely be able to find some reliable men who would track down Nixon for a handsome fee. And after they'd caught him, he'd work out what to do later. As he passed through Covent Garden, he noticed a man and a young woman beside a flower stall. The sweet fragrance of the flowers drifted to him even over the general odour of London. As he watched, the man picked out a bunch of creamy little flowers and handed them to the girl. Blushing with pleasure, she raised the bouquet to her face and inhaled the fragrance. The man paid, and the couple walked off, arm in arm, their happiness visible to the world. A courting couple. Ned watched them go, then continued on to the Apocalypse Club. From the minute he walked in, the comments started, half-joking from friends and acquaintances alike, all variations on the theme of him being caught in Parsons' mousetrap. It was all meant in good humour, he was sure, but it irritated him all the same. The inference was that he had no choice, that he'd been trapped, forced into a marriage which, while it was true, was also rather insulting to his own independence. It was also, by implication, particularly unflattering to Lady Lily, though no one was foolish enough to mention her by name. He endured the jokes and banter with apparent equanimity, conducted his business briskly, found the names and addresses of several men who'd be glad of a little paid employment, and left the club in a bad mood. It wasn't the first time he'd been irritated by the jovial commiseration of his fellows. He was widely perceived as the victim in all this. Which made Lily the villain. She was the one blamed, the one seen to benefit most by the marriage, the one who was trapping him. The thought left a sour taste in his mouth. On impulse, he walked back to the Covent Garden flower cellar and bought a posy of the same sweetly fragranced little flowers that the courting couple had bought. He had them tied with a blue ribbon and made arrangements for them to be delivered to Lily's address with a brief note. He needed to make a more public show of courting her. Then it wouldn't look to the outside world quite like the scandal-forced arrangement it was. A man had his pride. Passing Hatchard's bookshop, he recalled how much Lily had enjoyed the book he'd read to her in the carriage. He went in and ordered a volume of poetry to be delivered to her as well. Girls liked poetry, and the bookseller assured him anything by Lord Byron would delight a young lady. He added a short note to go with it and was about to seal it when an idea occurred to him. He opened the note, scrawled a postscript, then sealed it shut. He left the bookshop in a much happier frame of mind. The appearance of a courtship. That was what he needed.
"A parcel for you, Lady Lily."
Burton the butler presented it on a silver tray. Lily seized the small oblong packet and unwrapped it eagerly. "It's a book," she said in surprise. "Who would send me a book?" "There's a note," Rose pointed out. Lily broke the note open, stared at it for a long, frustrating moment, then passed it to Rose, who read it aloud. "To Lady Lily, with my sincere regards, Edward Galbraith. And there's a postscript." She squinted at it. "His writing is atrocious, but I think he's asking to escort you to Almack's on Wednesday." "Almack's? But Galbraith never goes to Almack's,"
George said. He's famous for it.
Well, that's what it says.
Rose pursed her lips and contemplated the note thoughtfully.
I wonder if he knows he must have a voucher to be admitted. I'm sure he does, Lily said. Everybody knows it.
M had been granted vouchers for them all since the start of the season.
Then there's the question of whether the patronesses will approve him or not. But surely they will, Lily said. It would be terrible if they didn't.
Rose shrugged.
He is a rake, after all, and they might wish to punish him for his refusal to attend in the past.
They'll approve him,
George said cynically.
He's young, handsome, well-born, and about to be tamed by marriage. They'll want him as an object lesson, like a butterfly displayed on a pin.
Don't be so horrid, George.
Lily retrieved the note, folded it carefully and tucked it away.
Write a reply for me, will you, Rose? An acceptance, I presume?
Rose fetched her writing desk and took out a small sheet of hot-pressed notepaper. She began to write. George picked up the book, a very pretty volume bound in red leather. Poetry and notes. You're going to have to tell him soon, you know.
Lily sighed. I know, and I will, but not yet. He'd sent her flowers, a sweet-smelling posy, and now a book. He was making an effort to court her. She couldn't bear to expose herself to his judgment just yet.
Girls, I've had a curious invitation. M entered the room holding a note in her hand. Do any of you know a Lady Davenham? Beatrice, Lady Davenham? They shook their heads. She's invited us, all of us, by name to the next meeting of her literary society. The girls exchanged blank looks. Lily thought of the book-reading group that Miss Chance had mentioned, but it was highly unlikely that a Cockney dressmaker, however wonderful her designs, would attend a literary society run by a titled lady of the Tarn. M tapped the note against her fingers. Well, shall we accept? The next meeting is tomorrow afternoon. None of you have any particular engagements, do you? They didn't. So M penned a swift acceptance and sent it off, along with Lily's note to Mr. Galbraith. Lily watched with a frown. How was she going to manage without M or Rose on hand? Handling a few invitations and notes was nothing to running a household. Her stomach clenched. She was going to have to tell him soon. Lady Davenham's Literary Society meeting was held in her large home on Berkeley Square. Arriving shortly before the time indicated, the Rutherford ladies were escorted by a burly footman to a large room on the first floor. Chairs had been set out in semicircular rows around a small raised platform. A number of people had already arrived and were chatting in groups. M and the girls were pleased to find a number of friends and acquaintances among them. They were introduced to Lady Beatrice, a vivacious, elderly lady with surprisingly vivid red hair beneath a striped turban bristling with ostrich feathers.
"Delighted to meet you at last, Lady Ashenden. And these are your pretty charges, eh?"
She smiled at the three girls as they were introduced.
"Such lovely girls. I hope you'll come often to my literary society. I adore the company of young people."
She glanced at M's waist.
"I see you're increasing, Lady Ashenden. Indelicate of me to mention it, I know, but I have no patience with such mealy-mouthedness. Why should women hide away a swollen womb as if it is an embarrassment? Pshaw! It's a triumph, my dear, a female triumph, and I'm delighted for you." She sighed happily and patted M's hand. "I can vouch for the joy of having a baby in the house. I was never blessed with children, not until I got me some nieces, and now I have a little great-niece living here with me, and she's the delight of my autumn days."
"Thank you, Lady Davenham."
"Call me Lady Beatrice, my dear. Everyone does. So much better than being the Dowager Lady Davenham."
She pulled a face that made the girls giggle. "And besides, my papa was an earl, so I was born with the title, just as your girls were. Now, which of you is Lady Lily? Ah, yes, of course." She raised her lorgnette, and Lily braced herself, but the old lady simply beamed at her. "I've heard you're the first to be fired off. Galbraith, ain't it? A fine, handsome boy, takes after his grandfather. I hope you'll be very happy, my dear, very happy indeed. Now, here is Featherby to tell me we're about to start. Off you go and find a seat. My niece Abby is reading today, and you won't want to miss a word."
Looking around for somewhere to sit, Lily was surprised to see her dressmaker, Miss Chance, sitting in a seat nearest the wall. A basket of silk threads sat at her feet. The chair next to her was vacant. She hurried over. "Good afternoon, Miss Chance. Is anyone sitting here? May I sit with you?" "Course you can, Lady Lily." Miss Chance patted the seat, "But best call me Mrs. Flynn in this company. They know both me names, of course, but when I'm here as Lady B's niece, not the dressmaker." "You're Lady Beatrice's niece too?" "Sort of. Wrong side of the blanket, but the old lady don't care. Now shush, Abby's about to start." As Lily sat, a gong sounded, and the murmur of voices died away. Into the hush, a stylish young matron said, "This is where we ended last time. Once, too, he spoke to Anne. She had left the instrument on the dancing being over, and he had sat down to try to make out an air which he wished to give the Miss Musgroves an idea of. Unintentionally she returned to that part of the room. He saw her, and instantly rising, said, with studied politeness, 'I beg your pardon, madam, this is your seat,' and, though she immediately drew back with a decided negative, he was not to be induced to sit down again. Anne did not wish for more of such looks and speeches. His cold politeness, his ceremonious grace, were worse than anything." The young woman looked up and smiled at her audience. "And now, on to Chapter 9. A sigh of anticipation rippled through the room. Lily caught Rose's eye and smiled. What a delightful way to spend a few hours. To think she'd been nervous about attending a literary society. Lady Beatrice's niece Abby read beautifully in a well-modulated voice that made the story come alive. But as Lily sat and listened, she was back in a carriage, listening to the same story read in a deep, entrancingly masculine voice. What if she, like poor Anne Elliot, had been persuaded into refusing Edward's offer? Would she now be feeling as awkward, as unwanted and miserable as Anne? No, her case was different. Anne Elliot and Captain Wentworth had once been in love. Lily's situation was vastly different. If she'd been Anne, loved by a fine man and with a vain and selfish father and a sister who disdained her, nothing could have persuaded her to refuse Captain Wentworth, or whatever rank he'd been then. Even with a man who had made it quite clear that he didn't love her, Lily had gone against the advice of her family, and they loved her and cared about her happiness. Was it foolishness or faith? She wished she knew. At the end of the chapter there was a short break, while another young woman took Abby's place. A hum of conversation rose as people discussed the story so far. Lily barely noticed. She was still thinking about Edward. Miss Chance leaned across to her and murmured, "Don't take no notice of them, Lady Lily." Startled from her reverie, Lily turned an inquiring face toward her. "Who?" "Them, those two behind you." Miss Chance jerked her chin. "Don't listen to a thing they're saying." Naturally, that made Lily focus all her attention on the low but vehement exchange occurring in the seats behind her. Sentence fragments drifted to her over the hum of general conversation. Such a fine man, a plump little dab of a girl. If it had been her sister, now I might understand it. But, my dear, didn't you know Galbraith was trapped into offering for her? Lily stiffened. No other explanation for it. He must have heard the rumours. As if a man like Galbraith would be interested in a plump little ingenue with no conversation. A shame. Don't listen to him. Miss Chance tugged Lily's arm and explained in a low voice, Mrs. Plunkett. She's the one with the hat like an upside-down coal scuttle. No, don't look. You don't want her to know she's upset you. She hasn't. Lily squared her shoulders. What did the opinion of strangers matter when even her own sisters opposed her marriage? In any case, she ought to be inured to gossip and hard words by now. At school, some of the girls had called her the dummy because she couldn't read. She'd learned to hide the hurt their words had caused. She'd do the same now. Besides, if the price of marriage to Edward was to be ritually humiliated, it was a price she'd gladly pay. Oh, right then, good for you. Anyway, it's all sour grapes. Mrs. Plunkett has been wanting your Mr. Galbraith for her daughter for ages. Lily liked the sound of your Mr. Galbraith. Not that he was yet. And the other one, well, you know what they say, hell hath no fury. And no, don't turn around. Look at them later when the tea comes around. It took all of Lily's willpower not to turn and stare at the woman who'd tried to seduce Galbraith and been rejected. The reading recommenced, but Lily barely heard a word. The incident, brief as it was, had brought one fact home to her. She was marrying a rake. How many other women would she come across in society who knew Edward better than she did? Chapter 13. Told herself likewise not to hope, but it was too late. Hope had already entered. Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility. Wednesday evening came, and Edward presented himself at Ashenden House, immaculately attired, in a black coat, black knee-breeches and white silk stockings, a chapeau bras tucked under his arm. He looked, Lily thought, magnificent. "Did you get a voucher?" she blurted. She'd worried about it all night. It would be mortifying if he was turned away. He smiled. "Of course. Did you doubt me?" She heaved a sigh of relief. "You look beautiful," he told her, and she flushed with pleasure. "So do you." He laughed. "Men, my dear, are never beautiful." Lily disagreed, but she wasn't going to argue. "Thank you for the flowers and the book of poetry." "Did you like it? I'm told that young ladies cannot get enough of Lord Byron." "Oh, yes, he's wonderful." Lily had learned a couple of verses by heart. She might not be able to read, but she had a good memory, in case she needed to have a conversation about the book. But just then Rose and George came downstairs, followed almost immediately afterward by Em and Cal. There were 2 carriages to transport them to King Street. Cow and Em and George rode in the first, and Edward, Lily and Rose in the second. "Playing gooseberry?" Rose murmured to her sister with a grin. But nothing could dim Lily's pleasure in the evening. They were admitted without hesitation, and the gasps, the small silence, and then the buzz of conversation that followed Lily's entrance on Edward's arm was everything any hurriedly betrothed girl could wish for. Edward had broken his own rule. More, he had brought her to Almack's of his own accord, and everyone knew it.
"I won't be staying to the end," he told her. "They have this ridiculous rule that I can only dance with you twice, so I'll be leaving after that. You don't mind, do you?"
Lily didn't. It would only underline the reason he had come. For her. He led her out for the first dance, a cotillion, which he performed with surprising confidence and grace. Somehow Lily hadn't ever imagined him as a dancer, but it was obvious he'd spent many hours on dance floors in the past. She tried not to wonder with whom. After the cotillion he danced in turn with Em, then Rose, then George, and even with Aunt Agatha. Then for his second dance with Lily, he chose a waltz. She stepped onto the dance floor, initially aware of the envious eyes on her, but the music started and soon she was aware only of Edward, his strength, his dark masculinity, and the masterful way he twirled her around. She was floating on air. Never had she imagined a dance could feel like this. She was flushed and breathless when the dance finally finished, and not just because of the dancing. Edward led her to a seat.
"May I fetch you something to drink?"
"That would be lovely. Ratafia, please." He returned shortly with a glass of ratafia, and as he handed it to her he pulled a face.
"Abominable refreshments they serve here. Not a decent drop of wine to be had."
She laughed. Almack's is famous for it, didn't you know?
"I'd heard. Didn't believe it."
They sat companionably side by side, watching the dancers as she sipped her drink. "Why did you decide to break your rule about Almack's?" she asked him.
"Rule? It wasn't a rule. I just never wanted to set foot in the place."
"What changed your mind?"
"I decided we needed the appearance of a courtship."
"The appearance of a courtship?"
"Yes, to stop the nonsense being bruited about that you trapped me into marriage. Once people see me appearing to court you, they'll think otherwise."
"Oh, I see." Lily sipped her ratafia. It tasted more bitter than usual. Not a real courtship, but the appearance of one. He wasn't doing it for her, but for them. The anonymous gossips who had nothing better to do than try to ruin other people's lives. "Was that why you sent me flowers? And the book of poems?" She felt foolish now, having treasured them.
"Yes."
He frowned and looked down at her.
"And because I thought you'd like them, of course."
"Oh, I do. Thank you for your consideration."
"Are you all right?"
She forced a quick half-smile. "Perfectly all right, thank you."
"Good. You won't mind if I slip out now?"
No, not at all. Thank you for coming." She just wanted him gone so she could be alone with her thoughts. And her disappointment. She'd thought he was changing the habit of a lifetime for her sake. Instead, it was all for appearance. As was their betrothal. And her forthcoming marriage. She had to remember that. His plan made sense, but she didn't want a facsimile of a courtship. She wanted a real one. He stood, then hesitated, frowning down at her.
"Are you sure you're all right?"
"Yes, of course." She gave him a bright smile. He took his leave then, and Lily joined Em, who was looking a bit tired.
"I think I'll go home shortly,"
Em told her. "Aunt Agatha has said she'll look after you and the others and bring you home afterward." "I'll come with you," Lily told her. I'm getting a headache." The days flew past, filled with shopping, social engagements. The season didn't stop simply because Lily was getting married, and twice a week the literary society, which they all enjoyed as much for the new friends they were making there as for the stories. And there were dress fittings. Lily's dress was going to be the most beautiful dress she'd ever worn. She was even losing weight. Miss Chance had been forced to take some of the seams in. Lily was delighted. Everywhere she went, people offered their congratulations on her forthcoming marriage, and as Em had predicted, talk of her wedding began to eclipse the last remnants of rumour. All they needed now, George pointed out, was a nice juicy scandal involving someone else. Every day something arrived from Mr. Galbraith, mounting evidence of the appearance of courtship, she told herself. And every second day he took her out in public, always with George or Rose, making the point, forced marriage or not, he was courting Lady Lily Rutherford. He even took Aunt Dotty out driving with them one day. She'd arrived from Bath a week before the wedding. "Well done, my dear," she murmured to Lily after he handed them down from his phaeton. "He'll do very nicely." Today's gift was a small painted box. Lily lifted the lid and tinkling notes filled the air. "I suppose he's trying," Rose said in a grudging tone. Lily had told Rose and George what Edward had told her at Almack's. "I think it's lovely." Imitation courtships or not, Lily couldn't help but be touched by the gifts and the effort he was making. She'd arranged them around her bedchamber. Flowers, a puzzle, boxes of sweets, and a small china owl. That was her favourite. It was the most personal thing, recalling a moment only he and she knew the significance of. The night he'd kissed her. She still relived those kisses every night in the dark, in the privacy of her bed. She knew it was probably foolish, but she couldn't help herself. 3 days before the wedding, Em sought her out for a private chat. "I thought you might have 1 or 2 questions about being married," she said when they were alone. Blushing, Lily admitted she did. Em then explained to her exactly what would happen on the wedding night, and answered all of Lily's questions about it. She'd given it a great deal of thought since, unable really to imagine how, physically, it was possible, but Em had assured her that, though it might be a little uncomfortable at first, with practice it would get better and could even lead to a feeling of bliss. Lily thought of the way Edward had kissed her. That was bliss. "Is it better than kissing?" she asked. "Oh, yes." Em blushed rosily. It made Lily eager to find out for herself. Em also gave Lily some more general advice about being married, explaining that it had taken her and Cal a while, a lot of patience, and a good deal of compromise before they even began to be happy together. "We had quite a few quarrels at the beginning. Your brother is, as you know, terribly pig-headed, and well, I must admit I'm rather stubborn too." They both laughed. "And don't expect Mr. Galbraith to understand how you're feeling. Men usually need to have things explained to them." Lily soaked up all the advice, feeling rather proud that Em was talking to her woman to woman, instead of to the baby of the family. Em had been her teacher once, but now they were like sisters. "You know I have reservations about this marriage of yours, Lily dearest, but there is a time to let doubts go. I wish you all the best with it. There will be difficulties and misunderstandings. I don't believe it's possible to have a marriage without them. But if you care for your husband, and I think you do, you must be prepared to work and to change some of your ideas and beliefs in order to achieve happiness." She laughed. "Don't look so worried, my dear. I have every faith in you, and in your common sense and tenacity." A happy marriage is a creation of two individuals, not an arrangement brokered by two families. Make up your mind to be happy, and work to make it so." It was good, if daunting advice, and it was starting to come home to Lily that spending a few days with Edward in a carriage and a few hours here and there under the scrutiny of society was a long way from being married to him. What did she really know of him, after all? People had so many different sides to them. Would he feel, as those ladies at the literary society had said, trapped into marriage by her? She looked at Em. "And if I can't make it so, then you must take your happiness where you find it, in friendship, in family, and, with God's blessing, with your children. When I married your brother, I expected my whole happiness to reside in the friendship of you girls, and in any children I might have." She laid her hand on her belly and gave Lily a misty smile. "I expected a thimbleful of happiness, and instead I found an ocean. I wish the same for you, my dearest girl." Lily came away from their talk full of thought, and resolving that she would do her utmost to make her marriage a happy one. Thinking about Edward, recalling their kisses, and reflecting that the marriage bed was supposed to bring even greater bliss, she was determined to achieve, if not an ocean, at least a lake of happiness. Even a pond. 2 days before the wedding, Aunt Agatha announced she was taking Lily for a drive in the park. Alone. "Why me?" Lily muttered as she put on her smartest pelisse. "She just tries to peck me to pieces." "Not any more." Rose handed her her gloves and bonnet. "As far as she's concerned, you agreed to marry Galbraith in the teeth of opposition from the rest of us, which makes you her current pet. It won't last, so enjoy it while you can." "She probably wants to horrify you with gory tales of the wedding night," George said with a grin. In a very creditable imitation of Aunt Agatha's precise tones, she said, "Men are animals, girls, so close your eyes, open your legs, and conceive a son. Then the nasty business and your duty as a wife is done. I highly recommend the state of widowhood." Lily was still laughing as she went downstairs. As Aunt Agatha's elegant barouche drew away from the house, the old lady said, "We shall talk once we get to the park." They sat side by side in silence as the carriage wended its way through the busy London traffic. The minute the carriage passed through the gates of Hyde Park, Aunt Agatha turned to her. "I'll come straight to the point. I assume Emmeline has explained your duties on your wedding night?" Blushing, Lily said that Em had. "It's an unpleasantness we must all endure, and the best I can say of it is that it is quickly over. Galbraith should know his business, at least." Aunt Agatha gave her a sideways glance and sniffed. "I suppose Emmeline filled your head with nonsense about love, and quite forgot to instruct you in all the other duties." "It wasn't nonsense." "Don't be pert, girl. It is unbecoming. I have been married 3 times. You must concede that I know rather more about the institution than a sister-in-law who has not yet reached her first anniversary. There is Lady Bridlington on our right. Bow to her as we pass." "Yes, Aunt Agatha." Lily bowed, hoping it was to the right lady. The barouche continued on its way. "The kind of marriage you are about to undertake between a gentleman and a lady of the ton has a number of unspoken but nevertheless important rules. Your first duty is, of course, to provide your husband with heirs and a comfortable domestic situation, and not to shame or embarrass him in any way. And while we are on that subject, do not expect your husband to live in your pocket as your brother Ashenden does with Emmeline. It is unfashionable and quite unseemly." "I don't agree." "Be quiet, girl, and listen. Good afternoon, Lady Hunter. Such delightful weather. I do agree." Public displays of affection, such as those your brother and sister-in-law indulge in, are quite unacceptable in persons of our order. Anything of that sort is to be reserved wholly for the marriage bed, and even then it is better off ignored. But Cal and Em, pfft! Your brother spent most of his life at war, a totally uncivilized environment, and Emmeline, though a good enough woman in her way, was, after all, only a teacher. Her father is a baronet. Exactly, not even a member of the peerage. Now will you listen and stop interrupting? You are a daughter of an earl, and your standards should be higher. There is that Miss Peel waving at us, daughter of a mushroom. Such appalling manners. Ignore her. Lily sent a shy smile to Miss Peel as the barouche swept past. Aunt Agatha continued, Do not be forever hanging on Galbraith's arm, wanting him to escort you thither and yon. Nothing bores a husband quicker than an overly dependent wife. You must make your own life, and he will continue on with his. A husband's life changes very little with marriage. A wife's changes completely. Ah, there is the Duchess of Dinstable, a charming girl. Bow. Lily bowed to the pretty young Duchess, and the stream of instruction continued. You are responsible for your husband's domestic comfort. Run your household well, be strict with your servants, and plan your meals entirely around his likes and dislikes. Don't bother him over breakfast. Nothing irritates a man more than female chatter in the morning. Better still, take your breakfast separately. She gave Lily a critical sideways glance. In fact, a girl of your build would do well to skip breakfast entirely. Lily had no intention of obeying that one. She adored her hot chocolate and pastries for breakfast, or a boiled egg followed by toast and honey, or bacon and— Are you listening to me, girl? Yes, Aunt Agatha. Never contradict your husband, or openly disagree with him. He will frequently be wrong-headed, and in error. It is a male failing, but never point it out to him. Appear to accept his view, and quietly do as you think best. The instructions kept coming. Lily let them flow over her. Aunt Agatha's seemed a rather grim and joyless view of marriage, and yet she'd married 3 times. Finally, when you discover your husband has a mistress, you will— A mistress? The old lady made an airy gesture. Pish-tash, don't sound so horrified. All men have them. The male sex is incapable of fidelity, but that's of little importance. Now, at some stage, when Galbraith inherits the title, he will take his seat in Parliament, and in that case— A flow of instructions followed. Lily took little notice. Why was male fidelity or infidelity of such little importance? Men expected women to be faithful, so why could women not expect the same? She thought about Edward and those house parties he attended. Would he honour his marriage vows, or break them, as Aunt Agatha seemed to expect? That covers the basics, Aunt Agatha finished. Do you have any questions? Lily did. You've covered all the things I need to do to make my husband happy. What should he do for me? Aunt Agatha turned to her in amazement. What a foolish question. He marries you, of course, and thus he provides you with his name, a home, a position in society, and an allowance for the rest of your life. What more could a girl like you possibly want? A good deal more than that, Lily thought. The following day, an unexpected visitor called on Lily. He was a stranger, but the moment Lily set eyes on the tall, spare, white-haired old gentleman whom Em was about to usher into the drawing-room, she knew who he must be. She hurried down the stairs to greet him. You must be Edward's grandfather, Lord Galbraith. The likeness is unmistakable. To see the elegant old gentleman was to know how Edward would look in 40 or 50 years. How do you do, sir? I'm delighted to meet you. Her gaze wandered past him to where Burton was just closing the front door. "Edward isn't with you?"
"No, he doesn't know I'm here. The silly fellow thought you'd be too busy making last-minute bridal arrangements to deal with callers, but I'm afraid I couldn't wait to meet my granddaughter-to-be. Tell me I'm a nuisance and I'll go away at once."
He smiled down at her, knowing perfectly well she couldn't tell him any such thing. Lily laughed. "Of course you're not. Besides, there's really not all that much to arrange. My dress is ready, my trousseau is packed, and I would much rather spend time getting to know you than anything."
"Then may an old man request the pleasure of your company for a drive through the park? It's such a glorious day, it's a shame to waste it by staying inside."
He glanced at Em, who nodded her permission. "Thank you," Lily said. "I'll run and fetch my pelisse. Won't be a moment." She hurried upstairs, a little nervous at being alone with Edward's only relative. She didn't know very much about him, but could tell from the way Edward had spoken of him once or twice that he was fond of his grandfather. She wanted so much for him to like her. By the time she returned, he'd been joined by Rose and George. He turned to her as she arrived.
"These charming young ladies have been telling me you all ride in the park each morning."
"Most mornings," Lily agreed, "not when it's wet."
"I'm delighted to hear it. Not enough young ladies ride these days. My dear wife was an excellent rider, and I myself still enjoy the hunt. When you come down to Shields, we'll take you on some fine rides. It's the best way, I think the only way, to explore it."
Shields was the family estate.
"Shall you and my boy come to Shields on your honeymoon?"
He sounded a little hesitant, a little hopeful. "I'm not sure where exactly Edward's planned for us to go. He mentioned somewhere called Tremaine Park." She didn't really mind where it was. To be truthful, she hadn't thought past the wedding night. The whole question of it had been giving her some sleepless hours.
"Oh, I see. Quite a distance from Shields, then."
The old man sounded a little downhearted. Then he smiled at her.
"Shall we go? This weather cannot last."
He bowed to Em and the two girls, assured them he was very much looking forward to seeing them at the wedding on the morrow, and offered Lily his arm. A smart landau waited outside, pulled by a pair of matched bays. A liveried driver doffed his hat to Lily. Lord Galbraith waved away the groom who was waiting to assist them, helping Lily into the landau himself. He climbed in after her, fairly spry for a man of his age. As soon as they were settled, he signalled the driver to move on.
"Now then, Lily, you don't mind if I call you Lily, do you? Tell me how you and my grandson met."
She told him how she'd met Edward first at her brother's wedding and liked the look of him then. Lord Galbraith smiled, nodded, and waited. Lily hesitated, not knowing whether she should tell him the story of her abduction. They'd all worked so hard to keep it secret.
"I understand he was able to help you when you got into difficulties recently,"
the old man said gently.
"Of course, if you don't wish to talk about it."
"No, it's quite all right." Relieved not to have to prevaricate, she explained how bravely Edward had driven off her abductor and rescued her, and how he'd turned back from his house party in order to take care of her. When she'd finished, the old man said delicately,
"I understand this is a somewhat hasty marriage. My grandson didn't—"
"No!" She was distressed that he could even suspect such a thing. He is the soul of honour. She explained in great detail how he'd looked after her, and ended by reiterating how noble, brave, heroic, and kind Edward had been. When she'd finished, there was a short silence. Then he took her hand in his.
"You love my grandson, don't you?"
Lily nodded, unable to speak.
"Thank God! Thank God!"
He pulled out a large handkerchief and blew fiercely into it.
"Forgive an old man's foolishness, my dear. It's just that—"
He wiped his eyes and blew again.
"I've waited so long for my boy to find the right woman. I even tried to force his hand once, and that would have been a disaster."
"Please don't say anything to him about what I just told you," Lily said anxiously. "It isn't that kind of marriage. He doesn't love me, and I would hate to embarrass him with unwanted declarations."
"Every marriage is unique, my dear. Don't let anyone tell you what yours is, no matter what the original motivation."
He squeezed her hand sympathetically.
"But it's a rocky path you walk. My grandson is a hard nut to crack these days."
"These days?" He nodded.
"He came to me as a young-un, 6 or 7 years old. A quiet little chap, I thought him, sickly and undersized."
He gave a reminiscent smile.
"Well, that soon changed. I let him run wild at Shields, and he thrived on it."
He told me he used to play at being Robin Hood with his merry men in the forest behind the house.
"Did he now? Did he indeed?"
He eyed her thoughtfully.
"I'll take that as a promising sign. From all I can make out, he never talks of the past."
"That's really all he told me," she said apologetically. The old man sighed.
"He left home when he was not quite 18. An open-hearted, mischievous boy, a little wild to be sure, but good-hearted."
"He's still good-hearted." He patted her hand absently.
"I don't know what happened to change him. Well, I do, of course. The war is full of horrors, and whatever he faced over there, fighting against Boney's forces, when he came home, well, came back to England, there was nothing left of that wild, merry boy of mine."
"He didn't tell you what his war was like?"
"Not a word. He never came home again."
"I don't understand." Lord Galbraith turned to look her full in the face.
"He hasn't set foot on Shields land since he left to follow the drum."
"You mean he hasn't visited you? Not since he was 18? Lily was horrified. She'd been certain Edward loved his grandfather.
"Don't look at me like that. There's been no split between us that I know of. He writes to me regularly. He always has since he went away to school. He's an excellent correspondent as long as you don't want to know anything personal. But if I want to see him, I have to come to London or meet him in Bath, as we did once. Never at Shields."
Lily didn't know what to say. There was a world of hurt and bewilderment in the old man's eyes. "He fought very bravely in the war," she offered hesitantly.
"Oh, yes, mentioned in dispatches a number of times. Not that he'll ever speak of it."
He glanced at her.
"His commanding officer, General Aldenworth, once congratulated me on my grandson's bravery, then added that it was his considered opinion that the reason for my boy's acts of heroism was that he didn't much care whether he lived or died. Cut deep, that did."
Lord Galbraith gave a heavy sigh.
"I think the fellow might have been right."
They were passing a marketplace. Lily gazed out over the colourful stalls, seeing nothing. Could that be true? That Edward didn't care whether he lived or died? And if it had been true during wartime, surely it wouldn't be true now, when everyone was at peace and he was back safe in England. Then again there was that bleak look she'd noticed several times when he thought himself unobserved and his thoughts were miles away. But he'd never gone home again. Why?
"Gracious me, what am I doing? Sharing such gloomy thoughts with my grandson's lovely bride-to-be on the eve of her wedding. Forgive an old man's maundering, my dear. Let us talk of merrier things. Is everything arranged for tomorrow? Oh, and I almost forgot. I have a little something for you."
He fished in a pocket and came out with a rather worn box.
"It's a pearl set that belonged to my dear wife. Necklace, bracelet, and the other thingamy. She wore them on our wedding day. Of course I had 'em all cleaned and restrung for you. Just a trifle, really. There are much grander jewels waiting for you at Shields, if you ever get there. Entailed, of course, but if you'd prefer—"
"These are beautiful, Lord Galbraith. I couldn't wish for anything nicer," Lily assured him. "My wedding dress is cream satin and lace, and these pearls will be perfect, and they will mean so much more to me because they're family pearls, and they come—" She hesitated a little before saying it. "With love."
"They do indeed. Thank you, my dear. You've made an old man very happy."
His grey-green eyes, so like his grandson's, were bright with unshed tears.
"Be patient with that young man of mine, won't you? And if he doesn't treat you right, then you just come to me. I'll soon sort him out."
They both laughed, though it was a little forced.
"Now then, it's a glorious day. How about we stop off at Gunter's for an ice? It's been a long time since I've had the opportunity to treat a pretty girl. I hope you're as fond of ices as I am."
An ice, Lily agreed, would be perfect. On impulse, she slipped her arm through Lord Galbraith's. "I'm so glad we've been able to talk like this before the wedding, Lord Galbraith."
"So am I, my dear, so am I. And perhaps one day you could call me Grandpapa."
After a delicious brown bread ice, followed by a cup of tea, Lord Galbraith took her home. The next time she saw him would be at her wedding. Lily found Aunt Dotty waiting for her when she got in.
"Did you have a nice outing, my dear?"
"Yes, lovely. Lord Galbraith was very kind. Did you want something, Aunt Dotty?"
"Just a quick word with you about tomorrow."
"Yes, of course, Aunt Dotty. Shall we go into the sitting-room?" Lily resigned herself to yet another long list of advice for a new bride. It was ironic, as Aunt Dotty had never been married.
"Oh, heavens no, it won't take that long. Weddings get so busy. I was worried I wouldn't have time to talk to you in private, and what I have to say is so important I wanted to have your full attention."
Lily smiled. Aunt Dotty was such a sweetheart. You have it now. The plump little snowy-haired woman took Lily's hands in hers.
"It's just this. I know everyone's been telling you what to think and what to do. All I want you to do is trust your own instincts, my love. Don't let anyone tell you what you feel. Listen only to your heart."
She gazed earnestly up at Lily.
"And remember this. Love is never wrong. Never. Will you promise to remember?"
"I will, dearest Aunt Dotty." Lily hugged her aunt and kissed her on the cheek. "My very favourite aunt." Aunt Dotty had taken the place of a mother after Mamma had died, and Rose and Lily had been sent away to school. Aunt Dotty chuckled.
"Not a great deal of competition, is there?" "Aggie's got bossier and more critical than ever. But I don't let her worry me, and you shouldn't either. She means well, I'm sure."
Chapter 14. Know your own happiness. Want for nothing but patience. Or give it a more fascinating name. Call it hope. Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility. The night before her wedding, Lily slept barely a wink. The echoes of all the advice she'd been given circled in her mind. It may be a little uncomfortable at first. Never contradict your husband. A feeling of bliss. Skip breakfast entirely. Take your happiness where you find it. With practice it would get better. Nothing bores a husband quicker than an overly dependent wife. Bliss. It seemed as though she'd only just fallen asleep when George was there, pulling back the curtains, saying, "Wake up, sleepyhead. Time to be up." "Go away, George. It's my wedding day. I'm sleeping in."
"No, you're not," George said briskly. "If you lie here thinking about what is to come, you'll just wait and worry. I know you. So get up. We're going to the park."
"I don't want to ride out. Besides, it looks wet." The sky outside was leaden with the promise of rain.
"A tiny hint of drizzle won't hurt you. Now come on. You need to get your blood moving so you'll be a fresh and glowing bride."
George reached for the bedcovers and ruthlessly pulled them back. There was no resisting George in this mood, and besides, she was right. There really wasn't a lot for Lily to do to get ready for her wedding. A bath, do her hair, and get dressed. Everything else was in other hands. Lily rose, put on her habit, and hurried downstairs to where Kirk, their Scottish groom, was waiting with the horses. He tossed each of them into their saddles, and they rode off. It was cold, and the rain came down in fitful spatters, but Lily was glad in the end that she'd come riding. It would be the last morning the three of them would ride out together as unmarried girls. They reached Hyde Park and found it virtually deserted because of the miserable weather, so George immediately took advantage of the lack of witnesses to urge them into a race. She won it, of course, by a half-length, but by the time they'd circled the park and reached the designated end-of-race tree, they were breathless and laughing.
"Aren't you glad you came now?" George said.
Lily's blood was singing in her veins. She felt marvellous.
"Oh, no! We've got to get out of here!"
Rose was looking over Lily's shoulder.
"No, don't look!" she exclaimed as Lily started to turn. "It's Galbraith and his grandfather. I said don't look! It's bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding."
Without hesitation, George pulled off her coat and slung it over Lily's head.
"Oh, George, what are you? He can't see you now. Give me your reins."
George took the reins from Lily's hands and, laughing, they rode quickly home, making a large detour around the park to avoid her husband-to-be, while Lily tried to explain between giggles and through the muffling layers of coat that it was the dress he wasn't supposed to see, not the bride. Once home, Lily found her bridal gown laid out ready on her bed, a hot bath steaming gently, and Em and Aunt Dotty waiting anxiously.
"Hurry along, girls,"
Em said.
"Only 2 hours before the wedding."
"He's inside, waiting at the altar."
George had peeped into the church when they'd arrived. Rose and Em gave the last tweaks to Lily's dress, an exquisite confection of lace over cream satin. Miss Chance had outdone herself, and a coronet of silk flowers which anchored a lace veil. One last adjustment of the veil, and Em went inside. Lily was trembling like a leaf. Aunt Dotty took Lily's white-gloved hands in hers and squeezed them affectionately.
"Stop worrying, darling girl. I have one of my feelings about this marriage. It's all going to work out beautifully. Now, go in there, marry that handsome man, and remember what I told you."
Then she too went inside the church. "What did she tell you?" Rose asked.
"I can't remember."
Lily lied. Love is never wrong. How did Aunt Dotty know she loved Edward?
"You can still escape," Rose told her. "You don't have to do this, Lily."
Yes, she did. Lily took a deep breath and stepped inside the church. It smelled of wood polish, brass cleaner, and flowers. There was a dramatic musical chord from the organ and a rustling in the congregation as people stood and heads turned. A sea of faces, a mixed blur of goodwill and curiosity. All Lily saw was Edward, waiting at the end of the aisle, tall and solemn, and so darkly handsome it made her want to weep.
"Go on then, if you must,"
Rose murmured from behind her, and Lily began the walk down the aisle.
"Dearly beloved."
She'd taken off her gloves for the ceremony. His hand was warm. Hers felt frozen. She was shaking worse than ever. He kept hold of her hand and rubbed his thumb over it in a soothing rhythm, back and forth. Slow, steady, reassuring. She glanced up at him, saw him watching her, and managed a small smile.
"Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?"
Cal stepped forward, her big brother.
"I do. Wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband?"
Her throat felt dry, but she managed to say, "I will." Her hand was shaking so badly he found it difficult to slip the ring onto her finger. For a moment there she thought he might drop it, but he gripped it firmly, and then it slipped on, still warm from his body and fitting perfectly. And then he spoke in that deep voice of his that somehow shivered through to her bones.
"With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow."
With my body. She swallowed and thought of what Em had told her. Bliss. Or what Aunt Agatha had said, an unpleasantness we must all endure. Tonight she would find out for herself.
"I pronounce that they be man and wife."
There, it was done. She was a married woman. The rest of the service that followed, the prayers, a short sermon and communion, passed over Lily in somewhat of a haze. But the shock of having to sign the register jerked her out of it.
"Sign your name, my dear,"
the vicar told her, indicating a heavy-bound book. Lily stared blankly at the page, the words doing their usual slippery thing, resisting her comprehension. She stood staring down at it in silent panic. Where to write her name? Was she going to have to confess here and now on her wedding day in front of her new groom and in the sight of God and his minister that she was a defective creature who could not read?
"Just here,"
the vicar said kindly, and placed his finger on the place where she was to sign. She seized the pen, dipped it into the ink, and quickly wrote her name. Or should she have signed it as Lily Galbraith? She stared down at her signature, frozen with dread. Would she have to sign again? How did you spell Galbraith? Why hadn't she thought of that? She knew girls did that, wrote out their married name or the name of the man they hoped to marry over and over, but she hadn't.
"That's right, my dear."
The minister reached across her to blot the ink, and Lily jumped. He smiled.
"Wedding nerves. Most ladies suffer from them. Never mind, Mrs. Galbraith. It's all over now."
Mrs. Galbraith. She was married. Lily ate very little at her wedding breakfast. She was too tense. But because others kept urging her to eat, she nibbled on an almond biscuit, had a spoonful of some creamy chicken dish, and ate the corner of a small pastry and a few early-season strawberries soaked in sugar syrup, because they were still a little tart. It wasn't a particularly large gathering, but it seemed every single person there wanted to speak to her, to give her advice or make jests about marriage, some rather too warm to spare Lily's blushes. And what with all the merriment and the champagne for the toasts, her head was soon spinning. They cut the cake and drank the final toast. Then it was time for Lily to go upstairs and change into a travelling costume. Edward had arranged for them to stay at a country house belonging to a friend of his a short distance from Brighton, which meant a journey of 5 or 6 hours. Lily had never seen the sea and was excited by the prospect. It was raining outside, so most people crowded into the entry hall to bid the bride and groom farewell and good luck. And only Cal, Em, Rose, George, and Lord Galbraith ventured outside to make the final farewell. A last round of hugs, kisses, good wishes, and a few tears, and Lily turned to climb into the travelling chaise. Aunt Dotty suddenly rushed out, oblivious of the damp, and hugged Lily convulsively. "It's all going to be splendid, darling girl, trust me." She glanced at Edward standing tall and solemn, holding up an umbrella to protect his bride, and added, "And remember what I said." Edward handed Lily into the carriage, signalled his driver, and they pulled away to a chorus of shouts and well-wishes. Lily leaned out the window, waving, until the carriage had turned a corner and they were all out of sight.
"Well, that's done," he said when she resumed her seat. "Went off rather well, I thought."
"Yes." Lily smiled. Ridiculously, she could think of nothing to say. She felt suddenly shy, couldn't even meet his eyes. Edward tucked a fur rug around her. He pulled out a book.
"Shall I read to you?"
"Not just now, thank you. I'm a little tired."
"I'm not surprised. Being abducted and married all in one morning."
"Abducted?" He put the book away and pulled out a different one.
"Wasn't that you I saw in the park this morning with your sister and niece, being abducted with a bag over your head?"
She laughed. "It was a coat, not a bag. But you're quite mistaken, sir. According to my sister, it's very bad luck for a groom to see his bride before a wedding. She's wrong, of course. But in case she's not, whoever they were abducting, it couldn't possibly have been me."
"Of course not,"
he agreed instantly.
"I didn't see a thing. Peculiar habits your relatives have. I think my grandfather might have seen something, but grandfathers don't count, do they?"
"Not a bit. He's very nice, your grandfather. We had a lovely talk yesterday, and he took me for an ice at Gunter's."
"Yes, he's a good old stick. He's very pleased about this wedding. He's been trying to marry me off for ages. Even tried to hoax me with a deathbed wish once, but fortunately it didn't come off."
He glanced at her and added,
"He seems very taken with you. Was singing your praises to me, even over and above his natural predisposition to like any respectable lady who could get me to the altar."
Lily wasn't sure whether to feel flattered or not. She didn't much like being referred to as a respectable lady, even if she was. As for getting him to the altar, a little reminder was required there. "Yes, Aunt Agatha feels much the same about you. Delighted with anyone who'd be willing to marry me. Silly, really, when we've both been trapped into this." Edward frowned, seemed about to say something, then picked up his book, opened it to a page he'd marked with a bit of paper, and started to read. Lily would have liked to hear more about his grandfather's earlier attempt to get Edward married, but he'd signalled the end of that conversation by becoming absorbed in his book, and she didn't like to interrupt. The carriage threaded its way through the London traffic. Lily watched the passing scenery. She hadn't lived in London very long, and there was always something to see. But in no time at all they were out in the countryside. She kicked off her shoes, tucked her feet up under her, pulled the fur rug around her, and curled up in the corner and tried to sleep. Pretended to sleep, really. It should have been easier to make conversation with Edward now that they were husband and wife, but somehow it wasn't. All those lessons at school on the art of conversation, what use were they now? As he read, she watched him from beneath her lashes. His eyes scanned each line, each page, so swiftly, his long fingers turning the pages with calm deliberation. Such elegant, masculine fingers. His mouth was beautiful, too, firm, cleanly cut lips. She recalled the taste of those lips. She would taste them again tonight. She snuggled deeper into the furs. He glanced up at her, turned a page, and crossed his legs. For the journey he'd changed into buckskin breeches and boots. The soft chamois leather of his breeches clung to his thighs, horseman's thighs, long, lean, and hard. She shivered, but not from the cold. She wasn't sure which she preferred him in, breeches and boots, or the severe black and white formal attire he'd worn for their wedding. Any way you dressed him, he was magnificent. And he was her husband. A little thrill of excitement passed through her. Ned stared at the print and turned the pages blindly, taking in almost nothing of what he was reading, pretending to read. He'd tried very hard to concentrate on his book, but it just wasn't possible, not with Lily curled up on the seat opposite, swathed in that fur rug, watching him surreptitiously. He'd become aware of her subtle surveillance shortly after they'd passed out of London and were bowling smoothly along the Brighton road, her gaze like a light breath of warm air, almost a touch. It was damnably distracting. She was so unself-consciously sensual in everything she did, whether it was eating — he'd never forget the way she'd relished that pudding at the inn that time, licking every last morsel of sweetness off her spoon — or simply kicking off her shoes, tucking her small, white-stockinged feet beneath her and curling up on the seat. Almost an invitation in itself, and all with the most innocent air. Genuine innocence, too, though not for long. He forced his mind away from the night to come. She sighed and shifted her position, a rustle of silk sliding over flesh. The way she snuggled into that wretched fur rug, evoking memories of her almost naked beneath that same rug. How could any man concentrate on a dry old book? He should have given her a nice, thick woolen blanket. There was nothing evocative or sensual about wool, especially next to the skin, though he supposed it depended on the skin. Hers was satin smooth and silky to the touch, cool on the surface and warm beneath. Her eyes appeared closed, her lashes a delicate sweep of darkness fluttering against creamy skin. He crossed his legs and closed his eyes briefly as a blush rose softly on her cheeks. She wasn't asleep. Arousal swirled through him, and he stared out the window, willing himself savagely under control. This was neither the time nor the place. When he took her, he intended to be restrained, disciplined, fully in control of himself, his appetites firmly leashed. Not only because she was a virgin and deserved his consideration, but also because he didn't want to raise expectations in her breast. There was a light in her eyes when she looked at him sometimes that made him wary, unsettled. She needed to learn that despite their first encounter, the real one, not her brother's wedding, he was nobody's hero. It was dangerous, worse, foolhardy, for anyone to place their happiness in his hands. He always let people down, those who loved him most of all. Eventually she did fall asleep. He could tell by the way her body softened and her breathing became deep and even. In sleep she was as sensual as ever. She had hopes of him, he could tell. He would set her straight tonight. That was what a honeymoon was for, to get things settled, establish the rules, clarify the expectations, limit them. He watched her sleeping, her chest rising and falling. She was so young and vulnerable, but also strong, he reminded himself. The sun hung low in the sky, and as the carriage turned into a driveway between two tall stone pillars and rattled over a small bridge, Lily awoke, looking adorably mussed. "Are we here?" She yawned and stretched and looked out the window. "Oh, so this is Tremaine Park. What a pretty house! And the garden is charming." She tidied her hair, unsuccessfully. Tawny curls sprang in all directions, crammed her hat over them and put her shoes back on. In the middle of pulling on her gloves, she started and turned a guilt-stricken face toward him. "Oh, I didn't even ask you about your friends. Quickly, Edward, tell me who we're staying with."
He laughed. "It's all right. My friend Tremaine is not here. He's gone to Paris for a couple of months. We have the place entirely to ourselves." He didn't add that Tremaine had taken his mistress with him. It occurred to him that he probably shouldn't have brought her here. Tremaine was far from respectable. It was a sign of how Galbraith's life was going to change, now he had the responsibility of a wife.
"Not quite to ourselves," Lily murmured, as servants spilled from the house to meet them. The very respectable-looking butler, a neat, older woman who he presumed was the housekeeper, 2 footmen and a couple of maids emerged from the front door to greet them. Several grooms came running around the side. Edward had arranged for his own valet and a maid for Lily to travel ahead with their luggage. They came out to welcome the newlyweds too. After introductions, the housekeeper conducted them to a large suite of rooms, where hot water and Lily's maid awaited her. Ned was in the adjoining room. There was a connecting door between them. He poked his head around it.
"Everything to your satisfaction, Lily?"
He jerked his head at the maid, who hastily made herself scarce. Lily stood stiffly in front of the bed, as if hiding something from him, and said in a subdued voice, "Yes, thank you." She swallowed, and, seeming to feel the need to say something else, added, "I can see the sea from my window, through the trees." She was very pale. Was she ill? He strolled into the room, wondering what she was concealing on the bed.
"Yes, the beach is quite close. I've ordered dinner for an hour's time. The dining room is on the floor below this. Do you want me to collect you, or will I send someone?"
"I'll find it." He came closer, and she stiffened.
"Is something the matter?"
he asked her. "No." Her voice squeaked. He sauntered toward the window and cast a quick glance at the bed. Ah! A very filmy nightgown lay draped on the bed, which had already been turned down. Damn the convention that kept brides ignorant until their wedding night. He glanced at her again. Her skin was chalky pale, and now that he was looking, he could see she was trembling. Did she expect him to pounce on her without warning? To rip her clothes off and have his wicked way with her? She might. Surely her sister-in-law had explained it all to her. Though women were strangely inhibited about such things, why, he had never understood. Men weren't. Yet from what he gathered, few women even knew what to expect from childbirth, even though the bearing of an heir was a woman's premier role in life. Lily had been to boarding school, he recollected. Some girls' school in Bath. Hordes of schoolgirls had attended her brother's wedding, he remembered. No doubt those school friends of hers had filled her ears with lurid tales of gory wedding nights. Girls' schools were hotbeds of misinformation, the more dramatic the better, and the spinsters who ran them were no doubt just as ignorant. Or worse, men-haters. No doubt she'd been taught that all men were ravening beasts who couldn't control their carnal appetites. One of his flirts had told him that on her wedding night she'd expected to be practically disemboweled. The reality was such a letdown, she'd told him, laughing. That was another reason for such secrecy and misinformation. It suited many men to have their brides ignorant. If a bride had no expectation of pleasure, the men's skills were not called into question. Ned had no patience with it. In his experience, women whose husbands didn't satisfy them wandered, and brides who were mishandled often became reluctant bedfellows. He wasn't having his own bride seek her pleasure elsewhere, nor did he want her reluctantly enduring his attentions for the sake of airs and duty. Damn it! He'd planned to go out for a good hard ride before dinner, exercise some of the tension out of his body so that he'd be in absolute control tonight. But he couldn't leave her here like this.
trembling bravely before him, imagining God knew what, and letting her anxieties multiply. He indicated the flimsy peach and lace confection spread out suggestively on the bed. "You won't be needing that until much later this evening," he said casually. "Come and look at this view." She swallowed convulsively and came toward him. He slipped an arm around her waist and drew her closer. He pointed. "Over there is Brighton. We'll go there tomorrow or the next day. You will want to see the Royal Pavilion, of course. It has to be seen to be believed. It's still being added to. The Prince Regent has... well, you'll see. As well, there's shopping. Brighton may be small, but it has many elegant and fashionable shops. I think you'll enjoy the lanes, too." As he gestured and pointed with one hand, he soothed and stroked with the other, as if unaware. "The lanes?" "A delightful rabbit warren of shopping delights. You'll want to return with some small gifts for your family, I presume." Yes, I would." "It's very warm in here. Let me help you unbutton your pelisse." Without waiting for her reply, he turned her toward him and began undoing the buttons that ran down the front of her pelisse. "Oh, but you don't need—" She caught her breath as his knuckles brushed across her breasts. Her nipples rose. He pretended not to notice and kept undoing buttons. He kept talking, distracting her from his roaming hands. "Have you ever been dipped in the sea? It's supposed to be very healthful, though if you ask me it looks rather grim. Some of those female dippers look like wrestlers to me." He brushed his hands over her breasts again. "Do you swim at all? I could teach you when the weather warms up a bit." "Swim? No, I don't." She shivered, but this time he didn't think it was nerves. "Now, let's get this off you." He slipped the pelisse off her shoulders and tossed it on a nearby chair. "We might ride to the beach tomorrow if the weather is fine. My friend Tremaine keeps a fine stable, and he said we were to ride as often as we want." Tremaine, of course, had laced the offer with double entendres. "Did you bring your riding habit with you?" I think so." She looked vaguely around, but he turned her around to look out the window. "Can you see that slight hill over there?" She craned her neck to see where he was indicating, and he began to unhook her gown. "What are you—" "Making you more comfortable." He planted a warm kiss on her velvet soft nape, and she sighed and arched against him. He slipped his hands around her and stroked her breasts through the fabric of her dress. There were innumerable layers between his hands and her softness, but he could feel the hard, aroused points of her nipples. He scratched them gently and felt her shiver. He nuzzled her neck, nibbling on her skin, and she murmured her pleasure and leaned back against him. His fingers flew, unhooking her dress rapidly. It fell apart, revealing the lovely line of her back and the nasty, tight bindings of her corset. How he hated corsets! Women didn't need them. How women could bear to be laced in, their lovely soft flesh tortured and pushed into some stupid, unnatural shape. He started on the hooks of her corset. "Oh, but I'll need that," she said. "What for?" "If we're going riding before dinner." "We are, but trust me, you'll be better off without it." He attacked her corset, undoing hooks, tugging free the laces. It, too, fell open, and he slipped it off her and tossed it, unheeding, across the room. Vile thing. Her smooth white skin was creased with red lines from where the blasted thing had bitten into her. He ran his tongue along each crease, warming, soothing, sucking the taste of her entering his blood. Edward. She sagged against him, gripping the window-sill to support herself.
Now all she wore was a chemise, a delicate flimsy thing through which her skin glowed, and her stockings. No drawers. God give him strength. He gave silent thanks for her girls' school upbringing that taught that only fast girls wore drawers. He ran his hand down over her hips, caressing the lush curves of her backside through the soft fabric, and moaned. He was as hard as a rock. He breathed deeply, fighting for control. Slowly he turned her around to face him. Oh, Lord, the chemise hid nothing, caressed her ripe curves in a pretense of modesty that flaunted her beauty even as it teasingly veiled it. Creamy gossamer, cut low at the neck, a generous, tantalizing scoop barely covering a gorgeous pair of breasts, clinging to the rosy, hard points of her nipples. He groaned, wanting to rip it off her, to fling her back on the bed and plunge into her, into that warm place hidden beneath the shadowy dark smudge at the apex of her thighs, and to bury his face in those breasts. "Steady, Ned." Her eyes devoured him, luminous with questions, her mouth ripe, plum-dark and satiny. He cupped her face between his hands and brushed his mouth over hers once, twice, inhaling her breath, her sweetness. He would have moved back then, but she twined her arms around his neck and drew him closer as she opened her mouth to receive him. Taste him. His blood surged, pumping hard and hot through a body rigid and shaking with unfulfilled desire. His control was slipping. He had to leash it. He slipped his fingers through her hair, sending pins flying. The scent of her hair, sweet as a summer night, blurred his awareness as her soft curls tumbled around them. He ravished her mouth with deep, deliberate kisses, struggling to maintain a semblance of restraint, while she unravelled him with kisses that were eager and innocent and luscious. He slid his hands over her buttocks, around her hips, sliding ever upward until he reached her breasts. He caressed them, their weight sweet and ripe in his hands. She gasped as he trailed his knuckles over her aching hard nipples. She shuddered under the feather-light touch, thrusting herself against him. "Again!" she gasped. "Again!" Her words fuel to his flame. He bent and took a rosy nipple in his mouth, laving it with his tongue, teasing and sucking. She gripped his hair in damp, frantic fingers, holding him to her, half collapsed against him. In one swift movement he gripped the hem of the chemise and pulled it up over her head. He dropped it on the floor and stared at her, this lush, ripe beauty, his bride. Her hands came up to cover herself in a move as old as Venus, and as enticing. "No, don't," he rasped, catching her hands. "Don't hide from me. You're beautiful." Her face quivered with some emotion. He swept her up in his arms and in 3 steps had her on the bed. He stood back, feasting his eyes on her, breathing like a drowning man. She moistened her lips and gazed up at him, her eyes huge and liquid. She held her arms out to him. Her thighs trembled, then parted a little, and he could wait no longer. He ripped open his breeches, parted her legs, and entered her with one slow thrust. She arched beneath him and stiffened, and he fought for the last shred of control, holding himself still while her untried body struggled to adjust to him. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her face contorted in a grimace that cut him to the soul. Cursing himself, barely able to think for the battle he was waging to slow his body, to hold back until she was ready, he slipped his hand between them and caressed her gently, seeking the little nubbin he ought to have attended to much earlier. Her stiffness gradually softened. His fingers stroked and teased, and he felt her gasp and quiver in response. Faint shudders began deep within her, and he could hold back no more. He began to move, thrusting deep and hard, again and again, as the primeval rhythm took hold. The waves swallowed him, and he was lost. The last thing he remembered was his shout as he climaxed and collapsed on top of her, oblivious. Chapter 15. The desire of the man is for the woman, but the desire of the woman is for the desire of the man. Madame de Stael. Slowly Ned came to himself. He had no idea how much time had passed. Lily lay still and silent under him, breathing softly, her eyes closed. He was still deeply embedded in her. He carefully withdrew and rolled off her, and realized to his mortification that he was still fully clothed, still wearing his boots and coat, with only his breeches undone and his manhood shamefully exposed. And that she lay naked, but for her white silk stockings, looking wholly enticing, and he should not be thinking such a thing, not when he'd just ravished her like a brute. But she was flushed and rosy, all curves and female lusciousness, and those white stockings that ended halfway up her plump thighs framed a sweet temptation. Her eyes fluttered open, and he averted his gaze. He sat up, turned away, and buttoned his breeches. "Are you all right?" His back was still turned. He wasn't ready to face her. "Oh, yes, thank you." She sounded vague, abstracted. He rose and walked across to where the cord hung down for the servant's bell. He pulled it and, bracing himself, turned to face her. She was sitting up in bed, her knees bent and the covers pulled up around her. A froth of lace and peach silk peeped out. She must have pulled her nightgown on in the few seconds he'd had his back turned. Her arms were locked around her knees and her chin rested on them. She was watching him, her expression thoughtful. "What are you thinking?" She blinked as if he'd woken her. "Oh, nothing much, just thinking." "About what?" As if he didn't know, but he needed to get it out in the open, find out just how much damage he'd done. He'd been so taken up with his own pleasure, he couldn't even recall what he'd done, if anything, to ensure hers. Unforgivable carelessness with any virgin, let alone his bride. About... A blush crept over her skin. "I didn't know. Well, I suppose you can't really until—" She broke off and took a steadying breath. "It's nothing, really, just—" "I fear I was a bit hasty," he began stiffly. But she wasn't listening. It was extraordinary. Extraordinary good or extraordinary bad? Ned wanted to ask, but he'd never been the kind of coxcomb who elicited, let alone demanded, praise from his lovers. If a man couldn't tell whether he'd satisfied a woman, he'd never had any difficulty knowing before, but today... He swallowed. Time to be a man. "We're going to be doing this often, and if you are to enjoy it, you need to tell me how you feel about what we do. We'll get it right eventually." The women he'd lain with in the past had no hesitation in telling him what they preferred. He didn't see why his wife couldn't learn to do the same. "Oh." Her face flamed, and she pressed her palms against her cheeks as if to cool them. "Very well, I'll try." She thought for a minute, and her brow furrowed. "It's hard to know, you see, being my first time, and how to explain. I don't even know what words to use. Sorry." She broke off and took a deep, steadying breath. "Aunt Agatha warned me it was an unpleasantness to be endured, but M She's my sister-in-law, said though it might hurt the first time, it did, but not very much. She said with practice it could be bliss.
And? He had to know which it was.
She hesitated and gave him a half-embarrassed, half-troubled look. I'm not quite sure, somewhere in between. As I said, it was extraordinary, like nothing I'd ever felt or imagined.
He had no idea what to say. He had no words, no excuses. He couldn't believe they were even having this conversation, but he supposed he deserved it. It wasn't even as if she were trying to make him squirm, though he was. A low rumble sounded from beneath the bedclothes, and she blushed and placed a hand over her stomach.
I'm sorry, that was me. I'm fearfully hungry. I suppose I should get dressed for dinner.
Don't bother, I've rung for a servant, he said brusquely. We'll eat up here.
He wanted to finish the conversation, find out just how badly he'd messed up, and where on that wretched scale of hers he rated.
In bed? She brightened. How lovely. Is that normal for a wedding night?
He shrugged. Nothing about his wedding night was normal. Luckily, at that moment, the butler arrived, offering a temporary reprieve. Ned ordered dinner to be brought up with champagne, and a glass of brandy to be brought to his room at once. He badly needed a drink.
The food will be here in about 15 minutes. I'll have a wash in my room and let you, take care of things here.
First rule of soldiering: retreat, regroup, and try again. He stepped into his own room and shut the connecting door to give her privacy. He picked up the pitcher and poured some water into the basin. The water wasn't even lukewarm. He was about to ring for hot water and his valet, then hesitated. Her water would be cold too, but he was reluctant to interrupt her private female ablutions to ask her. If she wanted hot water, she could ring for her maid, though 15 minutes to dinner wasn't enough time for a bath. Blast it, he could do without a shave, and if she wanted a bath, she could order one after dinner. The everyday intimacies of married life. He supposed he would get used to it. Why was it so different from the day-to-day intimacies he'd shared with lovers in the past? He didn't know, but somehow with a bride, with this bride, with Lily, it was different. Old habits, old understandings no longer fit. Marriage, Lily, it was all new territory. He washed quickly, combed his hair, then paced about the room. The brandy arrived, a decanter as well as a glass, and he drank the whole glass down in 2 gulps and poured himself another. Lord, he'd needed that. She probably needed one as well. Though once again she'd seemed to take it all in her stride without a fuss. He was sure other bridegrooms, the ones who'd bungled things as he never lost control, had to deal with tears and recriminations or stiff, martyred silences. What had that aunt of hers told her? An unpleasantness to be endured. He'd probably ensured that, pouncing on her like an eager boy. But Lily seemed quite philosophical. He was certain she wasn't trying to disconcert or tease him. She wasn't that sophisticated. She was simply trying to be candid. But Lord, to be on a wretched sliding scale somewhere between bliss and endurance vile. He snorted at the inadvertent pun, but it wasn't the least bit funny. He prided himself on his skills in the bedroom. Never before, not since he was an awkward youth, had he left a woman less than thoroughly satisfied. And now, to fall short of his unusual standard on his wedding night with his innocent new bride, it was mortifying. He wanted to take her back to bed and show her how it was supposed to be. Only she was bound to be sore. He had a feeling he'd been unwontedly rough. He'd utterly lost control. He couldn't recall the last time that had happened. She hadn't complained. But that was Lily.
She wasn't the type to whine. In any case, she'd been a virgin. He was the expert here, the one who was supposed to induct her into the pleasures of the bedchamber. Somewhere between endurance vile and bliss. A vast gulf between the two. Next time they lay together, he'd take it slowly and bring her to... forget bliss. He'd show her the meaning of ecstasy. And, in the meantime... The minute Edward closed the door behind him, Lily slipped out of bed. She found a large jug of water behind a screen in the corner of the room, cold now, of course. She quickly washed her face and sponged the rest of her body, especially between her legs, which was a bit sticky. She pressed the wet cloth against her heated skin, enjoying the cooling sensation. She was a woman now, a wife. Em's explanations of what to expect on her wedding night had been a little vague and unclear, and Lily could see why now. Who could find the words to describe that? She tried to recall that almost feeling, as if she'd quivered on the brink of something, and then lost it. Had she done something wrong? The trouble was she couldn't think of anything she'd actually done. As well to expect a gale-tossed leaf to remember the journey it had taken. But she could tell Edward hadn't been quite happy about it. Imperfect or not, the experience had been breathtaking. She'd had the physical procedure of the act explained to her, but she hadn't been in any way prepared for how it would make her feel. She shivered deliciously in remembrance. It had been blissful at the start, those kisses and caresses, and the way he'd removed her clothing piece by piece, as if unwrapping a very special gift. The touch of his hands, of his mouth. She'd felt like a candle ignited, melting. And when he'd slid into her, it had hurt a little, of course, but she'd expected that. But oh, the way it had made her feel! Strange and raw, and yet somehow right. The intense intimacy of it was a little overwhelming. Then, when he'd started to move inside her, her body responding without her volition, shuddering and gripping him in a way she'd never imagined, and that build-up of almost unbearable intensity. As if they were caught in a storm, she'd clung on to him for dear life, giving herself up to the rhythm and the power, and oh, if that wasn't glory, it was close. Then that sound he'd made at the end, primeval and masculine, possessive, before he collapsed on top of her. She had held him tight, her husband, feeling his ragged breathing slow, his big, beautiful, powerful body relaxed and satiated, stroking him through his jacket. What might it be like if they were both unclothed, lying skin to skin? Another delicious ripple of sensation passed through her at the thought. She smiled to herself. She knew now what those inner shudders meant. Em had said it would get better with practice. Lily couldn't imagine how, but she was eager to try. Poor Aunt Agatha, with her unpleasantness to be endured. 3 husbands, and it seemed as though none of them had made her feel the way Lily had felt after one time with Edward. A sound outside startled her. Oh, heavens, she'd been dreaming for goodness knew how long. Dinner would be here any second, and she didn't want strange and unknown servants to catch her in her beautiful but flimsy nightdress. She put on the bed jacket that went with the nightdress, but a glance in the looking-glass showed her that it was just as delightfully improper, and failed entirely to protect her modesty. She looked in the wardrobe, and found a pretty Chinese-style silk wrapper. She slipped it on and was searching for slippers when a knock sounded on the connecting door. "Are you ready? They're here with the food." Edward's hair was damp and combed carelessly back. It curled a little at the end. He wore a robe, a long green brocade banyan embroidered with glints of silver thread that brought out the colour of his eyes in his sombre, tanned face. He looked magnificent, like some exotic eastern potentate with glittering frosted emerald eyes. At his command the door opened, and in came 2 footmen carrying trays laden with covered dishes. The butler followed with a silver tray on which rested glasses and a champagne bottle, gently fizzing. They moved a side table close to the bed and set out everything on it. Then, at a silent signal from Edward, the servants withdrew. "They're very well trained," she said when they'd left. They hadn't so much as glanced in her direction. They must have wondered. Well, you can imagine what they must be thinking, but they didn't look in the least bit shocked.
"I never worry about what servants might think."
Edward picked up the silver covers one by one and inspected the contents.
"In any case, these fellows are accustomed to much more scandalous goings-on when Tremaine is in residence."
"Really?" Lily wanted to ask for further details, but the food smelt wonderful. Her stomach rumbled again. So embarrassing.
"What would you like first?"
he asked her. She hurried over to inspect their dinner. It was a feast. Everything looked delicious. A juicy capon roasted to golden perfection rested on a bed of lacy greens. Carrots glistened with honey, and a hint of nutmeg, and delicate spears of asparagus came with a bowl of herbed buttery sauce for dipping. There were tiny crispy tartlets containing scallops and mushrooms in a creamy pink sauce, potatoes sliced in layers and oozing butter, and fresh rolls still warm from the oven. Lastly, there was a sherry trifle in a crystal dish, a bowl of jewel-like berries in syrup, and a dish of thick country cream. "Everything," she said, and immediately wanted to bite her tongue. She always seemed to be stuffing herself in front of him. She could almost feel Aunt Agatha's lorgnette boring a hole in her. But Edward only laughed.
"A woman after my own heart. I'm starving too."
He picked up one of the little tartlets and popped it into his mouth whole. "How ungallant!" Laughing, she reached over, grabbed one herself, and nibbled on it. That's delicious."
"Hop into bed and I'll serve you."
Lily slipped into bed. Dinner in bed. How delightfully decadent. He set up a bed table, then poured the champagne and sat on the bed table between them. He raised his glass.
"But first, a toast to my lovely wife."
"To my magnificent husband, and to a very happy marriage," she responded, clinking her glass against his. He raised an eyebrow, and she wondered whether she'd been too effusive. Her emotions were spilling over. But he didn't comment, just drank, and then began to carve the capon.
"White meat or dark?"
"Dark, please. It's juicier."
"I prefer breasts,"
he said, his eyes on her.
"They're more delicate and tender."
Lily felt herself blushing. He was flirting with her. She'd never been much good at that. But all things improved with practice, which reminded her. She took a large gulp of her champagne and said, "About before."
"Don't worry about it. Here."
He handed her a laden plate.
"Eat it while it's hot."
"But I need to know, did I do something wrong? I mean before, when we—"
"You did nothing wrong. Eat your dinner."
He served himself. "But I think perhaps I—"
"Don't talk. Eat."
The food looked and smelled glorious, and she'd hardly eaten anything all day, so Lily, recalling she'd promised him obedience, ate. For a while there was only the clink of cutlery against china, and the sounds of 2 people enjoying their food. But after a while Lily realized he'd stopped eating. She looked up guiltily and found her husband watching her with an intent expression.
"You enjoy your asparagus, don't you?"
Flushing, she used her napkin to wipe her mouth. "Sorry, but it is correct to eat it with one's fingers."
"Don't be sorry. I know, and you must never hide your pleasure from me."
Without waiting for her answer, he picked up a spear of asparagus, dipped the end in the rich, buttery sauce, and offered it to her.
"Open up."
She parted her lips, and he slipped the delicate morsel between them, tilting it so the sauce ran into her mouth, feeding her the tender shoot in slow increments. Without taking his eyes off her, he took another spear, dipped it in sauce, and fed it to her, inch by slow inch. The atmosphere hummed with a strange tension. She was embarrassingly aware of the little sounds she made as she ate, and achingly aware of his fingers brushing her lips as she nibbled the asparagus to the end. Why wasn't he eating? Didn't he like asparagus? Some people didn't.
"Enough?"
he said when he'd fed her 3 more juicy spears, and she nodded. She lifted her napkin to blot her mouth, but in a surprise move he caught her hand in his, leaned forward and brushed his mouth over hers, letting his tongue linger, cleaning the sauce from her lips. Sensations shivered through her, pooling in her middle. He sat back, seemingly unaffected by an almost kiss that had her practically dissolving into the bedclothes.
"Now, ready for some sweet dishes? Trifle or berries? No, don't tell me. Both."
His smile erased any sting she might have found in the comment. He piled a bowl with rich, creamy trifle and added berries and a large dollop of cream. Heavens, if this was the way he was going to feed her, she was going to be enormous by the time they got back to London. But he presented her with a spoonful of the delicious combination, saying,
"Open,"
with such a look in his eyes that any willpower she might have had evaporated. She opened her mouth and again let him feed her mouthful by mouthful like a baby. Only no baby ever felt the way Lily felt as he slipped each slow, luscious spoonful between her lips, his wintergreen eyes dark and burning into her. She finished the bowl, and as the last spoonful slipped down, he asked, "Enough?" More than enough. That was delicious." She sighed and leaned back against the pillows. That was the most perfect feast, she managed to say, and felt quite proud of herself for being able to speak even though her mind and body was halfway to mush. He rose and rang for the servants, who must have been waiting outside, for they appeared immediately, swiftly removing all remnants of the feast. Lily watched sleepily from the bed, feeling full, perfectly replete and content. Once they were alone again, Edward moved to the bed and looked down at her with an expression she could not read. "Would you like to go for a walk?" she asked. She needed to do some exercise to wake herself up. It was only just after dusk.
"No, we haven't had dessert yet."
"Dessert? You mean pudding? But I just—" She broke off. He was undoing the fastenings of his banyan. Her mouth dried as little by little the banyan slipped open, revealing smooth, firm, masculine skin. He was naked underneath. Had she realized that earlier, she would never have been able to eat a mouthful. She tossed the banyan aside and stood there, stark naked, apparently unconcerned and unembarrassed, letting her look her fill. And look she did. She couldn't drag her eyes off him. He was sleek and smoothly muscular, not like a stevedore or a farm labourer, which were the only men she'd ever seen even halfway unclothed, but lean and hard, a masculine kind of beauty, leashed power and grace, a broad, firm, flat chest, lightly sprinkled with dark hair, narrow hips, and long muscular legs. Horseman's legs. Like a marble statue she'd seen once, only she couldn't imagine a fig leaf big enough to cover that. He was warm and alive, and he was her husband. Taking her hand, he drew her from the bed and undid the fastenings of her wrapper, murmuring, "A pretty thing, but we don't need it now." He slipped it off her shoulders and smiled when he saw what she was wearing underneath. His eyes devoured her. "My compliments to whoever came up with this delightful little piece of nonsense." His voice was deep and slightly husky. "It's from Miss Chance of the house of... the house..." Words became gasps as he caressed her through the layers of silk and lace, the friction delicious against her skin. With one tug, the bow of the ribbon tie holding the front together unravelled, and the bed jacket slid down her arms. His eyes darkened, burning into her, as with one swift movement he whisked the frail nightgown over her head and tossed it aside. He drew her by the waist, his hands big and warm, and pulled her against him, skin to skin, her softness moulding deliciously against his hard-angled planes. His hands slipped over her hips, caressingly, and cupped her bottom, lifting her so she was pressed against his hard, thrusting manhood. He stood, rocking her silently against him. Was this how he'd take her? Standing up? The heat of his body soaked into hers. He released her with a sigh, cupped her breasts, then began to kiss them one by one. She shivered, barely able to stand, as hot spears of pleasure spiked through her. She ought to do something, caress him back, but she could only stand. Barely stand, her legs were like jelly, and hang on to him while he lavished pleasure on her. Pleasure? She was unravelling. His mouth wrought exquisite, delicious havoc as he tasted, teased, plundered, and teased again. He feathered kisses along her jawline, her eyelids, sucked gently on her earlobe, sending shivers through her whole body. His long, clever fingers stroked and pinched and tantalized just to the edge of what? And then moved on, arousing her to a fever of blind, aching need. She clung to him dizzily, her blood pounding, her whole awareness narrowed to each place on her body he touched. Her breath came in ragged gasps. And then somehow they were on the bed, and he was nibbling at her breasts, her full and aching breasts, unbearably sensitive, laving them with his tongue, nibbling as she trembled and shivered beneath him in uncontrollable pleasure. He sucked hard, and a spear of pleasure-pain arced through her, and she shrieked as her body spasmed beneath him and almost came off the bed. By the time her wits returned, he was moving down her body, kissing her soft belly, nibbling at the tender skin. She was frenzied, burning, aching with need. She tugged at his shoulders, his hair, wanting him back at her breasts to do that thing again. But he was relentless, his mouth moving lower as he kissed her thighs and stroked the backs of her knees. Her legs quivered in expectation and fell apart. "Now," she muttered. She knew what she wanted now. He pressed her legs further apart, and she readied herself for the surge of his possession. He was more than ready for it, she knew, his member huge, hard, and so hot against her skin. And then she felt his mouth on her, between her legs, moist and hot and unbelievable. "What are you doing?" she gasped, craning her head to stare down at him lying between her legs. He looked up at her over the soft swell of her stomach and grinned. "Having dessert." Chapter 16. License my roving hands and let them go, behind, before, above, between, below. John Donne. Lily came slowly and sleepily awake the next morning. She lay, her eyes closed against the chinks of bright sunlight coming through the gaps in the curtains, gathering her thoughts. She stretched sleepily, languidly. She felt wonderful, as if her whole body wanted to smile. She was smiling, she realized, though there was nobody else there. She was married. She was alone in bed. When had he left? Last night after dessert. She smiled again to herself. Bliss. Glory. But only for her. She'd lain boneless, replete, satiated in every way, and waited for him to enter her, to take her as he'd taken her earlier. Instead, he'd slipped out of bed, picked up his robe, kissed her on the nose, and murmured, "Sleep well," and left. She remembered watching him in the firelight, walking naked to his own room. His back was straight, the slope of his shoulders and the line of his spine beautiful, his backside firm, taut, shapely. He'd closed the door. She'd felt cold then without him. She felt cold now. He'd kissed her on the nose, like a child. And he hadn't taken her in the way a man was supposed to take a woman, not if he wanted heirs. An heir was his main reason for marrying, scandal aside. He owed it to his family name and title. His body had wanted it. She remembered that proud, hard shaft, velvety skinned with heat beneath. She must have done something wrong that first time, and now he was reluctant to repeat the experience. But what he'd done to her, calling it dessert, would he call it that if he didn't enjoy it? She thought he had, but then he didn't follow through. And he'd left her to sleep alone. Her brother and Em always slept in the same bed. It was all very confusing. But they were married. She had a lifetime to work him out. Ned knocked softly, wondering whether she was awake yet. He opened the connecting door and found Lily sitting bolt upright in bed, hugging her knees, the covers huddled around her. "Yes? Good morning." She looked a little apprehensive. He didn't blame her. If she realized how eminently beddable she looked, all soft and flushed and sleepy, with tawny curls clustering around her face and bare shoulders, well, he wasn't going to pounce on her. Not this morning, at any rate.
"Did you sleep well?"
He was dressed for riding in buckskins and highly polished riding boots. He'd shaved, which he wouldn't normally do before a ride, but he was a married man now, and the decencies had to be preserved. His hair was still damp. "Yes, thank you, very well."
"I wondered whether you felt like a ride."
Her eyes widened. She glanced at the window where the sun was peeping in through the curtains. It was a glorious morning. "Now?" she asked.
"Yes, before breakfast."
It was as if the sun rose in her eyes. She glowed. "Yes, please." She flung back the bedclothes and sat there, rosy and naked, a creamy mermaid in a welter of sheets. She made no move to get up, no move to dress herself. She simply sat in her bed, wearing nothing but a smile and an expectant look. He moved to stand behind a chair. His body had reacted predictably to the sight of her naked loveliness.
"Do you want me to ring for your maid?"
he asked stiffly. "No, of course not." After a moment her smile faded and became a look of puzzlement. "I thought you wanted a ride."
"I do. You don't have to come if you don't want to. I just thought, seeing it's a beautiful morning, we should make the most of it. It could very well be raining by the afternoon."
"Oh." A blush suffused her whole upper body. It was fascinating. He tried not to stare. "You mean a ride?" She pulled the covers back over herself.
"That's what I said."
"On horses?"
"What else would I be wanting to ride?" He tried not to let the sarcasm show.
The blush intensified. "Nothing. I just thought, with your boots."
"My boots?"
"Nothing. It's nothing." Avoiding his gaze, she said in a low, hurried voice, "Thank you, yes, I would love to go for a ride, and if you would please ring for a maid, I'll put on my habit and be with you in a trice. I'll meet you downstairs, shall I?" He didn't move. He stared at her, and his lips twitched in the beginning of a smile.
"You thought a ride meant—"
He arched a brow suggestively. "Because I came to your bedchamber in my boots?" "No, I don't know what I was thinking. I was half asleep. Now please ring for my She was adorably flustered. His smile grew.
"You did? You thought I wanted to have marital relations with you in my boots, didn't you?"
"Well, you did yesterday," she said defensively. "How am I to know what you mean when you say and do such strange things?"
"Strange things?"
He prowled slowly toward her. Her face was flaming by now. "Well, you called what you did last night dessert."
"And it was delicious. Am I to take it that you wouldn't object if I took you again this morning, boots and all?"
She looked up at him, earnest and very sweet. "Of course I wouldn't mind. It was very nice yesterday, though I don't think the housekeeper would be very happy about you wearing boots in bed." She squeaked as he pounced on her.
"Nice, was it?"
He edged her knees apart. Very nice."
"Pah! I'll show you something better than nice."
And he did. A mistake. That was what it had been. A damnable, stupid mistake. A complete lack of self-discipline. Ned glanced sideways at the woman alongside him. They'd been for a fine gallop and now had slowed to a walk, giving their mounts some breathing space. Lily was glowing, and not from the exercise. At least, not this particular exercise. His plans to apologize to her for his actions the day before, coming at her like an animal in his boots, not even bothering to disrobe, kept falling awry. He'd meant to do it last night over dinner, and then she'd started eating that blasted asparagus. All thoughts of an apology, in fact all logical thought, had been driven from his mind. And then dessert. He groaned. So, after that fiasco, pleasurable as it was, he'd been determined to get the apology over and done with this morning. Instead, he'd pounced on her again, fully clothed and in his boots, because, instead of being appalled at his ungentlemanly behaviour, she'd said she liked it. Liked it. He ground his teeth together. And because of all that, damn him for a randy, unrestrained fool, it was as if someone had lit a candle inside her. She couldn't stop smiling, seemed to be bubbling over with it, finding delight in everything, the horses, the estate, lambs, flowers, birds. But the smiles that spilled out of her told him what was really going on. She was making him out, again, to be some kind of hero. Misplaced romantic expectations. They had to stop. If she kept going this way, no, he had to stop it now before any more damage was done. He was nobody's hero, and the sooner she learned that, the better it would be for her. He glanced up at her, lit up with the afterglow of a vigorous round of bed sport and imagining it to be some kind of romantic nonsense. He hated to do this to her, but it was kinder to crush those unrealistic expectations now, before they could develop any further. Better a small disappointment now than a big one later.
"You're new to this,"
he began. She turned her head.
This?
Bed sport. Sexual congress between a man and a woman. You're not used to it yet.
No, but I do
That's not what I mean, though I'm glad you didn't find it distasteful.
Not at all.
In fact, but it's just bed sport, he said bluntly. These feelings that you're experiencing at the moment, it's the act that creates them. It's common to mistake those feelings for love, especially when one is new to sexual congress, but it's not. He gave her a steady look. It's just bed sport. So don't fool yourself into imagining it's anything more.
There was a long silence. They rode on. Clouds were starting to build up. The breeze freshened, whipping the waves in the distance. You mean all the women you've lain with feel like— She gestured vaguely. This?
No, the women I lay with in the past were all very experienced. They knew it meant nothing, just pleasure.
And how cynical was that?
But it was true.
I see. Her happy glow faded. So you're telling me that what I feel is just the result of what we did in bed?
Yes. He felt like a brute, but it had to be done for her own sake. I know it sounds hard, but don't make yourself miserable crying for the moon. The best basis for marriage is liking and respect. Friendship. If we can achieve friendship between us, that will be enough.
Friendship, I see. And what if— She hesitated, then lifted her chin and decided to say it anyway. What if I want more than that? Ned knew what she was saying. This was the girl, after all, who'd told him she wanted to marry for love. But life wasn't what you thought it was at 18. He'd learned that the hard way. He'd rather die than put her through what he had.
Then you'll be courting disappointment, he said in a hard voice.
She didn't realize it, but he was letting her down gently. She gave him a long, thoughtful look, then turned her horse around and headed at a fast canter back in the direction of the house. He didn't follow. She looked a bit upset, but that was understandable. He watched her disappearing over the hill. He'd done the right thing. So why did he feel so wretched? Better to have lowered expectations early on than to dream of glory and be shattered. Lily urged her horse faster. The breeze, crisp and cold and smelling of salt, was bracing, invigorating. But it didn't cool her anger. She hated the term bed sport. It was nothing of the sort. What she did with her husband, in or out of the bed, riding or dessert or whatever silly name he wanted to call it, was not sport. It was part of the blessed sacrament of marriage. And she hated hearing about the women he'd lain with in the past, even if she had been the one to bring them up. Lesson learned. She'd never do that again. So he didn't want her to have feelings. Such a ridiculous, man-like thing to say, as if she had any choice in the matter. But if he didn't like her having feelings, she'd just have to keep them to herself. And if he thought friendship was enough, well, fine. He could think what he wanted. It wasn't enough for her. Maybe she was being unrealistic in hoping he would come to love her. But better to aim for the moon than not even try. Why wouldn't he try? Why try instead to crush all possibilities on the very first day of their honeymoon? And after such a beautiful start. She was so angry she could spit. Did he really not believe in love? How could he not? There was evidence of love all around them. The whole world operated on love. Oh, she wasn't a fool. She knew there was hate and violence and terrible things, and people in the world, but what held families together, what gave people hope and strength, what nourished children and adults, was love. An endless well of it. It was almost as if he was somehow afraid of it. But that was ridiculous. Everybody wanted to be loved, didn't they? Everyone except her husband, apparently. It was a puzzle. It wasn't as if he couldn't love. She was sure he loved his grandfather, and that his grandfather loved him. The other day he'd told her about the time he'd almost married a woman his grandfather had chosen for him just because he thought it would please the old man, who he thought at the time was dying.
I didn't even like the woman. I was dreading it. Luckily for me, she cried off just before the wedding.
But why didn't you call it off yourself? She'd asked him. What if she hadn't changed her mind? You'd be stuck with a wife you disliked.
I know, but a man, a gentleman, once betrothed, cannot in honour back out of it. If he did, it would be an utter disgrace.
I know, but I've never understood why.
A gentleman's word is what separates us from the rabble, he explained.
That was why cheating at cards was regarded as such a heinous act, because it was a breach of honour. A man caught cheating at cards was ruined socially forever. The same rules didn't, apparently, hold true for women. Lily thought that was wrong. How peculiar the masculine world was, where a man could beat his wife or be unfaithful or neglect his children and still be regarded as a gentleman, but cheat at cards or break a betrothal, and he became a social pariah, persona non grata. More sobering was the thought that Edward had been prepared to marry a woman he didn't even like. What did that say about her own marriage? She didn't want to think about it. Arriving back at Tremaine Park, she handed her horse over to a stable lad and, as soon as she entered the house, ordered hot water for a bath. She undressed and took out the tiny sliver of soap that was left from the piece Edward had given her at the inn so long ago. It was almost finished. She would have to get some more. She loved using Edward's soap. Lily sank into the hot water and smoothed the rich lather over her body. The scent, so clean and fresh and distinctive, calmed her. It was early days yet in their marriage. It had taken Cal quite a while to realize he loved Em, and then it was only because Em had been shot. Lily had been there when it happened, had seen the horror on Cal's face when Em collapsed, bleeding. Lily had witnessed her brother's stunned realization that he cared for his wife more than he'd known. Over and over he'd told the unconscious Em he loved her, admitted to Lily that he'd never told her before, didn't even realize it himself, until Em was shot. She hoped it wouldn't come to that with her and Edward. Maybe, as a rake, Edward was simply uncomfortable with the idea of love. It was no wonder, really. All those cynical, experienced women of his who called it bed sport and to whom it meant nothing. It meant something to her. But if talk of love disturbed him, she would not talk of it. Her feelings were her own business. She would be patient. Give him time. You couldn't make someone love you no matter how desperately you wanted them to, and if you pushed too hard it could make people withdraw further. She'd seen that with girls at school, poor Sylvia for one, trying too hard to be popular and failing dismally. She'd gone into this marriage, this arranged marriage, blindly, with hope in her heart. She had no excuse. Nobody had deceived her, not Edward, not her family. If her heart yearned for love and was disappointed, she had only herself to blame. And if friendship was what her husband wanted from her, if it was all he wanted, there were worse things than friendship. Besides, friendship could turn into love. She would not give up on him yet. Edward wrote a lot of letters. Each day he sat down and dealt with a small pile of correspondence. Lily had never seen anyone write so many letters. "Who do you write all these letters to?" she asked him one rainy afternoon.
A variety of people.
He kept writing. Of course, she should have known better than to ask. He glanced up.
Don't you have letters to write?
She stiffened. What do you mean?
Most women I know are always scribbling off notes and letters to their friends.
He frowned.
Come to think of it, you haven't received a single letter since we've been here.
A chill ran down Lily's backbone. I didn't know where we were going, so how could I tell anyone where to write?
You could write to them now and tell them.
I know, but there isn't anyone I want to write to. He looked at her in astonishment.
You don't want to write to your sisters or aunts or any friends?
She shook her head. I'd rather wait. It's more entertaining to talk to them in person.
I'm amazed. I don't think I've ever met a woman who wasn't forever dashing off a note to this friend or that, or writing down secret thoughts in a diary.
He glanced at the writing desk, all set up with a freshly trimmed pen, a stoppered bottle of the best ink, and a neat pile of perfectly trimmed writing paper.
You don't have wedding letters to write, thank-you letters?
Her mind went blank. Everyone knew the bride always wrote the thank-yous, but then it came to her. I do, of course, but I left my address book at home. I'll do them when we get back to London. Besides, I'm not in the mood, she added, thinking he'd suggest she write the dratted letters now and post them when they returned to London.
So you're not in the mood for writing letters? What about reading?
His voice was deep, almost accusative. She stiffened, thinking her secret had been discovered. No. He put his pen down, rose, and prowled toward her with a menacing expression.
Then I think, young lady, you need to be banished to your bed, where you will contemplate the sin of idleness.
He tossed her over his shoulder and carried her, shrieking and laughing, up to her bed. It wasn't the sin of idleness she contemplated either. He kept her very busy until dinner-time, which they ate again in bed. Friends by day, lovers by night, or whenever the mood struck. It was more difficult than Lily expected, keeping her feelings in check. They wanted to spill from her, to bubble up like a fountain, but all he wanted from her was friendship. He made love to her almost every night, and if not at night, then he came to her in the morning. That was Lily's favourite, coming slowly awake to the feel of Edward's mouth and hands caressing her, feeling ripples of pleasure coil through her. And then his possession, sometimes slow and dreamy, as sweet a thing as Lily had ever experienced, sometimes swift and fast and glorious. Of course it engendered emotion, and she refused to deny it. If he wanted to, he could, but Lily knew what she felt. She learned not to speak of it, for any time she so much as hinted at an emotion he withdrew, like the sea anemone he'd shown her in a rock pool, closing up at the slightest touch. She was loving the seaside in all its variations. Most mornings they rode down to the beach before breakfast, long leisurely rides together, sometimes racing, he nearly always won, sometimes just walking the horses quietly, and occasionally talking. At least Lily talked. Getting information out of Edward was like talking to an oyster. He was a hard man to know. It was as if he'd built walls around certain aspects of his life and placed keep-out signs all over them. Even with the things he was prepared to talk about, any details or feelings were sparse. He stuck to a few bare facts and left her to fill in the gaps.
My father and I didn't get on,
he'd told her one time.
Never did. I went to live with grandpapa when I was 6. The old man raised me.
And your father and mother?
Dead.
That was it, his life in a nutshell, with no embellishments. It was quite frustrating. She knew better than to probe him about his wartime experiences. His grandfather had warned her about that. But even on the subject of his years with his grandfather and the things he'd done as a child, up came that wall with its big "keep out" signs. Questions she thought would be harmless, about boyhood mischief or playing Robin Hood that he'd once mentioned, made him clam right up as chatty as a doorpost. He'd change the subject or make some excuse, remembering something he needed to be doing. It was a mystery. She had her own secrets, and that kept her cautious, but she kept trying. "How old were you when you went away to school?" she asked him one morning as they walked their horses in the shallow waves. Up to now the conversation on his side had been a series of one-word answers. 12. "Did you like it or hate it?" He shrugged. "Neither." "Didn't you resent being sent away?" She'd had an impression that he'd enjoyed living with his grandfather. "Not really. I didn't want to go, but schooling is necessary for boys. I was lucky. Most boys are sent away much younger." With a little smile, she edged her horse closer, reached out and placed a hand on his forehead. He jerked his head back. "What are you doing?" "That was 4 sentences in a row. I thought you might be delirious." His mouth twitched. "You little—" "Catch me if you can." Laughing, she urged her horse into a gallop. The sand was firm, and they flew across it, her horse's hooves splashing in the shallows. She could hear his horse coming up fast behind her. "First one past that stump is the winner," she called back, and pointed to a tree stump lying high up on the sand past the tide line. It was low and smooth, about 2 feet high. She raced toward it and readied herself for the jump, but at the last instant her horse balked, and Lily found herself flying through the air. She landed with a thud and lay still, unmoving. "Lily!" Ned, just seconds behind her, flung himself off his horse and knelt down in the sand beside her. Her eyes were closed. She lay still and pale, not breathing. "Lily! Oh, God!" He grabbed her hand. Her eyes flew open, and she dragged in a long, ragged breath. "Winded!" she gasped, and Ned's own heart began to beat again. She gasped painfully for air, and he could do nothing to help her. She was alive. That was all he knew. "Where are you hurt?" He ran his hands feverishly over her body. "Not hurt. Winded," she wheezed. She sat up, still gulping in air. Ned sat back on his heels and watched her. His heart was thudding crazily. He'd thought he'd lost her, thought she'd killed herself. "That was a stupid thing to do. Never do that again." She shrugged. "Most horses refuse a jump at some stage. You shouldn't be jumping at all." She frowned. "Why not?" Her breathing was smoother now. His pulse was still wildly erratic. "It's too dangerous." She looked at the fallen stump. "It's barely 2 feet high. My first pony could have jumped it in his sleep." "I don't care." Ned drew in a slow, deep breath, seeking to present a calmer, more controlled appearance. "You are not to jump again." "Because I fell? I'm not hurt." He stood and put out a hand to pull her to her feet. She picked up the skirt of her habit, walked across to where her horse was calmly cropping grass, and gathered the trailing reins. "What do you think you're doing?" he snapped. She looked surprised. "Getting back on, of course. Will you give me a boost, please?" "No, you'll ride back with me." She gave him a puzzled look. "Are you angry with me?" "No." Ned didn't know or want to consider what he was feeling. All he knew was that for a few appalling seconds he'd thought she was dead.
But you're not riding that wretched beast again.
He's all right. It's the first time he's balked. You should always get back on a horse after you've taken a toss.
I don't care.
He collected the reins of her gelding, mounted his own horse, and rode to the stump.
Up.
She gave him a long, thoughtful look. And for a moment he thought she was about to be stubborn. But then she gave a shrug and capitulated. She climbed onto the stump and gave him her hand.
On the count of 3.
He swung her up in front of him so that she was sitting more or less across him in his lap. They rode in silence. She was sitting bolt upright. He drew her back against him, and when her body softened against him, and she laid her cheek against his chest, something inside him settled. Ned tried to think of something to talk about other than what had just happened, and he recalled that they'd been talking about school, before she'd almost killed herself.
"When were you sent away to school?"
he asked her. "It was after Mamma died. Papa sent us, Rose and me, off to Bath, to Miss Mallard's school there, the place where Cal and Em's wedding breakfast was held." She continued talking. Ned wasn't really listening. He'd had a shock. He'd thought he was immune, could keep himself separate and independent. He glanced down at the woman in his arms, his wife. Her hair blew about in the breeze. Without thinking, he stroked it back off her face and kept it there, cupping her head protectively. What had he done? His horse ambled along. Birds squabbled in the hedgerow. Overhead a hawk circled.
"Are you happy?"
he found himself asking. He hadn't intended to ask such a thing. He held his breath, waiting for her answer. She turned her head and gave him a smile he could not doubt. Very happy. He rode on in silence, his heart full of things he had no words for. Things he did not want to feel, but could not help. When they returned to Tremaine Park, there was a letter waiting for Edward. He broke open the seal and scanned the letter. His face turned grim. "What's the matter?"
"I have to go to London."
"When? Now?" He nodded. "Very well, I'll start packing at once." She hurried toward the stairs.
"No, you stay here. You don't need to come."
She turned around and stared down at him. "To London? Of course I do. I'm not staying here without you." She met his gaze. "There's no point arguing, Edward. I'm not staying here without you." He stared at her a moment, then made an impatient gesture.
"Very well. If you insist on coming, we'll leave in the morning."
He disappeared for the rest of the day. She questioned him over dinner, and all he would say was that it was nothing, just business. Men's business, and was she sure she didn't want to stay here? She was adamant that she didn't. What was a honeymoon without the groom? He came to her that night, and made love to her with slow, intense deliberation, lavishing every part of her body with the most exquisite attention. She wasn't sure whether it was a benediction or a farewell. Whichever it was, her climaxes, came with tears because of the power of the feelings he'd engendered. He dried her tears tenderly, and made love to her again. And for the first time ever, he slept the night in her bed, curled around her body like a big protective watchdog, warm and strong. And in his sleep he gathered her to him, holding her against him, skin to skin, so tenderly Lily felt like weeping. Something had changed that morning at the beach when her horse had thrown her. Something was different in her husband. She was sure of it. She could feel it. "Trust your instincts," Aunt Dotty had told her. She did, and she didn't want this this honeymoon, this magical private time together to stop, especially not now when they seemed on the brink of something wonderful. Shortly after dawn he woke her, and 2 hours later they were on their way to London. Chapter 17. I speak what appears to me the general opinion, and where an opinion is general, it is usually correct. Jane Austen, Mansfield Park. The carriage pulled up outside the very grand Pulteney Hotel. "Why are we here?" Lily asked.
"It's where we'll be living for the next few weeks."
"In a hotel? I assumed we'd be living in Galbraith House."
"We will, but it hasn't been used for years."
He grimaced.
"I inspected it before the wedding and realized it needed a complete refurbishment. They'll still be working on it. I was hoping it would be ready by the time we'd finished our honeymoon, but since we came home early—" He frowned at her expression. "Didn't I mention it?"
"No, you didn't." He shrugged.
"I didn't think you'd be interested in the details. There was water damage, so the whole job was bigger than I'd imagined. They've had to fix the roof, replace a good deal of plumbing. I ordered some more modern installations while they were at it, and once all the repairs are done, they'll need to replaster a number of rooms. And then there are the furnishings and decoration to arrange. The old furniture is completely out of date, and much of the wallpaper is water-damaged and stained."
"I see." He shrugged, his mind clearly elsewhere.
"That's why I thought you'd prefer to stay at Tremaine Park, but no harm done. We'll live here until the house is ready. Now, if you'll pardon me, my dear."
"Who is arranging the new wallpaper and furnishings?" He frowned.
"I left the running of things in the hands of my man of business, Atkins. He'll hire someone."
He paused.
"Why? Do you wish to be involved? I thought you'd find it tedious."
Lily laughed. "Tedious? Setting up my own home and making it just as I would like it? Choosing wallpaper and curtains and furniture and rugs? I would love it." He blinked.
"Really? You could be bothered with all that nonsense?"
"Truly, I could imagine nothing better."
"Then do whatever you'd like."
He took a sheet of the hotel notepaper and scribbled a note.
"I'll have this sent to Atkins and tell him he's to work under your orders. And now—"
He picked up his hat and walked toward the door. "Wait," Lily said. "Isn't there anything you want to tell me before you leave?" He looked wary.
"What sort of thing?"
"Any furniture you want to keep, rooms you have a particular fondness for, anything you don't want changed?" He snorted.
"I haven't lived in that house since I was 6. As far as I'm concerned, you could toss everything out and start new. In fact, that's what I'd prefer. Whatever you do will be fine by me. Now I really must go."
Lily was stunned by his apparent indifference, but he'd given her carte blanche to arrange his house, her new home, and she couldn't wait to see it. Leaving Edward's valet and her maid to see to the luggage and unpacking, Lily went immediately to Ashenden House, her old family home. Cal and Em were out, but Rose and George and even Finn, the lugubrious wolfhound, gave her a rapturous welcome. "You're back early," Rose said once the initial greetings were over. "Has something happened? Has that man—" Lily cut her off. "There's nothing wrong, Rose. I'm very happy."
"She looks well, even glowing," George observed.
Lily laughed. "I don't know about glowing, but I am well and very happy." Rose looked sceptical. "Then why are you back early from your honeymoon?" "Oh, some business Edward had to attend to," she said airily. She wished she knew what he was doing, but she had business of her own to see to now. "I have 2 reasons for coming straight here," she said. "The first is, of course, to see you both. I missed you so much." Rose exchanged glances with George. And the second? Lily decided to ignore their suspicions. They'd soon realized that Edward was good to her. It might not be the love match she wanted, but she was happy enough. Edward is having Galbraith house refurbished. He arranged for the physical repairs to be done while we were away, and they're not quite finished. The thing is, he's given me permission to make all the decisions about the decoration and furnishings. I have a free hand with everything: wallpaper, lighting, floor coverings, curtains, furniture, everything. George frowned. And you're happy about this? Sounds like a lot of work. It'll be fun, George, Rose said. George gave her a doubtful look. I'll take your word for it. Lily glanced out the window. As a matter of fact, I thought I might go around to Galbraith house this afternoon while it's still light, to see how it's all going and get some ideas. Do you two want to come with me? All this is frightfully old-fashioned, Rose declared. Thank goodness Galbraith is allowing you to order new furniture. What is this stuff? George wandered around, examining the furniture they'd found under dust sheets. I've never seen anything like it. A sofa with crocodile legs, animal feet on everything, people who are half man, half beast. It's the Egyptian style, Rose explained. It was all the rage when we were children. She pointed. That's a sphinx. Some of them are gods, I think. And this table and those chairs are dogs, George observed, stroking the head. Aren't they beautiful? Edward told me to throw everything out. You can't throw those dogs out, George objected, her hands going around them protectively. You can have them if you want, Lily said. We're going to have to buy everything new. The prospect was delightful, but first we must decide how to dress the walls. The head builder said they'd be ready to paper them in a few days. They wandered through the various rooms, making suggestions and discussing possibilities. Rose wrote them all down in a little notebook. The light started to fade, and Lily suddenly remembered there was a place she wanted to see. I need to see the nursery. Rose and George immediately stared at her middle. Isn't it too soon to tell? George asked. Lily laughed. Not that silly. Edward lived here until he was 6. I want to see the part of the house he lived in as a little boy. She hurried upstairs in search of the nursery. The others followed. They found it eventually in the attic, a big, bare, dusty room with 2 small bedchambers off it, one for Edward and one for his nurse, Lily assumed. Not a very appealing place for a child, she thought. Gloomy grey paint and no pictures or any decoration on the walls. Gas hadn't been installed this high up, so the only light was coming from the slanted windows in the roof. No fireplace. That window. She glanced around. George and Rose were poking through a low row of cupboards. A few toys, a small wooden sword, just one, and a moth-eaten toy dog. Remnants of a lonely childhood. With some difficulty, Lily forced open one of the windows, stood on her tiptoes and gazed out, thinking of the small, dreamy boy who'd stood on a chair gazing out over the rooftops and chimneys as he explored mysterious imaginary lands half hidden in the swirling smog. It wasn't mysterious. It was depressing. And this was no place to bring up a child, Lily decided. Come on, it's getting dark and there's nothing here, Rose said. George looked at Lily. Still think this is going to be fun? Lily smiled. I can't wait. Lily's life in London soon settled into a familiar routine. Riding in the morning with either Edward or her family, morning calls in the afternoon, walks in the park, and parties, routes, concerts and balls at night. The season was in full swing. The only difference was that now she was a married woman, and it was her husband who usually escorted her, not her brother or sister-in-law, and that they were living in a hotel which she could not get used to.
It was very comfortable and luxurious, and anything she wanted was instantly provided, but it didn't feel homey. The only thing she liked about the hotel was that the only suite that had been available to them was a one-bedroom suite with one big, very comfortable bed. Because of it, she and Edward slept together every night. He made love to her, then curled his big, hard body around her and went to sleep. It was bliss, sleeping in his arms. And often he'd wake in the morning and make love to her again. Most days she dropped in at Galbraith House to see the progress of the work. She and Rose had a lovely time visiting furniture showrooms, getting samples of wallpaper, examining rugs, and so on. It was all most exciting. Sometimes George went with them, and sometimes Em. She talked to Edward about it, but it was clear he wasn't really interested, that he listened only to please her, which was nice, but not very encouraging. The house was coming together, and she wanted to share her progress with him. Edward was increasingly preoccupied. He was away most days and even spent some nights at his club. Because of having to conduct his business, he said. Lily was coming to hate his business, whatever it was. "Do not expect your husband to live in your pocket as your brother Ashenden does with Emmeline. It is unfashionable and quite unseemly." It seemed Aunt Agatha was right. Still, when he did come in at night, he made love to her so beautifully there was really nothing for her to feel upset about, she told herself. It was a fact of life. Men's business was outside the home, and women's arena was the domestic, and the sooner she got used to it, the better. In the park one day, walking with Rose and George in Hyde Park, Lily heard someone calling her. "Lily! I say, Lady Lily!" She turned and saw Sylvia Gorry hurrying toward her, waving. Her heart sank. She didn't really want to talk to Sylvia. "Oh, Lord, it's that dratted Sylvia Gorry," Rose muttered. "Can't stand the woman. Her tongue runs on wheels, and none of it is interesting. Want me to get rid of her, Lily?" Rose always could at school, but Lily always felt sorry for Sylvia. She tried so hard, yet never seemed to have any friends. "No, I'll talk to her." She couldn't spend the rest of her life avoiding Sylvia just because Sylvia's cousin had abducted her. People weren't responsible for the actions of their relatives. Rose shook her head. "Too soft for your own good. Very well, when you're finished, George and I will be over there with the Peplows." Sylvia came rushing up. "Lady Lily, oh, I must call you Mrs. Galbraith now, must I not? A bit of a come-down, isn't it, losing your title?" "No, not at... Well, we're both Mrs. now." Sylvia linked her arm through Lily's and began to walk. "Congratulations on your wedding, by the way. I was there in the church watching. Very pretty dress." "Were you there? I'm sorry, I didn't notice." Sylvia pursed her lips. "Oh, I'm easily overlooked. You weren't sick at all, were you? Those silly rumours about you running off with my cousin were obviously a ruse. So it was Galbraith all the time?" "No, it wasn't. I don't envy you, you know. He's handsome enough, but I wouldn't want a rake for a husband." "He's not a—" Sylvia, oblivious as always, rattled on. "No, my husband isn't much, but at least I don't have to share him with a mistress. You're holding up quite well, though, I must say." "A mistress? What do you mean?" Sylvia gasped, then turned a distressed face to Lily. "You mean you didn't know? I'm sorry. Just forget I said anything. It was a mistake, a misunderstanding. Take no notice. But what did you— Look, isn't that the former Sally Destry over there, the Countess of something now, I forget what? Such a spotty, insignificant little thing she was at school." Lily wasn't to be distracted. "Are you saying that my husband has a mistress?" Sylvia waved to Sally, who didn't notice. "Quite the fashionable lady is La Destry now, too grand for her old friends." "Sylvia!" Sylvia dropped her arm. "Look, I'm sorry I mentioned it. I assumed you knew. Put it out of your mind. There's nothing you can do about it anyway. Men will be men, the horrid beasts." "But why do you think so?" Sylvia made an airy gesture. "How does one learn anything? On dise. But rumour is often wrong, as you and I have good cause to know, and I'm sure this one must be too. After all, you're so recently married. He can't be bored with you yet, can he?" She linked her arm through Lily's again. "Now let's just walk and chat and forget about it. I wish I'd never said anything, but you know me. My silly tongue runs away with me at times. My husband is always complaining of it." They walked on. Lily thought about what Sylvia had suggested. It wasn't true. She didn't believe it. Edward wasn't bored with her. He came to her bed almost every night. Almost. But that didn't mean anything. Certainly not that he had a mistress. No, Sylvia had it wrong again. Lily had had enough of rumours and counter-rumours. She would clear one thing up at least. She glanced around to see who was nearby and saw they were well out of earshot of the other fashionable strollers. She stopped, withdrew her arm and turned to face Sylvia. "You're wrong about that, and about other things as well. Your cousin did abduct me." Lily hated that the whole thing had been hushed up. She wanted, no, needed, to tell Sylvia the truth. Sylvia blinked. "I beg your pardon? What did you just say?" "On the night of the Mainwaring route, your cousin abducted me." Lily waited a moment for it to sink in. "He tricked me. That note wasn't from Rose at all. He drugged me, and he tied me up and imprisoned me under a seat in his coach." Sylvia stared, her expression horrified, her mouth opening and shutting silently. "Your cousin's plan was to take me to Gretna Green and force a marriage on me. I presume for the sake of my inheritance. He must have learned about that from you." Something flickered in Sylvia's eyes, and Lily froze. She said slowly, "You knew he did, didn't you? You helped him." Sylvia shook her head frantically. "I didn't know, I promise you." She gave a guilty grimace. "I might have told him about your inheritance. I don't remember. But he could have learned it from anyone. After all, it was no secret when we were at school. But I did not help him. I had no idea what he was planning. He tricked me, just as he tricked you." Lily wasn't convinced. "He knew about my reading difficulties." Sylvia hung her head. "Yes, that was me. But how was I to know what he would do with a tiny piece of information I innocently let drop? I told him all sorts of things, about all sorts of people. He was interested in all my friends and kept asking me questions, and I was flattered. Yes, what of it? He's a handsome man, and I'm a married woman, but not many people like to listen to my chatter. My husband certainly doesn't. He calls me a silly gabble-tongue. But I'm sure Victor meant no harm. He drugged me, Sylvia. He tied me up and gagged me. I almost suffocated, and he shoved me in a compartment under his carriage seat and kept me there for hours and hours. I thought I was going to die." There was a long silence. Sylvia's eyes narrowed as she considered what Lily had told her. Then she tossed her head. "I don't believe you. Victor is a gentleman. He would never treat a lady so." "But he did." "No. I might believe that he kidnapped you. He must have been utterly desperate, poor boy. But he wouldn't do anything so brutal." She made a distasteful gesture. "Or so sordid." "Well, he did. I'll spare you some of the truly sordid aspects, but I'll tell you this. He hit me across the face, hard." Sylvia snorted. "Rubbish." "He did. Hard enough that the bruise was visible for days. My family kept me indoors for nearly a week after I got home because of that bruise." Sylvia stamped her foot. "I don't believe you. Why would you say such vile things? "Oh, of course."
Her mouth twisted spitefully.
"You're angry because I told you about your husband's mistress."
Lily struggled to control her temper. "I don't believe my husband has a mistress. I think you're mistaken, or else you made it up. I don't care which. But your cousin did drug me. He did abduct me and lock me away in a horrid box, and when I tried to escape, he did hit me hard." "You're a horrid liar, Lily Rutherford, and I refuse to listen to any more of your lies." Sylvia stormed off. Lily was shaking a little when she rejoined the others. She hated arguments, but she was glad she'd confronted Sylvia at last. She felt lighter for having spoken the truth, and strangely for having unleashed a little bit of temper. She still wasn't convinced that Sylvia was as wholly innocent as she claimed, but she had been genuinely shocked, or upset, by Lily's reports of Nixon's brutality. Sylvia's cousin was an evil brute, and she needed to know it. She thought about what Sylvia had told her about Edward, a mistress. She didn't believe it, but why would Sylvia say such a thing if she hadn't heard a rumour? And where would such a rumour came from?
"Everything all right?"
Rose asked. "Fine. You look a bit upset." Lily made a dismissive gesture. "Oh, it's just Sylvia. She can be quite annoying at times." Rose laughed.
"And you're only just noticing?"
Lily smiled. Rose was right. Sylvia was not worth listening to. As for her stupid suggestion about Edward and a mistress, Lily would not even give it the dignity of consideration. Lily attended a ball with Edward that night. She heard no sly innuendos, noticed no significant glances, heard no whispered on-dits concerning her husband or herself. She hated herself for even thinking about such things, and silently cursed Sylvia for planting the seeds of poison in her mind. Recalling Em's advice, "Take your happiness where you find it," she put the horrid idea from her mind and set herself to enjoy the ball. "You're in a good mood tonight," Edward said as he twirled her around the floor. He only ever danced the waltz with her. He rarely danced with anyone else. Rose and George and Em, if they were present, even Aunt Agatha once. But he made it clear he was not looking for partners, that Lily was all he wanted. He was a beautiful dancer, too, and Lily knew she was the envy of many. "I'm happy, that's all," she said.
"I'm enormously relieved."
Relieved? It was an odd thing to say. She tilted her head and gave him a quizzical look. He gave a hunted glance around the crowded room.
"As long as you're happy, I'm safe from being gutted with a rusty blade."
His eyes glinted with roguish humour. "What?"
"It's true. Your demure little niece threatened me with that the day we became betrothed."
"George did?" She spluttered with laughter. "She can be a bit outrageous, but I'm sure she didn't mean it."
"I'm not so sure. Your sister threatened me too."
He added darkly,
"The innocent-looking ones are the worst."
They finished the dance laughing. It was the supper dance, and Lily began to make her way to the supper room. He detained her with a hand on her arm and a slow, burning smile.
"Do you want to stay, or shall we go home?"
His magnetic, half-hooded glance, light touch, and lazy smile were an invitation she couldn't resist. "Home, please." Sylvia called on Lily at the hotel the very next day, and was directed upstairs by a helpful, if misguided, staff member. Having no choice but to accept her visitor, Lily showed her to the sitting-room that was part of their hotel suite. The sooner Lily was in her own home, the happier she'd be. With a butler who'd tell unwanted visitors she was not at home. Sylvia's eyes were on stalks as she entered the lush apartment.
"I must say you've done very well for yourself, Lily. This place is positively—" "What do you want, Sylvia?"
"Oh, sorry." She settled herself in a chair and folded her hands in her lap.
"I've been thinking over what you told me yesterday, and, though I find it impossible to believe my cousin could do such a thing, treat you with such cruel incivility—"
"Sylvia, I don't want to talk about it any—" She held up a hand.
"No, let me finish, please. It is impossible for me to believe, but I know you wouldn't lie to me, Lily, not about such an important thing, so I must believe it. I'm so very sorry I doubted you, and if I was rude—"
"You were?"
"Well, that's why I'm here, to apologize." She eyed Lily anxiously. "I really am truly sorry, Lily."
From the bag she was carrying, she produced a large, flat box wrapped in paper, emblazoned with the name of a well-known shop. She offered it to Lily, and when Lily didn't take it, Sylvia put it on a side table. Lily recognized the wrapping. "Sweetmeats, the finest you could buy." She sighed. She really didn't want to make things up with Sylvia. She felt sorry for her, but she'd never much liked her, and there was a limit to how much she'd put up with. But she hated to be cruel. The silence stretched, and Sylvia's lower lip began to quiver. She stretched out a hand in appeal.
"Please say you'll forgive me, Lily. You're my only friend, my only true friend, in London, and I could cut out my tongue for the things I said to you yesterday."
She produced a handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes. She scrunched it up. Tears glistened on her lashes. Where was Rose when you needed her? She wouldn't care about a few tears, but Lily wasn't her sister, and she couldn't stay angry for very long. She said with obvious reluctance, "Very well, I forgive you, Sylvia."
"Oh, thank you, dear Lily."
Sylvia jumped up and embraced her.
"So, are we friends again?"
Lily nodded.
"Then you must let me take you out to tea."
"No, I don't think that's
"Oh, but I insist, to show you there are no hard feelings."
She really was the limit. Lily was the one entitled to the hard feelings. But if she did this, it was just a tea after all. It would be worth it to get Sylvia off her back. "Very well. When?"
"Tomorrow afternoon. Now, where?" "Oh, I don't know. There's a new tea shop just opened, and it has the most divine cakes. Now, we'll need to go in a carriage, and—" She gave Lily an apologetic look. "I'm afraid my husband won't let me have the carriage, so perhaps you could pick me up in yours, and I'll direct your driver. Will that be all right?"
"Yes, fine," Lily said wearily. Already she was regretting it. Sylvia stood.
"Lovely. Then I'll see you at 2. Don't be late now."
The tea shop was very pretty, situated in a street of elegant shops opposite a large hotel called the Excelsior. It was a convenient location for people who'd been shopping to stop for tea and cakes and other refreshments. With gleaming tiled floors in a checkerboard pattern, a large, elegant bay window facing into the street, and charming wrought-iron tables and chairs, it looked very appealing. If their cakes lived up to the rest of the place, she was sure the new business would succeed. They ordered tea and cakes, which came quickly and were delicious. They drank, ate cakes, and chatted. Lily was in the middle of telling Sylvia a story about the refurbishment of Galbraith House, every day a fresh discovery, when she realized that Sylvia wasn't listening. She was staring over Lily's shoulder at something out in the street.
"I don't believe it,"
Sylvia muttered as if to herself. Lily, her back to the window, turned curiously.
No, don't look,"
Sylvia exclaimed, putting out her hand to stop Lily.
"It's nothing, really nothing. Sorry, Lily, I was distracted for a minute. Tell me, what did the workmen do to the screen again?"
She leaned forward with a look of interest so patently false Lily couldn't stop herself. She turned and looked out the window. There was nothing of note, just a few people walking along the street. "What is it?" "Nothing, no one. Turn away, Lily. I don't want you to be cross with me again. Here, have a cake." But Lily's curiosity was well and truly hooked. She turned and examined the people in the street again. Most were hurrying along purposefully in twos or threes. The only single person was a plump, very pretty young woman in a crimson coat, lingering on the other side of the road. She seemed to be waiting for someone. "I didn't know she'd be there, I promise you, Lily," Sylvia moaned. "Who is she?" "Your husband's. The one they say is your husband's. Oh, no." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. Edward was walking briskly along the road, approaching the hotel from the opposite direction. As he neared the hotel entrance, the young woman brightened and began to walk toward him. As Lily watched, she said something to Edward and held out her hand. In dull disbelief, she saw her husband take the woman's hand. She swayed toward him, and he slipped his arm around her waist and escorted her tenderly up the steps and into the hotel. The door closed behind them. In the tea shop there was a long silence. Eventually, Sylvia spoke. "I swear I didn't know. I don't believe you." Lily made a weary gesture. "Just go, Sylvia. Get out. You've shown me what you wanted me to see, so please just go. And don't bother trying to talk to me again." Sylvia stood. "You're angry with me when you should be angry with him. I had to show you. He meets her here every week. So that's what your precious husband is worth." The vitriol and smug satisfaction in her voice were horribly blatant. Lily said with quiet, hard-won dignity, "I don't know why you hate me, Sylvia, but I can see now that you do. Rose was right about you. You don't care about me or my marriage. You brought me here to see me hurt and humiliated. Leave, please. I don't ever want to see or speak to you again." Sylvia flounced out. Lily called for another pot of tea and sat there, watching the hotel entrance opposite. Her brain was numb. The tea turned cold. Edward didn't come out. Lily paid the bill and summoned the carriage. What to do now? Chapter 18. Angry people are not always wise. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. Upton drove Lily around the park a few times while she thought about what to do. She needed to talk to someone. But who? She couldn't tell Rose and George about what had just happened. They'd been against her marrying Edward, and they'd be vigorous in their condemnation, both of Edward and of Lily's choice in marrying him. And Rose would say that she'd said all along that Sylvia was a nasty cow, and then George would remind them that cows were lovely creatures, and then... Lily stopped on a hiccup. She was close to tears, but she would not cry. She would not. She didn't know for sure that Edward was keeping a mistress. The scene she'd observed was damning, to be sure, but she didn't know. The truth was, she didn't want to know. She wanted never to have gone to that horrid tea shop. If she hadn't seen what she'd seen, she wouldn't be hurting so badly. She wanted to go to her sister, to have Rose put her arms around her as she had when Lily was a little girl, and tell her everything would be all right. But she couldn't. She wasn't a little girl anymore. She was a married woman. A woman who'd married against everyone's advice, and who was trying to stand on her own 2 feet. Besides, Rose and George would be on her side no matter what. Lily didn't need their partisan support. She needed to talk to someone more impartial, more experienced. Em? No, she didn't want to distress Em, especially now with the baby coming. Em and Cal might have made a convenient marriage, but they were very much in love now. It was what Lily had hoped would happen to her and Edward. She shivered. She'd tumbled so easily in love with him. She'd hoped he would do the same. But he'd been forced into marriage with her, punished for rescuing her, and his pleasure in their marriage was all about bed sport. If she was hurting now, it was her own fault. It wasn't as if she hadn't been warned. He'd told her over and over that it wasn't a love match, and that she wasn't to expect anything more than friendship. She could love him with all her heart, but it would make no difference. You couldn't make someone love you if they didn't. The question was, how did an inconvenient, convenient wife go on? How did she hold her head up in society when it seemed half of society knew her husband of a few weeks had taken a mistress? Who could advise her? She needed someone who'd be honest with her, someone who had experience with this kind of thing. The answer jumped out at her. Aunt Agatha. She'd had 3 husbands and married none of them for love. She'd know what Lily should do. So that's the situation, Aunt Agatha. What I should do? Lily was seated in Aunt Agatha's private sitting-room, a glass of sherry in her hand. She'd just finished explaining. There was a long silence. Aunt Agatha gave her a thoughtful look, sipped her sherry, then pursed her lips. I'm disappointed, but I can't say I'm surprised. If you had, please don't tell me it's my fault for being too plump or too stupid or too young. Criticizing me for things I can't change is not going to help. Aunt Agatha raised her brows. Lily eyed her defiantly and gulped her sherry. It was nasty stuff. Besides, my being plump isn't the problem. I've seen his mistress, and she's as plump as me. As plump as I. Does your husband know about your little problem? She tapped the book she'd been reading and set aside when Lily arrived. No, I've kept that a secret from him. And she still felt torn in two about that. Good, so it's not that then. No, and there's no point in offering me advice about winning him back, Lily said. You couldn't win back what you'd never had. I just want to know how to bear it. You've had 3 husbands. Did any of them have mistresses? Yes, of course, all 3 of them. She twirled her lorgnette thoughtfully. In some ways it was a relief. A relief? Lily couldn't imagine that, but then she recalled that Aunt Agatha hadn't enjoyed the marriage bed. That was the hardest thing of all to think about. Up to now the best part of her marriage had been what passed between them in bed, but if Edward had sought the services of a mistress, it meant Lily had failed in that area as well. It was very disheartening. She took another sip of sherry. But wasn't it humiliating? It was strange to be sitting here with her formidable aunt, talking like this, woman to woman, but also comforting. She felt closer to Aunt Agatha than she ever had in her life. The old lady shrugged. One learns to deal with such things. Lily set down her glass and leaned forward. How, Aunt Agatha? Tell me what I must do. Accept it. Ignore it. Act as if it isn't true. I'm not even sure it is true, Lily admitted. It's just a rumour from an unreliable source. Aunt Agatha snorted. And the evidence of your own eyes. Face facts, girl. Men are feckless creatures. It's their nature to stray. Now, do you want my advice or not? Yes, Aunt Agatha, she said humbly. To begin with, a lady simply does not acknowledge the existence of such persons as mistresses.
Banish the creature from your mind and go on with your life. Behave exactly as normal, and don't breathe a word of your suspicions to anyone, not to your sister-in-law, not to that whisky-frisky, argumentative sister of yours, nor to Georgiana. All they will offer you is sympathy and a barrage of useless suggestions. Sympathy in these cases is poisonous. It will only encourage you towards self-pity and lachrymosity, which is revolting to behold."
There was a well of deeply buried pain beneath the brisk advice. Who had offered Aunt Agatha sympathy? And would anyone ever know the cause?
Your only possible choice is to stiffen your spine and get on with your life. Say not a word to your husband. On no account must you let him know that you are aware of the situation, not by word, deed, or implication. It will do no good. A leopard doesn't change his spots, and it will only cause him to feel defensive and uncomfortable, and make him feel further justified in his infidelity. So, not a word to your husband. Do you understand?
Yes, Aunt Agatha. Edward sent a message to say he would sleep at his club again that night. Lily dined as arranged with Em and Cal and Rose and George, and afterward attended the theatre with them. Edward had been invited, of course, but she had to make his excuses, the ones that he'd given her the day before, that he was busy attending to his affairs, that important men's business excuse he'd used so often. She hadn't put it like that, of course. She simply smiled and said Edward was caught up in something and sent his apologies. But she had a very good idea now what he meant by men's business. She slept badly. She'd become so used to having him sleeping in the bed that when he wasn't there she missed him. She supposed when they finally moved into Galbraith House he would revert to having his own bedchamber. It was a bleak prospect. She rode out with Cal and Rose and George in the morning, and when she returned, she found Edward home changing his shirt. She glanced at his valet, and copying Edward's tactics with her maid, jerked her head at him. He glanced at his master and made a discreet exit, leaving them alone. Edward picked up a neckcloth.
"Something you wanted, Lily?"
He sounded quite unworried. "Where did you sleep last night?" she found herself asking. He gave her a quizzical look via reflection in his looking-glass.
"At my club, I told you."
Aunt Agatha's advice was all very well, but Lily was fed up with pretending all was well when it wasn't. And she wasn't going to be plagued by questions any longer. "You have a mistress, don't you?"
"A mistress?" He gave her a quizzical look in the mirror. "Whatever gave you that idea?"
"People are saying you have one." He frowned and swung around to face her.
"You're serious?"
She nodded.
"Well, whoever these people are, they're wrong. I don't have a mistress. The idea is preposterous."
He snorted.
"When could I possibly fit one in?"
He saw her expression and added,
"I have no interest in a mistress. Why would I, when I have you?"
She said nothing, just folded her arms defensively. He was so plausible. Was this what her future was going to be like? Lies and pretense?
"Lily? You can't possibly believe that nonsense."
He moved to take her in his arms. She fended him off and stepped back. "I saw you with her yesterday."
"What? Who? What are you talking about?"
"You went into a hotel with her. The Excelsior Hotel. I was having tea with someone in the tea rooms opposite. I saw you, Edward." He frowned.
"I did go into the Excelsior Hotel yesterday to meet a fellow that didn't show up. There wasn't any woman involved."
"I saw you go in together. You had your arm around her." She recalled the solicitous, almost protective way he'd placed his hand in the small of the woman's back, and the way she'd leaned against him. A spurt of anger went through her. He looked astonished and a bit offended.
"I did nothing of the—" "Oh, yes, you're right. I remember now. There was a woman." His eyes narrowed. She was increasing and felt faint. She asked for my arm to help her mount the stairs, told me her husband was inside. Naturally, I assisted her, as any gentleman would.
He added stiffly, clearly resentful of her accusation.
But I'd never seen her before in my life.
Lily bit her lip. It was credible. It could also be a clever lie. The longer she remained silent, the darker his expression grew.
"You don't believe me?"
Her face crumpled. "Oh, Edward, I want to. I truly want to." Hot tears prickled behind her eyes.
"I gave you my word before we were married that I'd never lie to you."
She shook her head. "You took that promise back."
"No, you took it back,"
he said with quiet emphasis.
"I gave you my word of honour that day. I meant it then, and I mean it now."
He put a lot of store in his word of honour, she remembered. He'd also promised that after they were married he'd be faithful to her. "You really don't have a mistress?" she whispered.
"No, I don't."
"Promise?" He said in a hard voice,
"I gave you my word."
He was so obviously offended by the suggestion that she believed him. The relief was enormous. Tears rolled down her cheek. She dashed them away. "I'm so sorry, Edward. I didn't want to believe it, but I was told, you see. Told that lots of people knew, and then I saw you with that woman, and—" He pulled out a handkerchief and dried her cheeks.
"Hush now. Even if I hadn't given you my word, I have neither the time nor the energy to keep a mistress, and certainly not the inclination. I'm married to this irresistible young lady, you see."
He drew her against him, tilted her face up and lowered his mouth to hers. As always, one thing led to another, and he took her to bed and made love to her, slow, tender, and a little bitter-sweet. She loved him. She ached to tell him, but she couldn't, not now, after their first quarrel. It would be the worst time in the world for that, even if he wanted it, which he'd made it clear he didn't. She'd taken a risk, accusing him of infidelity. She didn't regret it, though, because it had cleared the air, more or less. She lay quietly, enjoying the sensation of being snuggled close to her big warm husband.
"Go to sleep if you like," he said, sitting up. "I have to go out."
He slipped out of bed and started to dress. "Where are you going?"
"Out."
She made an irritated sound, and he turned.
"What?"
"You're always so secretive."
"What do you mean?"
This business of yours that I'm not allowed to know about, and why do you have to sleep the night in your club so often?" She gave him a half-embarrassed look. It gave credence to the rumours about you having a mistress. He didn't answer. He was tying his neckcloth. But when he finished, he said,
"I stay away from you for several nights a week in order to spare you."
"Spare me from what? I don't mind if you come in late, or drunk, or smelling of cigars."
"From my attentions."
She gave him a puzzled look, so he went on.
"In the hotel we have only one bed. Since we've been living here, I've made love to you every single night I've slept here, and then, because I awake and find you in my bed, I make love to you again in the morning."
"Yes, what of it?" He said it as if it were a problem. She didn't find it so. Quite the contrary.
"It occurred to me that it might be too much for you. My intemperate desire. Morning and night, and then morning again." He made a rueful gesture. "And at other times, like now."
She couldn't believe it. Hadn't she made it clear how she felt? "Edward, I am thrilled whenever we make love, however often, whatever time. Surely you know that. The nights you've stayed at your club, only a few minutes' walk away, I thought you didn't want me." She took a deep breath and added, "And when I thought you'd taken a mistress, I thought it was because I hadn't pleased you in bed." He stared down at her with a look of amazement.
"How could you possibly think that?"
He gave a harsh laugh.
"A fine pair we make. Me thinking I was pestering you too much, and you imagining you didn't please me enough. For the record, madam, let it be known that you drive me wild with desire, and everything you do pleases me enormously."
"Truly?"
"Are you doubting my word again?"
"No, of course not. Then what is this secret business you're always going away on?"
"Exactly what I said. Business. I suppose I should have explained earlier, since it affects you."
He sat on the bed again.
"You know I am my grandfather's heir."
She nodded.
"You have probably assumed that my income comes from the family estate, but it doesn't. I decided years ago that I would earn a living for myself separately, nothing to do with the estate. I personally own several manufactories. I have interests in 2 mines, a canal company, and I have recently become part owner of a ship. All that takes time. I won't take a penny from my grandfather."
"But why? I thought you loved your grandfather."
"I do, but I cannot justify taking money from an estate that I never visit. And when my grandfather dies, I won't be running it. I intend to put in a manager."
"But why? I don't understand. If you care for your grandfather, why wouldn't you—"
"Just leave it, will you?"
he said brusquely,
and stood up. "Just accept that's how it is."
"Very well." It was very strange, though, and she wanted to know more. But it would keep. She'd pushed him far enough today. She watched him dressing and thought again about Sylvia and the whole incident. She thought about the choice of tea shop and where they'd each been seated, and the coincidence of Edward and that woman meeting like that. It couldn't possibly have been accidental. She sat up abruptly. "Edward! She planned the whole thing." He picked up his coat.
"Who did? What?"
"Sylvia, Nixon's cousin. She's been oh so innocent and misunderstood about the whole thing, but she's shown her hand too clearly now with this mistress nonsense." She gave him an excited look. "Sylvia cajoled me into meeting her for tea. She chose the place and the time. As for that woman, I'm certain she arranged for her to come and accost you in front of that hotel." She broke off, frowning. "Oh, but how did she know you'd be there?"
"That fellow I went to meet never showed. I'd received a note that if I wanted to know Nixon's whereabouts, I should come to the Excelsior at 2:15 precisely and bring £20.
"Nixon?" He gave her a rueful smile.
"Another thing I've kept secret from you. I've been trying to track down Nixon. By all accounts, the villain is still in England. I have several men on the job, but most of the investigating I'm doing myself."
"But why on earth keep that a secret from me?" He gave her a curious look and said slowly,
"I thought it might upset you, having it all stirred up again. I thought you'd probably want to forget all about it, block it from your mind."
"Not at all. I would love Nixon to be caught and punished." She beamed up at him. "I think it's wonderful that you're trying to hunt him down. I think it's utterly heroic." He stiffened and glanced away.
"Don't call me that." He stood up. "I have to go. I'll see you tonight."
Puzzled and a little disturbed, she watched him leave. What had just happened? Lily told Rose and George what Sylvia had done, the mischief she'd tried to make between Lily and her husband.
"More than mischief," George commented. "It's a vicious little plot. What did you ever do to her to make her hate you like that, Lily?"
"Nothing," Lily and Rose said in chorus. Lily has been a perfect saint toward her," Rose declared. "I'd understand if she was trying to get back at me. I never liked her and never tried to hide it. Nobody liked Sylvia at school, but Lily was always nice to her. And Sylvia took advantage. No need to go into all that," Lily said quickly. "That's all in the past. The main thing is that I never want to speak to her again, and I wanted you both to know. And to help me if she tries anything again."
"The woman sounds cracked in the head," George said. "Now what are we going to do this morning?"
"I'm going to see how the refurbishments are coming along," Lily said. "Anyone want to come with me?" They all three went, and enjoyed themselves hotly debating the merits of various kinds of wall coverings. Painted papers, silk or brocade. But apart from the excitement of choosing designs and colours, Lily was a little downhearted. According to the man in charge, it would be at least another 2 weeks before they could even think of moving in. Damn it. Ned had revealed more than he meant to. It was harder than he'd expected, being married and keeping himself to himself. The trouble was, his wife had this way about her, a way of causing him to lower his barriers without realizing it, until it was too late. Worse, it seemed that he needed to take his own advice about the effect of bed sport on one's emotions. Ironic, that. It was because there was only one bed in this damned hotel, of course. Never before had he had such continuous access to a warm and willing female. It played havoc with his equilibrium. Still, he glanced at the letter he was holding. The solution was in his hand. Nixon had been spotted, reliably spotted by one of his own men, not another wild goose chase, in Southampton. And this time Ned was going after the wretch himself. He wanted the man dealt with once and for all. Lily needed that peace of mind. He broke the news to her that evening as they were dressing to go to the theatre.
"I have to go away for a week or so, maybe longer."
"Can you do this up for me, please? The catch is quite tricky." He bent over the necklace fastening, a fiddly little thing, and almost dropped it, startled, when she said, "I'll come with you."
He was shocked. "You can't. I'm sorry, but it's not possible. Not—"
He was going to say convenient, but that wouldn't go down too well.
"It's business. Very dull. I need to be able to concentrate, and if you came—"
"I would distract you?"
"Yes."
It was true, but he didn't mean it as the compliment she was taking it for, if the little smile on her face was any indication. He would have stressed the danger element, except he didn't want her to worry. Marriage was full of traps. The thing to do was to issue statements, not give anyone, meaning his wife, the opportunity to discuss things.
"So I'll be leaving first thing in the morning,"
he said in a brisk voice. End of conversation. She eyed him thoughtfully in the looking-glass, twirling a dusky curl around her fingers. "And what am I to do while you're away?"
"Do? The usual things, I suppose. Ride in the park, go visiting with your Rutherford relatives, attend balls, harry builders, that sort of thing. Are you ready?"
She picked up a lacy shawl and handed it to him. "Living here in the hotel?"
"Of course. You told me the house won't be ready for a couple of weeks."
He arranged the shawl around her shoulders. She considered that. "I don't want to stay here on my own."
"Stay with your family at Ashenden House, then. I'm sure they'll be delighted to have you back."
She didn't look too delighted at the idea. She stood back for him to open the door for her. "I'll think about it." Later that evening, as he was handing her down from the carriage, she said, "I've thought about it. I think I'll go and visit Aunt Dotty in Bath."
"Fine. Excellent. If that's what you want."
"Lily, my dear girl, whatever are you doing here?" The carriage had pulled up outside Aunt Dotty's house, and Lily had jumped down to ring the bell herself. To her surprise, instead of hugging her and dragging her inside, Aunt Dotty was peeking past Logan, her butler, regarding Lily with a look of horror. "I've come to visit you, Aunt Dotty." "Oh, dear, I wish I'd known. Why didn't you write to say you were come?" "Oh, of course, I'm sorry, my dear, I wasn't thinking." Aunt Dotty's hands fluttered with distress, waving Lily back into the street. "But you cannot stay here, my love. You simply cannot." "But why, Aunt Dotty? What's the problem?" "Chicken pox," the old lady declared tragically. "2 of the housemaids and the youngest footman are stricken already, and the scullery maid started throwing out spots this morning. I suspect the butcher's boy," she added darkly. "But you cannot stay even for a minute. It can be horribly disfiguring, and you never had it that time Rose was so ill with it, did you?" "No, I didn't." "So you mustn't risk it. You must go away at once. Oh, how dreadful to have to be so uncivil to a most beloved niece. I would have loved to have you stay. I've missed you girls so much. But I must shun you, my love, positively shun you for your own good. Tell her, Logan dear." She appealed to the tall, silver-haired butler standing by her elbow.
"Your aunt is right," Logan said. "She's been all about end with it, but can I convince her to stay elsewhere and let me deal with it?" He gave the old lady a fond look. "Stubborn as a mule she is, and always has been."
"Quite right," Aunt Dotty said, "and I have no intention of changing." Lily smiled. Her brother Cal strongly disapproved of Logan's informal manner toward their aunt, but Aunt Dotty insisted that she and Logan had known each other since she was 15, and to pretend otherwise was ridiculous. Nothing would convince her that a groom-turned-butler should not be treated as an old friend. "Now go, Lily dearest, go. The longer you are here, the more chance of you catching the horrid thing." Her aunt made shooing motions at her, then clapped her hands to her cheeks in sudden realization. "Oh, but where will you go? And why isn't your husband with you? You haven't lost him, have you?" Lily laughed. "No, Aunt Dotty, Edward's away on business, and don't worry, I'll spend the night at York House." It was the finest of Bath's hotels. "I'm a married woman now, you know, and have a great deal more freedom." "That's all right then, dear. I suppose you'll have to go back to London tomorrow. Such an inconvenience. I could wring the neck of that wretched butcher's boy. Give my love to everyone when you see them again. Now go, go, flee, and be healthy." Lily climbed back into the travelling chaise. Walton, the coachman, opened the little communication hatch in the roof of the carriage. "Where to now, Mom?" Lily thought for a moment. She didn't want to go back to London. She didn't want to live at the Pulteney without Edward, and staying with her family was out of the question while they still disapproved of Edward. Then an idea came to her. "You know where Shields, Lord Galbraith's estate is, don't you, Walton?"
"Aye, in Hereford," he said cautiously.
"Good. We'll go there tomorrow, then." Edward's grandfather had issued her an open invitation, after all. Besides, how could she resist an opportunity to learn more about her husband's childhood home, the estate he had not visited in more than 10 years, and for which he refused to take responsibility? Chapter 19. Teach me to feel another's woe, to hide the fault I see, that mercy I to others show, that mercy show to me. Alexander Pope, The Universal Prayer. Somehow Lily had expected Shields to be sinister-looking, or grim, run-down, and depressing. But as the carriage bowled up the tree-lined driveway, she saw that, on the contrary, everything looked to be in apple-pie order. Shields was an ancient house, built in grey stone in the Gothic manner, but far from being sinister. It looked beautiful, open and welcoming, with gleaming many-paned Gothic windows. Crimson roses rambled over the grey stone, and the garden around the house was a riot of colourful spring flowers. The setting, too, was lovely. To one side, rolling fields of crops stretched green and gold to the horizon, and away behind the house she could see the forest Edward had mentioned so long ago, one of the few things she knew about his childhood and his home. It looked ancient, the trees huge and gnarled, their branches spread magnificently, 1,000 shades of green, shady and mysterious, a wonderful playground for an imaginative boy. As the carriage pulled up, grooms ran up to tend the horses, and an elderly butler came carefully down the steps.
"May I help you, madam?"
he said politely. For a moment Lily didn't know what to say. She'd come all this way unannounced, if not uninvited. "I'm Mrs. Galbraith," she said. "Mrs. Edward Galbraith." His face lit up.
"Mr. Edward's wife?"
he breathed.
"We didn't know. I mean, welcome, Mrs. Galbraith. Welcome is
He peered behind her, and she knew who he was hoping to see. "I've come alone," she said gently. "My husband isn't with me."
"Oh."
He made a valiant effort to hide his disappointment, mustered a bright smile, and led her into the house.
"Lord Galbraith will be delighted to see you, Mrs. Galbraith. He's in the library. I am Fenchurch, the butler. Would you care to refresh yourself before I take you to him?"
She didn't need to use the necessary, but decided it would be politic to wash and tidy herself, so the butler could warn Lord Galbraith of his unexpected visitor, and give the old man a few minutes to recover from the surprise, and perhaps his disappointment that she'd come alone before he had to receive her. She washed in a guest room, then came downstairs.
"My dear, dear girl."
Edward's grandfather came toward her, wreathed in smiles. She was about to curtsy. She hadn't given thought to how she should greet him, but he said quickly,
"None of that formal nonsense, young Lily. You're my granddaughter now, and I'll have a hug and a kiss from you. Thank you very much."
He gave her a warm hug, and grinned delightedly when she stood on tiptoe to kiss his leathery old cheek. His likeness to Edward was uncanny. Lily felt as though she knew him, even though they'd only met a couple of times.
"Now, come into the warm, my dear child. Fenchurch will bring you tea and cakes, or would you prefer a glass of wine?"
He escorted her into the library, a large room lined from floor to ceiling with shelves, filled with leather-bound tomes of every imaginable size. She'd never seen so many books in her life. A fire burned brightly in the hearth, making it very cosy.
"Now sit ye down, child, and tell me what that silly chub of a grandson of mine has done to drive you all the way down here. He's not following, is he?"
he added with ill-concealed hopefulness. "No, I'm sorry, he's not. He doesn't even know I'm here." She explained the circumstances that had brought her to Shields. Over an early dinner they talked, and Lord Galbraith showed her over the house, telling her some of its history, and in particular the bits that related most to Edward, or Ned, as his grandfather called him. He showed her Ned's old rooms, which had remained more or less unchanged since he ran off and joined the army.
"The boy was mad for a pair of colours," his grandfather explained, "but his father and his father was still alive then, but the two of them clashed like stags whenever they met. But Ned was the heir, you see, the only heir, so of course we could not let him go off and get himself shot to pieces in the war."
He shook his head, remembering.
"But he was ripe for adventure and champing at the bit to get out into the world and prove himself a man. Lads of that age think they're men when they're just hey-go-mad boys. That's the tragedy of it."
He heaved a sigh. Lily sat quietly, listening, fascinated.
So what must that wretched young tearaway do but run off and join up as a common soldier, along with half the lads in the village? One of those dashed recruiting sergeants, unscrupulous villains they are, came along banging his drum and got the lot of 'em all fired up, and off they went to take the king's shilling.
How old was he then?
Not quite 18, the young fool. Of course we couldn't have the Galbraith heir serving with the common riffraff, so we bought him a commission. Should have been the cavalry, but the stiff-necked young idiot refused to leave the fellows who'd joined up with him, so he became a lieutenant in the infantry. The infantry!
He snorted.
When he could ride almost before he could walk. More wine, my dear?
No, thank you. Tell me the rest.
The rest? There is no rest. The boy never came home again. You probably know as much as I do about his military career. We read the newspapers, didn't we? Gleaned what shreds of information we could find. Of course he wrote, but the wartime letters were the barrenest things you've ever read. No details, just, "Dear grandpapa, I am well and in need of socks," or "wishing for some good red meat," or some nonsense like that. Nothing to tell a man what the lad was feeling or doing. The letters are better now, of course.
Lily frowned. He still writes to you? The old man nodded.
Always has, man and boy, a letter every week. Some as brief as a letter can be, barely deserving to be called a note, others long and well worth the reading.
He smiled at her.
Hasn't he ever written to you?
No.
I don't suppose he's had any need to, with you right there at hand. Tomorrow I'll show you some of the more interesting of his letters. I've kept them all, you know.
His eyes, green like Edward's, only a little faded, twinkled.
There are a few I think you'll find particularly interesting.
Lily forced a smile. I look forward to it. The next morning dawned bright and sunny, and over breakfast Lord Galbraith declared his intention to take Lily on a tour of the estate while the weather held.
Horseback all right with you, young Lily? I seem to remember you're a fine little horsewoman. Ned and I saw you riding in the park with your sisters on the morning of your wedding. Oh, no, we can't have seen you, can we? He grinned roguishly. Bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding. I recall it now. Your sisters were kidnapping a complete stranger.
She laughed, drizzling honey on her toast. I suppose Edward told you. It's silly, I know. Rose got it wrong. The groom isn't supposed to see the bride in her wedding dress, but who was I to argue with the superstition? She crunched down on her toast. He laughed. Especially since you were being kidnapped at the time. He wiped his mouth and set his table napkin aside. So, my dear, how do you feel about riding around the estate with an old man this fine morning? An old man? Oh, dear! She feigned dismay. I thought I'd be riding with you. Minx! He chuckled delightedly. Eat up. We need to get going while the weather is smiling on us. Lily finished her tea and stood up. I'll just run upstairs and put on my habit. She would have ridden out in the rain, the wind, and the cold. Anything was better than having to read letters. The tour took all day. Lord Galbraith was clearly as proud as Punch of his estate, but it wasn't long before Lily realized his true purpose was to show her off to the people of the estate, his tenants. At every small cottage or hamlet, and for every person they came across, he would stop and introduce her. Lily, my dear, this is Mr. Tarrant. Or Norton, or Bellamy, or Weston, or Toomer, or Cole, who's one of my tenant farmers. Tarrant, this is my boy's charming bride, the future Lady Galbraith. His pride and open delight in her was visible, and very touching. What invariably followed was an eager inquiry, some delicate, others blunt, about Edward's whereabouts, and when it was clear he was not expected, their disappointment was palpable. Lord Galbraith would then ask about every member of the family, and at the end of each conversation Lily was usually given an invitation to drop in on the wife whenever she was passing, and exhorted to send our regards to the young master. Several times they were invited into a farmhouse or cottage to meet a wife, where they would be urged to drink a glass of milk, or have some tea and a bit of cake, or take some other refreshment. Lily loved every moment of it. She loved learning about people, getting to know them, hearing their tales of this and that. The warmth of their welcome almost overwhelmed her, even though she was under no illusions as to why. She left each place with messages for the young master ringing in her ear, and her saddlebags crammed with small gifts, preserves, homemade cheese, biscuits, and several mysterious bunches of herbs she suspected were intended to help her to conceive. As the day passed, her mystification grew. It was clear her husband was loved and greatly missed here. She could see it in the face of every person she met, in the warm inquiries after his health and well-being, in their clear delight at the news of his marriage, and their occasionally embarrassing specific hopes for children to follow. So many people had said words to the effect of, "Time the young master came home where he belongs." She didn't understand it. When Edward had told her he was never going back to Shields, that he wouldn't take any income from the estate, and that when his grandfather passed on he would hire a manager to run the place, she'd imagined that something dreadful had happened here, that his childhood had been ghastly, that he'd been brutally treated, or that he was resented or hated for some reason, even that he'd fallen in love with some village maiden and had his heart broken. Instead, he was loved, and not only by his grandfather. "Why is Edward so reluctant to come here?" she asked Lord Galbraith as they rode slowly home. The sun was setting over the western hills, a glorious display of red and gold and pink, gilding the rooftops of the gracious old house and giving the ancient grey stonework a rosy glow. How could Edward reject such a beautiful home?
"Oh, my dear, if only I knew,"
he said sorrowfully.
"I've asked myself that question 100, 1,000 times over the years. I've tried and tried to get him to talk about it."
He darted her a hopeful glance.
"I don't suppose he's said anything to you?"
She shook her head. "No, only that he doesn't come here. Never why, though of course I've asked." The old man sighed heavily. "Did anything happen? Anything bad, I mean, before he went away to join the army?"
"Nothing that I can discover. As far as I know, he was... The whole pack of them were excited as boys. Well, they were boys. Silly, heedless, careless, joyful boys off to follow the drum."
He didn't have a broken heart, perhaps? Some girl who decided she preferred someone else? Though she couldn't imagine any girl rejecting Edward.
No, he wasn't much interested in girls at that age. That all came later.
He didn't leave any enemies behind? The old man snorted.
"You saw them today, girl. Did it look as though any one of them had a bad word to say about my lad?"
"I thought they all loved him." There was a lump in her throat as she said it.
"They did. They do. We all do."
There was a world of pain in the choked old voice. The horses walked slowly on. In the sky, gold and scarlet faded to pink and grey. The trees filled with birds, all chattering madly as they prepared for the night. Lily pretended not to notice the tears in the old man's eyes. Over dinner she prompted the old man to tell her more tales of Edward's boyhood, and he happily regaled her with tales of his wild, merry, loving boy. It was not the Edward she knew.
"But you must have heard that story before,"
he said after finishing one tale. She shook her head. He never mentions the past at all, and if I bring it up—
You mean about the war?
No, not just the war. If I ask him anything about his past, he just gets this look in his eyes.
Like ice over a window, so you can't see in or out. And then he changes the subject and starts talking about some wholly inconsequential thing.
Lord Galbraith finished for her. Exactly. At least she wasn't the only one that Edward shut out. Every time he does it, I feel— She swallowed, unable to go on.
Like a little piece of your heart has been cut away,
he suggested gently. Unable to speak for the surge of emotion that had swamped her at his words, Lily nodded. There was a long silence, broken only by the sound of the wind outside and the coals of the fire settling gently in the grate.
You love that boy of mine, don't you?
Her face crumpled as she whispered, "With all my heart."
Does he know how you feel?
She shook her head. He doesn't want my love. He made it very clear before we were married.
And since then?
He made it even clearer.
Young idiot!
After a moment, the old man tapped his fingers decisively on the table.
I'm not so sure. I think he's fonder of you than you realize. Let me show you some of those letters I mentioned before.
It was the last thing she wanted. Lily thought briefly about claiming to be tired after the long day, but it would only put off the moment. The old man was determined to show them to her. She might as well get it over with. Again they retreated to the library. It was clearly Lord Galbraith's favourite room in the house. Something of an irony in that, Lily thought. A room filled from floor to ceiling with books. He seated her close to the fire, poured her a glass of some pinky gold liquid and set it on a table at her elbow. Then he brought out a large wooden inlaid box.
Now.
He shuffled through the stack of letters inside.
Ah, here it is. The first letter he wrote from your honeymoon, or would you rather read some of his wartime ones first? I promise you they're very sparse and uninformative.
She shook her head. It doesn't matter. And that was the truth. Feeling in need of a little liquid courage, she took a large sip from the glass he'd given her and choked. What is that?
Eh? Oh, peach brandy, gift from a tenant. Don't you like it? I can get you something else.
No, it's just— I didn't expect it to be so—
Sweet? Yes, horrible, but ladies usually like sweet drinks. Can I get you something else?
He hovered. The word Lily had been thinking of was strong, but she didn't say so. No, it's fine, thank you. I was just surprised. Now that it was down, it left a lovely warm feeling in the pit of her stomach.
Good. Now, here's the first letter.
He handed it to her and sat back, watching her eagerly.
See what he says about you?
Lily unfolded the letter and pretended to read it.
What do you think about that, eh?
He asked when, after what she judged would be a suitable interval, she handed it back. Very nice. He blinked, and the eager look faded.
Try this one.
He passed her another and sat there watching her as again she pretended to read it. The fire crackled and hissed gently in the hearth. The silence of the great walls of books pressed heavily on her. Her throat burned from the drink she'd just swallowed. It threatened to come back up. It was always unbearable when she tried to read, especially with someone watching, but this was somehow worse. Deceiving this dear old man after the lovely day they'd just had. Just tell him, confess, get it over with. But she couldn't. Very interesting. She refolded the letter and handed it back, hating herself for being such a coward. He didn't comment, just handed her another, saying, "You'll like this one." She wanted to throw it in the fire. Smiling, she unfolded it and stared blindly at the unintelligible writing for as long as she could bear it. She passed it back to him and said, "Lord Galbraith, I think I'd like to retire now. I have a headache starting and—"
"You didn't read a single one of those letters, did you?"
The silence in the room stretched. Lily said nothing. She simply hung her head, drowning in waves of shame.
"You can't read, can you?"
She forced herself to admit it. "No," she whispered.
There, girlie, no need to cry."
Was she crying? She hadn't noticed. She took the handkerchief he pressed into her hand and scrubbed at her face, wanting to run, to hide, to just disappear.
"Does Ned know?"
She shook her head.
"Don't look like that, my dear. There are worse things in life than not being able to read. I take it it's not a problem with your eyes."
He broke off, disgusted.
"Well, of course it's not your eyes. Been out with you all day, haven't I? Eyes like a hawk. Pretty, too."
Lily forced herself to speak. "I suppose you think I'm lazy or stupid."
"I think nothing of the kind," the old man harumphed. "Clever little thing you are, observant and with intelligent things to say, and not a lazy bone in your body. Saw that when I dragged you all over the estate today, making you talk to dashed near every person on it. And did you for 1 minute let on how tired or bored you were?"
"Oh, but I wasn't.
No, you straightened your spine and sat through it all smiling, didn't you? Every slow top on the estate jawing your ear off with trivial rubbish, but did you show it?" He snorted. "You're no shirker, my girl. Proud to have you in the family. Ned couldn't have made a better choice."
At that, Lily's tears flowed afresh.
Now, don't take on. It's nothing to cry over. Perfectly sure you've done your damnedest. Forgive my language, my dear. Done your best to learn, and if you can't, well, it's some dashed fault in the Creator. That's all it is. One of God's mysteries, and not for us to question it. Look at me."
Surprised, she did, dabbing at her eyes.
"Can't for the life of me tell the difference between red socks and green ones, between red and green anything. Both colours look the same to me. But," he flung up his hands in a gesture of cheery hopelessness, "does it matter? No, it does not."
"There's a big difference between not being able to read and not being able to distinguish red socks from green," she objected.
"Pooh! Ask me, ask anyone, if they'd rather have a scholarly girl in the family or one with a warm and loving heart, and you know what they'll all choose. I know what matters to me, and it's not a piffling thing like reading."
She choked on a half-laugh. Says the man who owns the biggest library I've ever seen."
"Don't suppose you've seen many. Why would you want to? Yes, I like books. Other people like cats. Who's to say who's right? The important thing to me right now is that you're going to make me very happy."
Lily looked up at him through tear-blurred eyes. "How?" It came out on a wobble.
2 reasons.
He ticked them off on his fingers as he spoke.
First, you're going to make my grandson very happy. Second, you're going to make me a great-grandfather."
"How do you know?" All these expectations. Lily was fed up with them. Fed up with living with the likelihood of failure always looming. "I was forced on your grandson, and he's still getting used to it. I don't think he's very happy. I can't really tell."
"If he's not, he's a fool, and my grandson is no fool."
Lily left that one untouched. "As for making you a great-grandfather, what if I don't have babies? My only 2 aunts are barren. Well, one of them never married, so I suppose she doesn't count, and anyway, people die in childbirth all the time." He chuckled.
"Cheery little creature, aren't you? Shall I order my blacks now?"
She gave a half-laugh, half-sob.
"That's better."
He refilled her glass.
Now sit back, drink up, and I'll read some of my grandson's letters to you. I think you'll find them enlightening."
He pulled out a letter and read,
"Lily made me laugh today. Such a clever observer of people, but she hasn't a nasty bone in her body. Some of the fine ladies of the ton could take lessons from her."
Did Edward really think that of her? She couldn't help but smile.
"And here, where he says this: 'Every day in some small way my wife surprises and delights me.'"
Lily felt herself blushing with pleasure. Or perhaps it was the peach brandy. He pulled out another letter and read,
"We ride out together most mornings. Lily is a first-rate horsewoman, as you observed."
"Ah, yes, this is the one about when you fell off your horse."
"When it refused to jump," Lily corrected him. He chuckled.
"Indeed, and that's just what he said. But this is the bit that'll interest you. He wrote it later that evening after you were asleep."
"I thought I'd lost her, grandfather. She was so still and pale. My heart simply stopped. Then, when she finally moved, words cannot express what I felt then. In such a short time my wife has become so dear to me."
Lord Galbraith refolded the letter and put it aside, saying,
"There you are, my dear. If that boy isn't in Oh, good grief, you're not crying again, are you? If ever I've seen such a girl for waterworks."
But the old man was smiling as he passed her his handkerchief again.
"Take no notice of me, dear girl. You just have a good cry. Let it all out and you'll feel better for it."
He cleared his throat.
"Learned that from my dear wife. Cried for all kinds of incomprehensible reasons. Wonderful woman."
After a long pause, he added softly,
"You'd have loved her, Lily. More to the point, she'd have loved you, as do I."
Lily managed a misty smile. Chapter 20. Happy the man whose wish and care a few paternal acres bound, content to breathe his native air in his own ground. Alexander Pope, Ode on Solitude. Over the next week, Lord Galbraith took Lily all over the estate and the surrounding area. She met everyone from tenants to the leading members of local society. She was entertained by stories of the Galbraith family, the tales of Ralph de Courbeau, who built the original manor in the 13th century, and how Nicholas Galbraith came south from Scotland in the 16th century to marry a de Courbeau lass, the last of her line. The portrait gallery was full of their pictures, these men and women whose blood had slowly distilled down the ages to the old man beside her and the young one whom her heart craved. Lord Galbraith, who turned out to have something of a mischievous nature, or perhaps it was just kindness, took pleasure in pointing out the many ancestors who couldn't, in fact, refused to learn to read, deeming it a rubbishy skill needed only by clerks and clergy, unimportant people like that. His scurrilous tales made her laugh and laugh, but entertaining and charming as the old man was, Lily was missing her husband. She wanted to hear these old family stories from him. She was sure he would know them. She wanted to learn about the estate from him, to have him introduce her to former playmates and show her his secret boyhood places. Everywhere she went there were reminders of the boy he had been, and people were eager to tell her about the boy they remembered and missed. The more she learned about him, the harder it was to reconcile the mischievous, merry, adventurous boy everyone talked about with the reserved man who was kind and careful and kept himself to himself, except in bed. How could a man who wrote so regularly to his grandfather, warm and entertaining letters too, how could he stay away for so long when he must know surely that his grandfather desperately missed him? How could he refuse to come home? It would break his grandfather's heart if he ever learned of Edward's plan to hire a manager. In the short time she'd known him, Lily had grown to love the old gentleman.
and she ached for the loneliness he so gallantly tried to hide. She understood it only too well.
"It's a letter from Ned."
Lord Galbraith came to breakfast, waving it.
"Eat while I read it to you."
He broke open the seal and glanced at the letter, then frowned.
"It's very short."
He scanned quickly.
"He's very worried about you, Lily. Frantic, in fact."
"Me? Why?"
"He says he's lost you. Suspects you might have been kidnapped again."
"But I told him—" She broke off, her hand going to her mouth. "I told him I was going to Aunt Dottie's." Lord Galbraith nodded.
"He said he'd been to Bath."
"Bath? But he was going to Southampton."
"Well, I don't know why he changed his plans, but he went to Bath. He says your aunt told him she'd sent you back to London, but when he returned to London you weren't there, and nobody knew where you were."
Lily pushed her eggs away, her appetite gone. "Oh, dear. I hadn't planned to stay so long. I thought I'd come for just a few days and be back in London before him." She put her napkin aside and rose. "I'll go and pack at once. Can you send a message to my coachman that we leave for London immediately?"
"No."
Lily paused and turned. There was a strange, almost arrested look on his face. "What do you mean, no? You said Edward was worried. I must—"
"I wrote to him a couple of days ago, told him you were with me, said how much I was enjoying your visit. He'll have that letter by now. Sit down and finish your eggs."
She sat reluctantly, as much for good manners as anything else. "Very well, but I must leave as soon as possible."
"No, I want you to stay here. Please."
There was a peculiar intensity in the old man's expression. "But I can't. This was only meant to be a short
"I've been trying for more than 10 years to get that boy to come here."
He picked up the letter and showed it to her.
"Look at that writing, all loops and scrawls, an absolute disgrace of a hand."
"I don't understand." He looked up, his eyes gleaming.
"His writing is normally neat, precise, every I dotted and every T crossed. This is the worst scrawl I've seen from him since he first picked up a pen."
He laughed.
"Don't you see, girl, he's half out of his mind with worry."
"About me? But that's terrible."
"No, it's wonderful."
He poured himself another coffee and explained.
"For years that boy has been writing to me, and the letters are entertaining enough, but there's never any feeling in them. Nothing ever worries him, nothing excites him. He's never frightened or angry or delirious with joy. Have some toast."
He pushed the toast rack toward her. Lily had not the slightest interest in toast.
"Ned went through years of war, and all he could write about was socks, or a tasty meal, or send an account of some foreign place that read like a damned guidebook. And we know that all the time he was risking his life like a madman, courting danger at every turn. Remember what his commanding officer told me? That Ned didn't much care whether he lived or died. And then came that letter about you falling off your horse, and now—"
He patted the letter happily.
"Now he's half off his head with worry. About you."
"I don't understand," Lily said. "Are you happy because he's worried?"
"I'm happy because he's feeling something at last."
He reached out and took her hand.
"So I want you to stay here, as bait."
"Bait?"
"I haven't been able to get the boy to come home, not for years, but I have a feeling he might come for you. I hope so, anyway. I believe he cares for you more than you realize, more than the young fool himself realizes."
His faded old eyes gleamed with hope.
"He'll only realize he loves you if he's provoked out of this slough of despond he's been in for years, where nothing touches him, because he won't let it."
How often had Lily thought the same, that Edward didn't want to feel. He sat back and gave her a challenging look.
"Well, girl?" Don't you want to find out?"
Oh, but she did. But what if he doesn't come? He spread his hands in a helpless gesture.
"Then we're no worse off, are we?"
Lily bit her lip. It was one thing to live in hope that her husband might care for her, might even love her one day, but quite another to have those hopes shattered. Still, she needed to know one way or the other. She ached to know. Lord Galbraith must have seen something in her eyes, for he leaned forward with a hopeful expression.
"I'll write to Ned at once. Tell him he must come here to collect you, that I won't let you leave otherwise."
"I'm not so spineless," Lily objected. "If I wanted to leave, I would."
"If he's angry at being forced to come here, he'll blame me, not you. Better to blame me, I think." He patted her hand. "So will you do it, my dear? For an old man?"
She swallowed. There was no choice, really. And wasn't it worth the risk? If there was the smallest hope of Edward loving her, very well, I'll do it. For a young man as well as an old one, whether he came because he loved her or to free her from his grandfather's custody, Lily believed with every instinct she owned that Edward needed to come home to his grandfather, to Shields, and to the people who loved him, which included Lily, who loved him quite desperately. 3 nights later, Edward arrived. It was dusk. Lily saw the hired carriage bowling down the drive and knew who it would be. She flew down the stairs and out the front door to greet him. He looked tired and scruffy and unshaven. Edward was never scruffy. He leapt from the carriage, swept her into his arms, and held her hard against him for an endless, shattering moment. His body was trembling, as was hers. She'd never dreamed of such a greeting from her normally so controlled husband. She clung to him fiercely, not wanting the moment to end. Eventually, he released her, letting her slide slowly down his body until her feet touched ground again. He cupped her face in his hands. His eyes, winter green and glittering with emotion, bore into her.
"Never, never do that to me again."
And he kissed her, a long, hard, shattering, possessive kiss.
"I thought you were taken, lost to me, dead," he said.
She could barely stand. He kissed her again. Kisses that were hard, tender, desperate. Kisses that wrenched her heart right out of her body. "I'm so sorry, Edward. I didn't mean to." But she couldn't finish because he pulled her hard against him as if he'd never let her go.
"Why?" he murmured against her skin. "Why flee? And why here, of all places?"
"I wasn't fleeing." She planted kisses wherever she could reach him. "It was just, there was chicken pox at Aunt Dottie's, and I didn't want to go back to London, not if you weren't there." He kissed her again, and when she had breath to go on, she added, "And I wanted to see the place where you grew up. And since your grandfather had invited me—" He stiffened, and Lily realized he was looking over her shoulder. She glanced back. Lord Galbraith stood at the top of the steps leading to the house.
"You!"
Edward's voice grated.
"You had to trick her into coming here."
"No." She pulled on his arm to get his attention. "Don't blame your grandfather. He had no idea I was coming. It was an impulse on my part. Please don't be angry with him." Edward gave her a long glance, then nodded wearily. He walked toward the old man, his expression stony.
"Grandfather,"
he said tersely, and held out his hand. Lord Galbraith ignored it. Half blind with tears, the old man embraced his grandson.
"My boy, my dear, dear boy, you've come home at last."
His voice was choked. Edward stood stiffly in his embrace, his eyes blank and shuttered, as if the contact were somehow painful. Enduring it. He said nothing, but his throat was working. Lily's eyes filled. After a moment, Edward gently released himself from the old man's embrace and stepped back. Lord Galbraith pulled out a large white handkerchief and blew into it loudly.
"Well, come in, no need to stand about in the wind," he muttered.
Lily started toward the house, but Edward caught her hand and stopped her.
"We'll be in a minute, grandfather."
Lord Galbraith's gaze dropped to where their hands were joined.
"I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about, but Lily's not dressed for the outdoors."
He turned and stumped away. Edward glanced at Lily's dress and followed. He led her to the library. It would always be the library for Galbraith men, she realized glumly. Once inside, he drew her close.
"I was beside myself with worry. Why didn't you write or leave a note? I can't tell you how I felt."
He broke off, his gaze sombre.
"Yes, I can. I've been a coward for so long."
"You're not a coward."
"I am."
He took a deep breath.
"I love you, Lily. I think I loved you from the first, only I was too cowardly to admit it."
"No." Lily pressed her hands against his chest and stepped back. It was time. She was done with evasions and pretense. Don't say any more. "First, I need to tell you something. A terrible secret I've been keeping from you all this time." He paled. His grip tightened.
"What? What is it?"
She held him off. "I didn't write to you." She swallowed. Because. She closed her eyes, unable to face the intensity of his gaze, and forced the words out in a rush. "I didn't write to you because I can't write or read. It's some defect in me. Nobody knows why. I just can't." She waited. The silence stretched. She could feel his heart beating under her palms. The waiting was unbearable. She opened her eyes a crack. "And?" he said. She opened her eyes all the way. "And what?"
"The terrible thing."
"That's it?" He stared down at her.
"You're not ill or dying?"
"No." He pulled her hard against him.
"Thank God. I thought it was something terrible, that there was something really wrong with you."
"There is. Don't you understand? I can't read or write." He finally seemed to take it in. He frowned.
"You can't read or write?"
"No." She felt like an egg about to be smashed, all smooth, brittle shell outside, a mess of yolk and white within.
"Not a word?"
"Not a word?" Her voice trembled as she said it.
"Why didn't you tell me?" "Why do you think, you silly young chub?"
His grandfather stood in the doorway. His voice was gruff.
"Think what she must have been through all these years, what people have said to her. Think of the number of fools there are in this world, and then try not to add yourself to their number."
Edward's arm tightened around her, but there was a smile in his voice when he said,
"I don't need you or anyone to tell me what to think of my wife, grandfather. She's a treasure."
He turned to her, his voice deepening.
"She's my treasure, whose value to me is above rubies and pearls and letters."
Lily's sight blurred at the tender sincerity in his voice. He cupped her face in his hands.
"You've stopped me from saying this before, so I'll say it now. I love you, Lily Rutherford Galbraith, with all my heart. It doesn't matter to me what you can or can't do. Don't ever think it does. Whatever life throws at us, we'll manage it together."
It was a vow, and Edward Galbraith never broke his vows. "Oh, Edward."
The old man beamed.
"She's a grand girl, Ned. You couldn't have done better." "I know it. Now, grandfather, are you going to give me a drink or not?"
Lily sat beside her husband on the leather sofa, his arm around her, her head on his shoulder as he and his grandfather talked. She wasn't really listening. Her heart and mind were too full. He loved her. Edward Galbraith loved her. He'd said it, and he'd demonstrated it. He loved her despite her flaws. She couldn't quite believe it. Her dream had come true. But, she realized slowly, something wasn't quite right. She was practically boneless with relief and happiness, but although Edward was acting relaxed, his muscles were still tense and hard. Underneath the nonchalant attitude, he was wound up as tight as a spring. The door opened and she felt him stiffen. A servant entered with a tray of refreshments, and after a swift glance at the man's face, he ignored him. The same thing happened when they went upstairs to wash before dinner. Lord Galbraith had sent a man to attend his grandson. Edward had objected, but his grandfather waved the objections off. Edward went upstairs, wary as a feral cat, but when he saw the manservant, the tension left him. It was the same at dinner. Each new servant who appeared received a hard, appraising glance. Then her husband relaxed. He seemed almost frightened, but surely that couldn't be right. She tackled him about it that night after they'd retreated to her bedroom. He was prowling back and forth. If he'd been a cat, he'd be lashing his tail.
"You're imagining things. What on earth would I be frightened of here in my grandfather's house?"
"Then what is the problem?"
"Nothing. It's just this place. I don't want to be here. I can't stand it."
"But why? I don't understand." He made an impatient gesture.
"It doesn't matter."
"It does matter, Edward. Can't you see?"
"I said it doesn't matter."
It wasn't like him to snap. He sighed.
"I'm sorry. Let's not quarrel. Come to bed. First thing in the morning we leave this place and I take you home."
No, they wouldn't, Lily thought, but she wasn't going to argue. She hadn't had her husband in bed with her for ages, and he'd told her today that he loved her. She wasn't going to spoil things by arguing. Tomorrow would be soon enough for that. Tonight she had things to say for herself. She dropped her wrapper on a chair. She was naked underneath. She slipped into bed. "I didn't tell you this afternoon," she began. "I didn't get time." In the process of ripping off his clothes, he froze.
"What? Another secret?"
She nodded. "I love you too. I think it started when... Oof!" He lay on top of her naked, his eyes glittering in the lamplight.
"What did you say?"
She wound her arms around him. "Only that I love you, Edward Galbraith, with all my heart and soul and body." His heat soaked into her, and he kissed her like a man starved.
"You waited all this time to tell me? God, but I've missed you."
His fingers slid between her thighs, and finding her slick and hot and more than ready, he plunged into her, taking her fast and hard, driving into her with a smooth, relentless rhythm that built rapidly into a crescendo of such power that she shot straight over the top. She screamed and spasmed around him, and he let out a triumphant shout as they shattered together. Afterward, murmuring soft words of love, he lavished kisses all over her body.
"Tell me again."
"I love you." Between kisses they talked, but soon the caresses grew more and more feverish, and they made love again. And again she shattered into a million pieces. She waited then for him to slip out of the bed. There were plenty of beds here, and he'd been given his own room adjoining hers. But he made no move to leave her. Cautiously, not wanting to disturb him, she snuggled up against him, cuddling up against his chest. He grunted, half asleep, and wrapped a hard arm around her waist, pulling her closer, curving his body possessively around her as his breathing slowed, and he slipped into heavy, exhausted sleep. Lily kissed him softly, breathing in the scent of his skin, and followed him into oblivion. They were home. He just didn't know it yet. Where was Lily? Ned had told her they were leaving immediately after breakfast. It was almost 10, and where was she? He'd looked in her bedchamber and found a maidservant making up the bed, not anyone he recognized, and she didn't seem to know him, thank God. "Leave that and pack Mrs. Galbraith's things," he told her. He couldn't wait to get away. There was an itch between his shoulder blades, as if everywhere he went there were snipers lurking in the shadows. He needed to grab Lily and go. But where the hell was she? He found her, of all places, in the kitchen, packing food into a large wicker basket. "What are you doing here?" he said irritably. "Packing food into a basket." "I can see that." He supposed it was common sense to take food for the journey. "Hurry along, then, will you? Walton will be bringing the coach around in a few minutes. I told a maid to pack your things." "There was no need." She continued flitting around the kitchen, collecting things for the wretched basket. She picked up a large jar of pickled onions and put it in the basket. "There was every need. You hadn't even started packing. I don't like pickled onions, by the way." She gave him a quick smile. "I know. There's plenty of time for me to pack." She didn't remove the jar of onions. "There isn't. I told you last night that we would leave first thing this morning." "Yes, you did." She wrapped 2 large wedges of cheese and added them to the basket. "You didn't ask me whether it suited me or not." Whether it suited her or not? Blasted female pride. He mustn't order, he must ask. "If it suits you, my dear, I wish to leave this morning." His voice dripped with ironic courtesy. She was driving him wild, and not the way she had in bed last night. It was this blasted place. He needed to get away. "I know." She gave him a blithe smile. "But I'm not ready to leave yet." He blinked at her in stupefaction. "You're not ready to leave?" The itch between his shoulder blades deepened. "No, not yet." She folded a cloth and tucked it over the contents of the basket. "There's a ruined abbey with a mineral spring. Well, of course you must know of it. Twice now your grandfather and I planned to visit it, but our plans had to be cancelled. I want to see it before I leave." "Well, you can't," he snapped. "We're leaving in 15 minutes. If you're not in the carriage, I'll leave without you." It was a bluff. He wasn't going anywhere without her. He'd missed her damnably in the past few weeks, and then, when he thought she'd been taken, the nameless terror he'd felt. He wasn't going to let her out of his sight. She didn't turn a hair. "Very well, my dear, you go ahead. I'm going to visit the ruined abbey. It's a lovely day. Really, we have been blessed with the weather, but it cannot last." "I don't care about the weather," he began in exasperation. "No, but a picnic is so much more comfortable when it's fine. The local women tell me the water from the spring is sure to guarantee an heir." She gave him a bland, sweet smile. "You can come with me. If we both drink it, we will surely double our chances." He glared at her in baffled outrage. Where was the demure and obedient little creature he'd married, so eager to please? Was this what happened when you told a woman you loved her? Didn't she realize he had to get away? "No, damn it, I'm not going anywhere except back to London, today, and you're coming with me." "Take this, will you?" She handed him the covered basket. And this. It's sunny at the moment, but it might get chilly later." She draped a cloak over his arm.
"Lily, did you not hear me?
But she'd whisked herself out the kitchen door and was gone. He followed her into the yard, where a horse stood patiently harnessed to a light jig, and stopped. A groom stood holding the reins. Another waited to help Lily climb into the jig. They both gave him curious glances. They must know who he was. Word spread fast in a place like this. His skin prickled, but he didn't recognize either of them. They were both very young. The knots in his stomach eased. "Pass me the basket, will you, Edward, please?" He passed her the basket and the cloak, and stood fuming quietly while she stowed everything carefully away. "There's no need for you to come with me after all, Bobby," she told the youngest groom. "My husband will escort me today." She smiled tranquilly down at him. The grooms waited expectantly. The first one offered him the reins. The young one hesitated, then stepped forward, as if maybe Ned was too old to climb into a damned jig without assistance. Swearing silently and savagely, Ned climbed into the jig, accepted the reins, and drove out of the yard. The itch between his shoulder blades burned like acid. Chapter 21. And in the lowest deep, a lower deep, still threatening to devour me, opens wide. John Milton. They trotted briskly along, saying nothing. She must know he was furious. Right now, though, he was feeling more sick than furious. It was like going into battle. Worse. He knew what he was facing in battle. The knots in his stomach tightened. They came to a fork in the lane. "Turn left here," she said. He ignored her.
"The ruins are to the right."
"Yes, but I need to drop a few things off on the way." She reached across and pulled on the reins, and the horse turned left.
"What the—"
He swallowed, forcing himself to calm.
"Where are you dropping these things?"
He knew. He damned well knew. He knew every house, every cottage on the estate, and he knew exactly where they were going. He wanted to leap out of the jig and flee into the forest, his sanctuary of old. But that was haunted too. "Just Mrs. Pruitt and old Mr. Isles. I promised them both some of our home cheese from the Shields dairy. Old Mr. Isles told me how much he loves cheese with pickled onions. His daughter won't pickle onions for him, says it's too much trouble and she doesn't like the smell." She gave him a mischievous smile. "See, the pickled onions weren't for either of us." He swallowed. She had no idea what she'd done. Pruitt. Could she have chosen anyone worse? And Isles! His mouth was dry, his throat constricted. The horse trotted inexorably on. They turned a corner and he let out the breath he'd been holding as the first cottage came into view. Stone, slate-roofed, smaller than he remembered. The garden was neat as a pin. Mrs. Pruitt always did love her garden. "Why are we stopping?" Lily asked. "The cottage is over there." 50 yards away, and he couldn't go an inch closer. He hadn't even realized he'd tightened the reins. His breathing came raggedly, rapid and shallow.
"You go. I'll go for a bit of a walk."
"What is it, Edward? You've gone very pale. Are you ill?" His every instinct screamed at him to run, but it was too late. He could only wait, frozen and hollow, a butterfly staked on a pin, as fate, in the shape of Mr. and Mrs. Pruitt, opened the cottage gate, and with loud cries came running toward him. Mr. Pruitt reached the gig first.
"Master Ned, you've come back at last. Welcome home, lad. Oh, mustn't call you that now. Look at how tall and fine you've grown."
Like an automaton, Ned climbed down from the gig and held out a stiff hand. Mr. Pruitt wrung it, saying,
"Come inside the house. Let me look at you. Such a fine tall man you've become. The image of his grandfather, isn't he, Martha?"
He pressed his lips together.
"It's that good to see you, lad. I never thought—"
His voice broke. He pulled out a large handkerchief and blew into it noisily. Mrs. Pruitt made no attempt to hide her emotions. Her face streaming with tears, she hugged him as if he were still a boy, and, accepting no excuses, propelled him into the front parlour, saying, "I didn't bake my spiced currant biscuits this morning for nothing, my lad. His favourites they are, Mrs. Galbraith. The minute I heard you were back, I knew you'd come to us." She wiped tears away with her apron. "Never a day when he wasn't in and out of my kitchen, Mrs. Galbraith, him and our Luke, like twins they were, always up to mischief." She hurried off to the kitchen to make tea. Ned sat stiffly. He'd hardly ever been in this room. It was for visitors, and he'd never been a visitor in this house. He and Luke. It was always the kitchen, and then away to the forest. "So it's all London for you now, is it, Ned lad? Country living lost its appeal?" "Edward." Lily nudged him. He blinked. "Mr. Pruitt thinks you're bored with the country now."
"No."
His voice sounded rusty. He cleared his throat.
"It's just, I've been busy."
It was the least convincing lie Lily had ever heard. Mrs. Pruitt entered carrying the tea tray and banished the awkward silence with the pouring of tea and the offering of biscuits. Lily brought out the cheese, and Mrs. Pruitt exclaimed over it with pleasure. Edward drank his tea and ate a biscuit. Lily and Mrs. Pruitt talked about the ingredients, Mrs. Pruitt assuming Lily would want to bake them for her husband. He sat there like a stranger, grey-faced and stiff, as if he were the stranger here, not Lily. The Pruitts related stories of Edward and their boy Luke, who'd been killed in the war, recalling boyhood adventures and laughing over the mischief the two boys had gotten up to.
"Right terrors they were,"
Mr. Pruitt said proudly. It was because Edward was here, Lily knew. They'd never mentioned their son before, but it was all for Edward she saw. Their eyes kept flickering back to him with every tale. Edward sat like a statue, still and grave and stiff and cold. The tea was finished, the biscuits eaten, and a short silence fell. Lily prepared to take her leave, but Mr. Pruitt reached out suddenly and placed a hand on Edward's knee. Edward jumped, as if stung.
"That letter you wrote us."
Edward swallowed convulsively and met Mr. Pruitt's gaze.
"Yes,"
he croaked.
"It was such a comfort, knowing you were with our boy when he died."
He took a deep, shaky breath.
"And to know that he died bravely. A hero, you said."
"And that he didn't suffer," Mrs. Pruitt added. A quiver passed across Edward's face. His jaw tightened. He didn't speak. Wiping tears away with the corner of her apron, Mrs. Pruitt rose and handed her husband a carved box. "Read it, Pruitt. Mrs. Galbraith should learn the kind of man her husband is." Mr. Pruitt unfolded the letter. It was paper-thin, worn and faded from many rereadings. As Mr. Pruitt began to read, Lily glanced at her husband. His face was dark, and he stared at the floor. A nerve twitched in his jaw, almost the only evidence that he was alive. The letter described how Luke had been killed, shot through the heart, saving a fellow soldier. He died a hero. The whole regiment had mourned him, and when they buried him the buglers had played a tribute, as the sun had set over his grave. And Ned had lost the best friend he ever had. The letter was warm and deeply personal and gave comfort, even as it broke unimaginably painful news. By the time Mr. Pruitt finished, they were all damp-eyed except for the author of the letter, Lily's husband, who sat grave and silent, dry-eyed and stiff. Afterward there was a long silence. Then he stood abruptly.
"I have to go."
He stalked from the cottage, leaving Lily to say the goodbyes.
"Don't fret, my dear,"
Mrs. Pruitt said comfortably.
"Took it hard, he did. Always has. Expects more of himself than is humanly possible."
Lily nodded. She was starting to see that. "Thank you." The Pruitts showed her out. Edward was sitting like a ghost in the gig.
"You have a good man there, missus."
"I know." Mrs. Pruitt pressed a wrapped bundle of Edward's favourite biscuits into her hands.
"Take good care of him."
Lily gave her a misty smile. "I will."
"Isles next, is it?"
he said, after a few moments. His voice was shaking. Lily had 1,000 questions, but she could see that her husband was in no state to answer them. He was hanging on by a thread. Mr. Isles came hurrying out of his cottage before the jig had even stopped. His face worked wordlessly as he wrung Edward's hand and drew him inside. His daughter had clearly been primed. The kettle was already singing on the hob, and slices of fruit-cake and some little tarts set out on the table.
"Never thought I'd see you again, my boy,"
the old man said in a strangled voice.
"Waited and waited for you to come home, I did. Your grandfer too, I'll be bound."
His eyes devoured Edward.
"Silly to say you've growed, course you have. But it's our Seth I'm thinking of now. He'd be just under your height, I reckon, but a bit broader in the shoulders. Well, we Ileses have always had strong backs. Wood choppers we are, Mrs. Galbraith," he added to Lily. "Always have been, always will be."
He gazed again at Edward, his eyes blurry with unshed tears.
"He was a fine boy, wasn't he, our Seth?"
"The finest," Edward croaked. Tea arrived, and he buried his nose in the cup. Lily took charge of the conversation, encouraging Mr. Isles to talk about his son. All the mischief he and young Ned and the Pruitt lad and the rest had wrought on the people of the estate.
"Proper young devils they were, and your lad the leader."
The old man chuckled. Lily felt rather than saw Edward wince.
"Never minded nobody. But they were fine lads all the same. I miss him, you know, more than you'd think."
Edward swallowed.
"That letter of yourn,"
Mr. Isles continued.
"Grand letter it was. I get 'en to read it to me whenever I feel a bit low."
He jerked his head at his daughter, who sat at the edge of the room saying nothing.
"Can't read me," he explained to Lily. "Never went to school."
She nodded.
"Read 'em a bit, Sukey,"
Mr. Isles said. And his daughter went to the mantelpiece and took down a battered piece of paper. Edward made a strangled sound in his throat. Lily slipped her hand into his. He clung to it tightly, but his face didn't move. Sukey read the letter. Mr. Isles moved his lips silently as she read. He knew Edward's letter by heart. Lily held on to her husband's hand and tried not to cry as she heard how Seth had been killed. Defending a widow and 3 little girls from a vicious pack of deserters. They'd buried him near their cottage. The little girls planted flowers on his grave. When it was finished, Mr. Isles wiped his eyes.
"Brings me a deal of comfort, that, knowing he died saving that woman and her girls.
I wonder sometimes about the flowers those little girls planted over him. Do you remember what they—"
"Poppies," Edward said. "Poppies. Red poppies."
"Oh, that's grand then. Seth always did like a bit of colour. Suki, what say we plant a few poppies out the front there, for our Seth?"
"Whatever you say, Dad." Lily gave Mr. Isles the cheese and pickled onions with the compliments of Shields, and they took their leave. They turned the gig around and were heading to the Abbey. Lily was glad now she'd put a bottle of wine in the picnic basket, when Edward groaned. A couple was standing at the divide in the road, obviously waiting. Edward pulled the horse to a halt and got down.
"Mr. and Mrs. Bryant."
He shook hands with Mr. Bryant and suffered himself to be hugged by Mrs. Bryant. His face was ash-pale, grim but resigned.
"Heard you were home, but weren't sure how long you were staying,"
Mr. Bryant said. "The missus here said you'd be sure to call on the Pruitts, and she were right as usual."
He glanced fondly at his wife, who hadn't spoken except to greet Edward. She didn't say much, but she couldn't stop touching Edward, his arms, his shoulders, and once or twice his cheek, stroking him like a cat, like a long-lost son. Lily waited in the gig, watching and listening. The conversation went much as the two previous, only this time it was about a boy called Peter. Another quick, honourable death, another tragic story, another memory to treasure. Eventually, to Ned's relief, Mr. and Mrs. Bryant took their leave.
"Now don't be a stranger, lad. It does our hearts good to see you home again, so tall and hale, and with such a bonny, sweet bride."
Thank God he'd had Lily with him today. He'd never have coped otherwise, though it was her fault he was here in the first place, and it was a moot point whether he'd coped or not. He settled himself in the gig and took up the reins. In a last farewell, Mr. Bryant reached up and laid a warm hand on Ned's arm.
"Thanks again for taking such good care of our Peter."
It was more than he could stand.
"I didn't take care of him. I got him killed. I got them all killed."
The words burst from him. There was a short, shocked silence. The horse moved restlessly. Mr. Bryant's honest country face crinkled in distress.
"Nay, lad, don't take on like that. You weren't responsible. 'Twas war that got our Peter killed. War that killed all those lads. You were just one of the lucky ones."
Lucky? Bitterness flooded him. He said heavily,
"It was my idea to join up. My fault they all came with me. He was their leader. He always had been, ever since he was Robin and they his merry men, his dead men. They'd followed him to the grand adventure and they'd all been killed." Bryant snorted.
"If you think that, you've forgotten what it was like. You, all of you lads, were mad for adventure, mad for the army. I was the same at that age. Most lads can't wait to get a pot shot at the enemy. They never think it might be them who gets shot.
But if I hadn't taken them with me—"
"Whisht, lad, if not with you, some recruiting sergeant would have snapped them up. The country was thick with them back then. Mad to go was our Peter, and no blame to anyone else."
His brown eyes were kind and compassionate, and he tapped Ned firmly on the knee.
"You mind what I say now. You took care of our lads the best you could. And when the worst happened—"
He broke off and cleared his throat.
"To know you were with Peter when he died, and that it was quick and clean."
Every word was a lash.
"He was a good friend,"
Ned managed.
"Aye, and you were a good friend to him and the other lads of the estate. I'm proud of my lad, and I'm proud of you, of all of them. Friends you were,
from the time you could run, and friends you remained unto death."
Ned fought to keep his face from crumpling.
"Breathe," he told himself. "Don't fall apart."
"Merrick Hurd told us what you did for him and all the other lads."
Ned stiffened.
"Merrick Hurd? But he's dead."
Bryant chuckled.
"Don't tell Merrick that. He'll be sore put out to hear it. Came home with one leg less, but he's alive and kicking still." "Oh, God!"
He wanted to throw up. The last he'd seen of Merrick, he was lying on the ground, on a makeshift stretcher in a welter of blood, nursing a bloody stump and swearing a blue streak. He knew then Merrick was done for. Men died like flies after the surgeon's knives.
"You go and see Merrick," Bryant recommended. "He'll be right glad to see you. He's living in the factor's cottage now." "The factor's cottage?"
he repeated incredulously. Wild Merrick Hurd in the factor's cottage?
"Aye, a grand jest, ain't it? He's been your granddad's factor for, years now. Always was a clever lad, Merrick. Took losing a leg to make him slow down and start using his brain. Got a wife and kiddies and all. And a fine peg leg. You go along and see him."
He patted Ned's knee again.
"And don't you fret no more. You hear me, boy?"
Unable to say a word, Ned flicked the reins and they drove on. He drove until they reached the Abbey, Lily silent beside him, still holding tight to his arm. The Abbey was set in a cool green clearing, a remnant of ancient mossy stones that had witnessed miracles and violence over the ages, and now was simply offering peace. They sat in the gig, not moving.
"Oh, God, Lily. Oh, God!"
He pulled her against him, buried his face against her neck, and just held her, shuddering and wretched, until eventually it passed.
"Luke died in agony, both his legs shot off. Seth was gut shot, the slowest, most horrible death you can think of. And Peter took 2 days to die. I lied to them all."
She stroked his cheek. "You gave them comfort."
"And it was my fault."
And then he confessed, there, in that ancient holy place, witnessed only by the birds and the wild things and his wife, his blessed, loving wife. He told her what he'd never told anyone, the guilt he'd carried for years. He told her how in one of their first engagements, first their major, then the captain, then the lieutenant had been killed.
"And so it was up to me, Lily. I was next in command. And it was—"
He tried to describe it. The deafening boom of the cannons, the incessant rattle of gunfire, men and horses screaming, blood and sinew, smoke and confusion. They couldn't even see the enemy, but they could hear them yelling, closing in.
"I froze, Lily. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there in that hell on earth, and I froze."
"You were how old?"
18, but what does that matter?
And how long did you freeze for?"
"I don't know. It seemed like forever."
"And then what happened?" He stared at her. She was so calm.
"We fought."
"You gave orders?"
"Yes."
"The men obeyed them?"
"Yes, of course."
"And who won?"
"It was just a battle."
"Did you win?"
"Our side did, yes. But the casualties were horrific."
She smoothed his hair back from his forehead. "You can't help that. You did your duty." He jerked his head away from her.
"You don't understand. I froze, Lily, and men died because of it, because of me."
Nonsense. I have to agree with Mr. Bryant. It was war that got those men killed. You were an inexperienced 18-year-old boy, thrust into a command you weren't ready for, and so what if you froze for a minute or two? Anyone would. And do you honestly think that slight delay would have made any real difference? His jaw dropped. She kissed him softly. Mrs. Pruitt told me you've always expected more of yourself than is humanly possible, and I see now she was right. Think about it, my darling. Imagine any other 18-year-old boy thrust into the situation you faced. I doubt 1 in 100 would collect himself.
I froze.
Would collect himself after a few minutes and go on to give orders and win a battle.
I didn't win.
Your side did. Don't quibble. He stared at her and thought about what she'd said. It sounded so reasonable when she said it. And yet for years he'd flayed himself with guilt, reliving those moments of sheer frozen panic, blaming himself for his friends and other men's deaths. The nightmares had gone on for years. Looking back now, 18 seemed so young. You thought everyone here would blame you, didn't you? That's why you never came home. He didn't answer. You thought that because you couldn't forgive yourself, nobody else could. Edward, my love, there is nothing to forgive. You did the best you could, and that's all anyone can do. She let that sink in, and added, those other boys made their own choices, and it's arrogance to blame yourself. I expect it's being the heir. Actually, I think you did more than anyone could expect. She kissed him again. And if you didn't notice, my love, those people we met today, they were glad you survived. As if a part of their sons lives on in you, because of the childhood you shared with them. They love you, Edward, and so do I. He sat stunned by the picture she had painted, and the gift she had given him. Forgiveness, hope, love. He began to breathe again. She picked up the basket. Now help me down and let's have this picnic. I want to explore the ruins and drink some of that water from the spring, and you're going to drink some too. Never mind about heirs. It's supposed to be very healing. He jumped down and lifted her and the basket to the ground. Removing the basket from her grasp, he cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. "Forgive me," she said, "for making you stay." He kissed her again.
"There is nothing to forgive."
He took her hand and led her across the green sward to a place on the edge of the ruins where spring water bubbled up beneath a grotto of rough piled-up stones. It was a shrine. Moss and ferns grew in the cracks, and there were offerings of various kinds, fresh flowers, small clay objects, fruit, placed on an ancient slab of stone worn smooth by centuries of water. He drew her against him.
"This place is said to be the heart of Shields, the source of all our prosperity and our very well-being. It was here long before the Romans, was a place of worship for pagans long before the Christians built a church over it, and, as you see, has survived long after Henry VIII destroyed the abbey. It's where the estate gets its name. Most people think it's named after the kind of shield used in a war, but it's really this spring, which is supposed to shield its people from harm." "It's a beautiful story, but I think there has been plenty of harm done to people here over the years." "Perhaps. But we eventually bounce back."
"The spring is lovely, but, Edward, you are the heart of this estate. The people here and your grandfather need you.
I know. I see that now. This place may be the heart of Shields, Lily, but you are my heart. The day I found you running for your life, stinking of excrement—
Not excrement,
I'm sorry, but it was definitely excrement,
he said firmly.
Don't interrupt. I'm making a romantic declaration here.
Your idea of romantic declarations needs work.
Then you will have to teach me.
He gazed down into her eyes, shining and full of love and trust and compassion. How did he ever get so lucky as to find this woman, this beautiful, loving, splendid woman? His voice was husky as he said,
I said it before, but I need to say it again. I love you, Lily Rutherford Galbraith, with all my heart and soul.
And your body?
Definitely my body.
Show me, she said. And he did. Chapter 22. Forgiveness to the injured does belong, for they ne'er pardon who have done the wrong. John Dryden. Lily and Edward spent another week at Shields before returning to London. They left, promising to return in a month when Lord Galbraith would give a grand ball to celebrate his grandson's marriage and long-awaited return to Shields. Lily travelled curled up against her husband while he read aloud to her from a book his grandfather had selected for them. It was probably a very interesting book, but Lily's heart and mind were too full for her to concentrate. She let the deep rumble of his voice flow over her, and thought about how her life had changed. Her potential thimbleful of happiness was now a constantly flowing wellspring of joy. Edward loved her. He reminded her of it daily, in all kinds of delicious ways. He was incapable of doing anything half-heartedly, she was learning. He still expected more of himself than any man should, and she couldn't see that changing. He still hadn't fully forgiven himself, nor could he quite believe that the parents of the friends who'd fallen in battle didn't hold him personally responsible. But he did accept that they cared for him and drew comfort from his visits, where they talked about their sons. Such wounds as he'd carried buried deep within him didn't heal overnight, but Lily had confidence that they would in time. He'd gone to visit Merrick Hurd one evening and ended up staying very late drinking and talking. He crawled into bed with her in the wee small hours, reeking of beer and cigar smoke, and just held her. Not making love, just holding her as if she was something precious and necessary. She'd slept in his arms all night. He never told her what he and Merrick had talked about that night, and she didn't ask. She could see that something had eased within him, and that was enough. How glad she was that he'd come to Shields, and that she'd made him stay. If she'd realized what was to come, she might not have had the courage. Trust your own instincts. Aunt Dotty had told her, listen only to your heart. If Aunt Dotty's maidservants hadn't come down with the chicken pox, Lily might never have gone to Shields. And if Edward hadn't— Edward, why did you go looking for me in Bath? He looked up from his book, half closing it with a finger in his place.
Because that's where you said you were going.
Yes, but why go to Bath? You were going I forget where on business.
Southampton, but he wasn't there, and then I got a message to say he'd been seen in Bath. So I went to Bath. Are you interested in this book or not?
Not. Who wasn't there?
Nixon.
She sat up and looked at him. You were hunting Nixon? In Bath? What was he doing in Bath?
Edward shrugged.
Sniffing around for an heiress, I presume, but by the time I got there, Nixon had already left. I gather he had no luck, for I didn't hear of any girl going missing.
He set the book aside. "No, keep reading it," she said.
"I thought you weren't interested in it."
"I'm not, but I love listening to your voice. You have a beautiful voice." And while he was reading, she could watch him all she liked without either of them being self-conscious. He snorted, but the tips of his ears turned red. He resumed reading to her. Lily snuggled down again and pulled the rug around her. Life was good. Lily called in at Ashenden House early the next morning. On learning that Lady Rose and Lady Georgiana were still abed, she'd hurried straight upstairs, eager to see them. Rose sat up in bed, frowning. "You look different. What has that man done to you?" "Everything's possible," Lily said with a giggle. "Oh, Rose, he loves me. You knew, of course, that I've been achingly in love with him for ages, and now he loves me." She twirled in a little pirouette and then plumped down on the bed. "So you're happy then, little sister?" Rose asked. "You need to ask," George said scornfully. "Just look at her. She's glowing. So come on, Lily, tell all. Marriage isn't horrible, I take it?" "It's blissful." Lily gave a big, happy sigh. "Now hurry up. The builders say the house will be ready at 2, and there's something I want to do before that. And I want you two to come with me."
"Galbraith too busy to escort you?"
"He doesn't know I'm doing it." Lily blushed. "You might think it's silly too, but it's important to me, and I want you with me. So hurry up and get dressed." "Why Westminster Cathedral?" Rose asked. It was a fine morning, so they'd decided to walk. St. George's is a lot closer. "I don't think they do it there," Lily said. "Do what? You still haven't explained what this is about." "I want to light candles, like the Catholics do, for the boys who joined the army with Edward and were killed. Don't look at me like that. I don't know why I want to do it. It just seems like a comforting sort of thing to do." "Comforting for whom?" "For them. Those poor dead boys. To show that they're not forgotten. And for Edward, and perhaps for me in a way too."
"But Galbraith won't know, nor will the dead. The dead are dead."
"I told you you'd think it was silly, but I don't care. I want to do it. I don't know why we don't do it in our church."
"Popish practice, can't be doing with it,"
George said in a gruff, disapproving voice exactly like the vicar's, and they laughed. "Here's Westminster Bridge. Nearly there now." "Lily?" Rose stopped abruptly. "Over there. Isn't that Lavinia Fortescue-Brown?" "Of the Surrey Fortescue-Browns," Lily said laughingly. "In London? That girl. Has she run away from school again?" "I think she might have." Rose was serious. She pointed to where a young girl stood with an older man arguing. "That's Nixon," Lily hissed. "He's trying to abduct her." She ran toward them. George and Rose followed. A travelling chaise rumbled over the cobbles and stopped next to Nixon and Lavinia. A door swung open, pushed from within. Nixon grabbed Lavinia and tried to shove her inside. "Nixon, don't you dare!" Lily screamed. "Stop! Abduct her! Stop!" Lavinia fought and kicked, screaming at the top of her lungs. Lily screamed too as she raced toward them. Nixon kept trying to shove Lavinia into the carriage. Lily got there and whacked him over the head with her reticule. It was too light to do him much damage, but it distracted him enough to make him turn. "You!" he snarled. "Release that girl!" She grabbed Lavinia's skirt. "You interfering bitch!" Nixon swung her a backhander, but Lily saw it coming and ducked, still clinging to Lavinia's skirt. With a loud yell, George came flying through the air like a wild monkey, landing on top of Nixon, sending him sprawling on the cobblestones. She jumped up and kicked him hard. He curled up in a ball. howling with pain and fury. Rose grabbed the other half of Lavinia's skirt. "Pull, Lily!" They both pulled, and suddenly Lavinia popped free, like a cork popping from a bottle. They fell back against the parapet of the bridge. People noticing the disturbance were moving forward in curiosity and concern. The driver, seeing it, whipped the horses, and the carriage rumbled away. Lavinia, now safe, started weeping. Rose held her, murmuring reassurance. But where was Nixon? Lily spied him slinking into the crowd on Westminster Bridge. "Quick! He's getting away! Help! Someone stop that man! He's an evil child abductor!" she yelled, but nobody made a move. A piercing whistle split the air, and in the sudden surprised silence, George yelled at the top of her voice, "10 quid for whoever brings me the man in the yellow waistcoat! That one there!" She pointed. At the chance of £10, men emerged from the crowd. Burly men, tattooed men, the kind of men nobody would want to meet on a public thoroughfare, let alone a dark alley. They prowled toward Nixon. The crowd around him melted away until there was just Nixon, pressed against the parapet of Westminster Bridge, and a small group of hefty ruffians forming a ragged semicircle around him. He produced a knife and brandished it.
"Stay back!"
One brute snorted. A scarred thug spat. A third produced a much more wicked-looking knife. They moved closer. "10 quid is 10 quid, one of them said. Nixon looked wildly around. There was no escape. He twisted around, and before anyone realized what he was about, he stood poised on the parapet. "There's always another way," he said. He turned and dived gracefully off the bridge. They heard a thump and a splash and some shouting. Lily and George rushed to look down, pressing against the stone barrier, but all they could see was a barge passing under the bridge and men on it shouting as they peered into the water. "Can you see him?" Lily shook her head. "He can't have gotten away, not with all these people around, surely," George said. A couple of rivermen rowed their boats out. They circled the area, probing the water with their long hooks, while bargemen shouted directions. Lily glanced back to where Rose was comforting Lavinia. The girl was only 14. Lily shuddered, imagining what might have happened. Nixon needed to be caught and brought to trial. There was a shout from the river. They all rushed to look. One of the rivermen had caught something. He hauled it up. A dripping body in a dirty yellow waistcoat. "Still breathing!" one of George's ragged gallants shouted. The riverman gave him a thumbs down and shook his head. "Hit the barge as it was coming under the bridge," he yelled up. "Smashed his head in." He lifted Nixon's head by the hair, and even from that distance they could see the bloody gash in his scalp. George looked at Lily.
"Brings new meaning to look before you leap, doesn't it?"
Lily stared down at the thing that had been Nixon. He couldn't hurt anyone now. She felt shaky and a bit sick. Justice had been done, and by his own hand. George fished about in her reticule, and robbing Lily and Rose, managed to dig up 7 half-crowns. She gave a half-crown to each man in her collection of thugs, and when one was inclined to argue, she said boldly, "You're lucky to get this much. You were supposed to catch him, not let him disappear into the Thames. But if you don't want my money—" "I want it," he growled, and held out a dirty paw. The show over, the crowd slowly dissipated. Lily turned to Lavinia. "What happened? What were you doing with Mr. Nixon?" Lavinia started sobbing again, and between sobs blurted out an involved tale involving messages and secret assignations and declarations of love. Miss Mallard had learned of Nixon's covert attentions, and because Lavinia's parents lived abroad, she'd been sent to stay with her godmother in London. But she'd managed to get a message to Nixon. He'd followed her to London, but when he'd proposed a runaway match, she'd changed her mind. "You've had a lucky escape. He's a ruthless man and was only after your money," Lily said severely. "Now don't cry. You're safe now. We'll take you home. Where does your godmother live?" Lavinia gave them the address. They hired a hackney, and, promising to come and see her the next day and bring her to have tea with M, who was her former teacher, they left her to deal with her very shocked godmother, who had imagined her still in bed. "Poor child," Lily said as they drove away. "Little fool." George said, "She's 14. What's a schoolgirl doing letting a grown man chase after her?" Rose said nothing. She was very quiet. Lily glanced out the window and saw where they were. "Stop!" she called the driver. "Turn around, please." "What are you doing?" Rose asked. "You surely don't want to go back to light candles now, do you?" "No, it's spoiled for today," Lily said. "But Sylvia lives down that street. Turn right," she called to the cabby. "Sylvia? Her cousin just died. We saw it. We are implicated in his death." "No, he chose to—" "It's all right. I don't feel in the slightest bit guilty about it. To be honest, it's a neater ending than I'd hoped for, and breaking the news to Sylvia will somehow finish it off for me once and for all." Rose shrugged. "Go ahead, then." But when they got to Sylvia's house, they found her in the street, supervising the loading of a large mound of luggage onto an antiquated travelling coach. They piled out of the hackney. "What are you doing here?" Sylvia said rudely when she saw Lily. "I thought you said you never wanted to see or speak to me again." "Sylvia, we've brought you some bad news. I think we should go inside." "Do you indeed, Miss Bossy?" Sylvia said. "Well, I don't want to. I'm leaving that ghastly house and not coming back." "You're returning to the country?" "Lord, no." Sylvia gave a brittle laugh. "If you must know, I'm leaving my husband. I'm going to live with Victor in Paris." "Your cousin, Victor? Who else?" "You didn't know, did you, Lily dear, that Victor and I are in love and have been for ages? Yes, I helped him trick you, little dummy that you are. That inheritance of yours is wasted on you. Still, we've hatched another plan, and Victor is even now securing our future income with another useless little heiress." "If you mean he tried to abduct Lavinia Fortescue-Brown, he failed." Sylvia gasped. "How did you know?" "We saw it happen. And he didn't just fail, he was killed while trying to escape," Rose said. "He dived into the Thames and died." Sylvia looked from Rose to Lily and back. "I don't believe you. Victor can swim like a fish. I don't know how you found out about silly little Lavy Fortescue-Brown. I suppose the wretched chit left someone a note. They always do." She bared her teeth at Lily. "Unless they can't." She laughed nastily. "You're too late to ruin my life again. Victor and his little pigeon will be halfway to the border by now." "Ruin your life?" Lily was stunned by the accusation. "You're the one who tried to ruin my life. What did I ever do to you?" Sylvia sneered. "Apart from having the fortune we needed? I hate you, Lily Rutherford, and you, Rose Rutherford." She looked at George. "And you, whoever you are. But I especially hate you, Lily. At school nobody wanted to be friends with me. Hard to understand why," George said, "but they all loved you. Why? You're stupid, and you're fat, and you're not even pretty, but even so, Everyone in that school loved you. And then you made me your friend. You, the dumbest girl in the school. So I would look stupid too. Lily was staggered. You hate me because I tried to be friends with you. Not only that, because of you I was expelled from Mallard's. Because of you, I was forced to marry a miserly old man who I despise. She shouted the last bit to the upper stories of her house. A curtain twitched. The figure of a man stood behind it. Sylvia really was burning her boats. But I had nothing to do with you being expelled, Lily persisted. You did. I borrowed that tatty old painted locket of yours and someone found it in my drawer and claimed I'd stolen it. Along with a hoard of other people's jewellery that you just happened to have as well, Rose said. Lily added, That gold locket contained my only portrait of my mother. It was precious to me. All you girls had too much of everything. I had nothing, Sylvia flashed. I think your coach is ready to leave, George interrupted. She stepped forward and opened the door. Sylvia flounced into the coach. Goodbye, Rutherfords, and good riddance. Think of me when you're rotting in London fogs, and Victor and I are living it up in style in Paris. But Victor is... Lily began. Leave it, little sister, Rose said. She doesn't want to know, and to be honest, we'll all be better off if she's gone. But she conspired with her cousin to kidnap me. Lavinia, too, I'm sure. She should be punished. Lily started forward with some vague idea of stopping Sylvia. Rose held her arm. She will be punished. Think about what she's doing. She's leaving everything behind her to meet up with a man who won't be there. She'll be alone in France, with no money, no support, and no friends. She can't ever come back to England. If she does, she'll be arrested, and I don't imagine her husband will lift a finger to help her. Considering that, Lily almost felt sorry for Sylvia. Almost. The laden old coach trundled away. Lily watched it go, still a little dazed by the savagery of Sylvia's attack and the hatred she'd nurtured for so long. Poisonous little flower, isn't she? George commented as the coach turned the corner and disappeared from sight. I don't think even the French deserve her. Now, isn't it time for lunch? Violence and vitriol always give me an appetite. Lily took out the key to Galbraith House and handed it to her husband. I thought, for the first time... She was dancing on her toes, excited to show him what she'd done with their new home, and a little bit nervous. What if he didn't like it? She knew he'd left here when he was a child, and that he'd never been very happy here, but men generally didn't like change. He took the key from her and inserted it in the lock. The door opened soundlessly. If there's anything you don't... Edward, what? She gave a squeak of surprise as he lifted her off her feet. It turned into a giggle. What are you doing? Carrying my bride across the threshold, of course. He kissed her, then set her back on her feet. Tomorrow we'll finalize the staff. We? You mean both of us? Yes. Atkins, my man of business, has prepared a list of suitable applicants, and he's arranged for them to call here in the morning. Of course, if you don't want to help me choose... I want to, only... She bit her lip. You're thinking of the list and having to sort through character references. She nodded. I'll be there, but in any case, the first staff member we'll decide on is your confidential secretary. A confidential secretary? For me? It sounded rather intimidating. On the other hand, she couldn't go running to Em and Rose for everything. Yes, I've arranged for her to come first thing in the morning. Her? You mean a female secretary? She'd never heard of such a thing. Every secretary she knew of was male. He nodded.
I thought you'd be more comfortable with a female. I learned of a lady, the widow of a soldier I knew, who has 2 little boys and a mother to support. She wouldn't live in, of course. Her mother would care for the children while she's at work.
He looked down at Lily.
But if you don't like her, we'll find someone else.
I'm sure she'll be perfect. It's a wonderful idea, Edward. Thank you. Lily flung her arms around him and kissed him, moved by his thoughtfulness and sensitivity. It was the perfect solution to her problem, and it was just like Edward to present it in such a matter-of-fact way.
Now, let's have a look at this house.
He glanced around.
It looks...
Lily put a hand over his mouth. Don't say anything. Not until you've seen it all. His mouth quirked with amusement, but he kept it shut. She led him through room after room, explaining all the changes she'd made. Now that gas has been fitted throughout, you'll find it much lighter and more pleasant at night than when you were a child. Aren't the light fittings elegant? No, don't say anything. She showed him the reception rooms and the library, the only room that was almost entirely unchanged. I had all the books taken down and dusted, the shelves polished, the furniture repaired where necessary, and the walls painted. Nothing else, except for the gas lighting. She eyed him anxiously. Galbraith men loved their libraries. He made a slow tour of the library, then turned to her with a smile.
It's perfect.
They went upstairs. This is my bedroom. She threw open the door and stepped back. Edward admired the new cream silk wallpaper, the new curtains, and the elegant new furniture, not nearly as heavy and oppressive as what had been there before. I've replaced most of the furniture in the house, she admitted.
I noticed all that ghastly Egyptian stuff has gone. It frightened me to death as a child. This is all very nice.
He strolled toward the connecting door.
I suppose this is my room.
He opened the door. Lily waited with bated breath as he examined every item in the room. The wardrobe, the tall chest of drawers, the cheval glass, the comfortable leather armchair, the elegant small table where he could write his endless letters. He didn't say a thing, just nodded thoughtfully, and with apparent approval. She gave a surreptitious sigh of relief. He hadn't noticed. And now I want to show you the upstairs. She took his arm and tugged him toward the door. He didn't move.
There's something missing.
Really? She exclaimed in surprise, hoping she wasn't overdoing it.
Yes, really. A small matter of a missing bed.
Lily widened her eyes. Good heavens, you're right. I didn't notice. The men must have forgotten. Or maybe it wasn't finished. Yes, that will be it. Your bed isn't finished yet. He looked down at her, his eyes dancing with amusement.
I suppose until it arrives I'll have to share your bed.
Oh, dear. She tried to look concerned. You won't mind, will you? He laughed.
You, Madam Wife, are a minx. I expect that missing bed of mine will turn up eventually.
She gave an innocent shrug. In a year or two at least. He kissed her, and when she had breath to continue, she added, possibly more. She showed him the rest of the house, but when they came to the attic stairs, he paused.
I remember this place.
He glanced at her.
I was never very happy here.
I've changed it quite a bit. She took his hand and led him up the stairs. He took 2 steps in and stopped. The grey walls were now a soft yellow. The low line of cupboards was painted blue, and the moulded edging painted bright red. The bookshelves were new, The floor had been varnished and waxed, so the room smelled of beeswax instead of dust, and several large, colourful, fluffy rugs were scattered over it. In the corner was a French enamel stove. He examined it curiously. "Miss Chance, my dressmaker, has this kind of stove in her shop. They keep her rooms lovely and warm, and are clean and safe to use."
This room was always so cold, and so bare and dull and grim. Now, he glanced around with a smile. I could almost envy the children who will play here. Our children, God willing.
He walked to the angled window in the roof and pushed it open. He pulled a stool forward.
"Stand on this. I want to show you my childhood kingdom."
With one arm wrapped firmly around her waist, he pointed out the silhouettes and rooftop lands he'd imagined, explaining what they'd been to a solitary small boy, and where his imaginary friends and enemies and several monsters had lived. She leaned against him, aching for the lonely little boy he'd been. He glanced at her and caught her blinking back tears. He pulled her against him.
"Don't weep for the past, my love. Like the shabby, outworn furnishings of this place, it's gone to dust. What you've done to this room—"
He made a sweeping gesture.
"This whole house is truly wonderful, but it's nothing compared with how you've transformed my life."
He linked both arms around her waist and looked down at her.
"You've given me back my home, and I'm not talking about any building, but home in every sense of the word. You restored me to my place and my people, opened up my heart again, and showed me the road to a future I didn't dream was possible."
His deep voice was ragged with emotion. His grip on her tightened.
"For the past decade and more, I've lived a kind of half-life. It was an existence, not a life, with no meaning and no purpose except not to feel, not to hope, and not to love."
His expression was solemn, but his eyes blazed with a light that took her breath away.
"You are my hope and my home. You're my future and my endless, eternal love. With all my heart, I thank you."
"Oh, Edward." Lily gave a happy sigh, wound her arms around his neck, and lifted her face to receive his kisses. Epilogue. I am the happiest creature in the world. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. It was the first ball in a generation to be held at Shields, and all the county was there, along with half the ton of London. Guests had been arriving all week, and from early afternoon carriages had been bowling down the tree-lined driveway. Against all predictions, the day had dawned clear and sunny, and had mellowed into a perfect spring evening. The air warm with the promise of summer and fragrant with the scent of 1,000 blooms, and that of a roasting oxen, 3 sheep, dozens of loaves of bread, and a bonfire. It wasn't only the ton who'd come for the party. Old Lord Galbraith was determined to welcome his grandson and heir back to Shields after a 10-year absence, and the people of the estate were celebrating with him. Much loved was the young master who'd grown up here along with their own lads. His sweet little bride was no less beloved, despite being a newcomer. They knew who was responsible for bringing their lad home. The old house glowed with life and laughter, pretty dresses and sparkling jewels catching the light of hundreds of candles. Outside, blazing torches lined the driveway and entrance to the house, while the garden and the trees surrounding it glittered with hundreds of tiny lanterns, like fireflies or fairy lights in the velvety dark night. A night for magic, everyone agreed. In the flower-bedecked ballroom, an orchestra played cotillions, country dances, Scotch reels, and the Sir Roger de Coverley for the older generation, quadrilles and dancing waltzes for the younger ones. Out the back behind the barn, an enormous bonfire blazed, and a quartet of fiddlers played lively tunes while the estate workers, dressed in their best, danced and twirled and romped to their heart's content. Inside, champagne and other fine wines were served. Outside, beer and cider flowed, compliments of old Lord Galbraith, along with other less clearly defined brews brought by the villagers and passed around in flasks. As the night went on, the distinction between workers and the gentry began to blur. Ned Galbraith and his pretty wife divided their time between the two groups, greeting villagers and gentry with equal pleasure, and soon others of the ton were venturing outside to dance by firelight, and some to slip into the shadows to taste more forbidden delights. Ned watched the dancing, his arm around Lily's waist. They'd danced the last 4 dances, and Lily was puffed.
"It's a grand night,"
he said softly.
"Grandfather is ready to burst with pleasure."
"Not just Grandfather. Everyone's so happy that you've come home."
"You don't mind?"
"Mind what?"
"That we're going to make our principal home here?"
"No, of course not. I love it here, Edward. Surely you knew that."
"But you put so much work into refurbishing the London house."
Lily laughed. "We'll use it, don't worry. I'll want to spend quite a bit of time in London, at least until my sister and George find husbands." He chuckled and pointed to a slender figure crouched over a pen by the barn. She was flanked by a tall, shaggy Irish wolfhound who was sniffing the contents of the pen cautiously.
"That might be some time. George is far more interested in those puppies than in any man here."
Lily smiled. "As long as she's happy, does it really matter whether she marries or not?" His arm tightened around her.
"I never wanted to marry either, but my marriage has brought me more happiness than I ever imagined possible."
He bent and kissed her.
"And it began so unpromisingly."
"Oh? Did it?"
"Yes. There was a scandal, you see."
"How shocking."
"It was. And it created a most scandalous precedent."
She gave him a puzzled look. "How do you mean?"
"This bride of mine, she has the shocking habit of seducing me at every opportunity."
"How dreadful," she said demurely. "I wonder you can bear it."
"I can't. Do you see that?"
He indicated a young couple disappearing into the shadows.
Making love under an oak tree on a warm evening in late spring is an ancient tradition in these parts. It's supposed to bring extreme good fortune."
She laughed. "To whom, pray?"
"To me, of course."
He gave her a mock leer.
"Can I interest you in an old Shields tradition, pretty lady?"
And without waiting for her response, he swept her up into his arms and carried her, laughing, into the darkness, to the cheers of those watching. Lily wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, her heart full to bursting. She thought of what her father had said all those years ago, that no man would want her. She might not deserve such happiness, but oh, Papa, she was going to seize it, and this beautiful, generous, loving man, with both hands, and never let go. This concludes Marry in Scandal by Anne Gracie, narrated by Alison Larkin, copyright 2018 by Anne Gracie. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with the Berkeley Publishing Group, an imprint of Penguin Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Random House LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.